Hello and welcome back, everyone. We are here playing our religious convocation run as Egypt. Pan-Arabian Caliphate is the name we have come up with, although it is, of course, extending beyond Arabia. We have Divine Economics, which is providing quite a bit of a better bonus than I thought it would, because the increased clergy oversight, rather than the way I thought this was going to work, is I thought it was just going to add clergy, and the clergy would separate the pie. But what it instead does is it gets rid of clerks and instead adds clergy. So the clerks, it gets rid of shopkeepers. You still have the clerks, and so they take over 1/6 of the ownership. So 5/6 of the ownership is still going to be in the hands of, respectively, the capitalists and the aristocrats. And so this is something we're going to be kind of keeping an eye on, especially because we're going to make videos on this at some point later. But 5/6 is going to be, with the aristocrats, and then we have the clergy. So these guys contribute 20% of their income to the investment pool. The substantive difference, shopkeepers contribute 5%. Now, when you are on laissez-faire, which we are not, but when you are on laissez-faire, which I'm not sure if we want to swap to or not, because here we are getting plus 50% clergyman contribution efficiency. So, but we're getting minus capitalist contribution efficiency, and I think the fact that they own 5/6 of the building makes it still so that you want to go onto laissez-faire. But on laissez-faire, you get shopkeepers plus 25%. And 25% in terms of free money modifier, when it is applied to a 5% investment, right, because we're talking math, because we like the math, is 1.25% free money modifier on the 1/6 ownership. It seems like just the religious convocation is now just strictly better in that regard. Now, of course, you are giving something up by going religious convocation, and you are sacrificing something by being forced to make the ulema or the whatever devout bloc you have strong. There's definitely an opportunity cost with this, but with divine economics, with the religious convocation, we get the investment pool contribution efficiency modifier 25%. Now, this is just as big, if I remember the number right, as the shopkeeper modifier, but since their base contribution rate is 4 times higher, this means that instead of giving 1.25%, they're getting a 5% free money modifier. And so it's a little bit better, but it's also super marginal because it's only on 1/6 of the ownership. And so, but it is technically going to be better even once we swap laissez-faire, which we aren't laissez-faire yet, and we might stay on agrarianism for a while and lean into the clergy a little bit more, because we do get this plus 50% modifier. But again, this plus 50%, it looks really nice, but with only 1/6 of the ownership, this minus 25% on capitalists, it's going to be a problem. Generalist, would you consider yourself a yapper? I'm probably a professional yapper. Right, because the streaming is almost entirely me trying to talk nonstop. There's no interlocutor. There's no person I'm talking to, giving them a chance to talk, and the entire point is I have to continue talking basically nonstop, because it's more entertaining if I talk than if I just play the game silently. So, I'm a yapper. It depends what you mean by yapper, though. Like, if you mean yapper talks nonstop, then yeah. If you have a different definition from a yapper, and you give me that definition, I can let you know. We get the first lab car of the stream. A Monday stream? Yeah, so we didn't stream this weekend because my brother was in town, but we just took him to the airport, so, and I got vaccinated, or I got the booster shot for COVID, which generally I've had a pretty significant negative reaction to, kind of historically, so we wanted to stream right away, because in about 6 hours I'm going to be all messed up, from the vaccine, so I'm going to get a monstrous headache. Hey, Karasak, how's it going? I assume you just finished streaming? Were you doing the things and the stuffs? This is about usually when you end and get off stream. SoCal power outages got Labor Day off. On the right foot for you. Yeah, I also am in SoCal. I didn't get a power outage though. Hello, Father Generalist. How are you today? Pretty good. About to be not so good because we did get vaccinated, but it do be like that. We will kind of click through our events. I think if you're like, it's always like a matter of if you're on a break point, you go for the legitimacy. Other than that, you go for this. Maybe not. Is he arrogant? I think we're a theocracy, right? Theocratic autocracy. Man, I kind of want to go laissez-faire here. I don't think that was the plan. I don't think that was the plan. Ugh. Ugh. We do have this guy being a market liberal. Unfortunately, they don't get along. Yeah, there's also, politically speaking, having the devout being strong is like an absolute nightmare for like basically all things that matter. So, very significant costs, but in theory it is the best, or you are getting the most free money modifier. It's land reformer and literary. Bella. Oh wait, that's right. We do have a unique. I forgot we have a unique interest group here, right? I think this is normally 10% and theirs is 15% or something like this. I didn't even notice that when we were like kind of introing what's going on. Do we want a land reformer? What would the land reformer even go for? Getting us off of tenant farmers, which we kind of want to be on. So we're gonna say this one. We're gonna say nothing. Nah, Monday's off stream when you use the time to cook, clean, watch other streams and stuff. Very nice. Okay. Bro got vaccinated for bovid, basically. Some sort of bovine virus. Any chance you'll play Frostpunk 2? I thought about maybe playing that today. I don't know what the interest is, and since we didn't have any Victoria 3 streams, I thought we would be kind of more keen on Victoria. Oh, we have a movement for laissez-faire. That's what's going on here. That's why we can try and pass it. I mean, I feel like we went agrarianism intentionally. Maybe we just started with it. We also can't foreign invest, is the thing, or is a thing, in order to sink our teeth in to other people's markets. And if we stay agrarianism, we can foreign invest, or even go interventionism. And maybe we want to try and make use of income transfer from heathen subjects. I don't think so. I think we just want to switch everyone to our own religion. So we are getting a ton of free, or a ton of plus radicals, minus radicals, or sorry, minus radicals plus loyalists. We're getting some off of our institution here. I think it's just level 1 on home affairs, but we're also getting it from here. Such that we, I think, are very soon, even on high taxes, not going to have to worry that much about this type of stuff. But we have quite a bit of infamy, so we could probably afford to just kind of cruise here and hang out while we do the things. Are we going Islamic Republic of Iran style country? Wouldn't that be... I feel like, I don't know the geopolitical climate all that well, but I feel like us playing Egypt and saying we're going to play like Iran would not be the way the Egyptians would want the things, the roleplay to be articulated. Are you still playing Paul on the side? No, we ripped the character and we're done. We had an 8-minute stream where I knew the character was going to die on the stream. I didn't know when. Where we decided to fight like the Uber bosses. And we were playing on, for those of you who don't know, is ARPG. We were playing on hardcore. We died on the first boss. And we killed a character that had over 5 days played on it. And he's dead forever. Today, Frostpunk 2 is coming out in 16 days. Oh, my bad. There isn't... Well, to be fair, I saw an ad for it and I was like, maybe I should play that today. I just didn't know it wasn't out yet. I also saw Asian Mythology, but Asian Mythology is not out yet either. Wait, let's actually put something in our queue. Freaking Palestine's like, he's not incorporated? Oh, that's not good. No, it is incorporated. Yeah. We already have a railroad there. Guess we'll do this. Trying to make the transport a little bit more expensive. There we go. Which will make the railway more profitable. But also, I think that we are out of laborers here, which we are. And somehow losing migration. What the hell is that? They're all going to Lower Egypt. To be fair, we are using a migration edict here. We just don't want them moving. When we're on tenant farmers, though, the problem is peasants can't move while we're on tenant farmers. Yeah, peasants cannot move on tenant farmers, which is a bit negative. It's a bit of a bad one. It's a bad one, Mr. Grinch. We'll put this on auto expand. And I think we'll also put it on rail transport and build a railway here. The idea being this will slowly force peasants out of sub-farms so they can maybe go somewhere else. Because I think this is one of the places we have the most pop that isn't the capital. But we don't want people leaving Palestine going to here. We could stop using our edict for greener grass. Because I think that's kind of where the migration and stuff is going. Nationalize some of these. Okay, so we can't do the menu. This is foreign. But I don't think we have the one level in Sinai. That's the level we can nationalize. Let's make sure that it works the way we think it does, where we can't, the foreign buildings we can't. Okay, so it does just only apply to our buildings. It doesn't apply to, or the buildings in our state. Let's do this. What proportion are we getting right now for our investment pool? In terms of reinvestment, it still favors the manor houses 2-to-1. But eventually we'll get off of it. Have you actually, do you actually have any economics or similar degree? I have nearly the, if I took business calculus at the local community college, I would have an associate's degree in economics. But that's also a while ago. My mom has a PhD in economics. So a lot of words that like she talked with me growing up used like economics words. That is perhaps the least articulate way of putting it, but like the phrase "dead weight loss to society" was used in like everyday discourse when I was a child. So you know, it helps a little bit. I also have a degree in philosophy. So, a funny run is Shinto worldwide. We're actually probably going to do Jewish Japan, almost certainly, because Jewish is the best religion, and everyone loves Japan runs. And if we do Israel, everyone is going to have an aneurysm. I don't think we did this. If we do Israel and like conquer like all of the place around us, people, the comment section will go ballistic. Comment section will have a bit of a time. Okay, so I think we actually did not make very good use of the fact that when they got released, or let's check if they're incorporated. Yeah, so they incorporated everything, so we didn't acquire a bunch of this stuff on the cheap, which I think we're supposed to do, if we're playing like theoretically optimal. Oh, we were about to form Pan-Arabia, but here's a problem. Here's a problem. We discovered, or someone let us know, When we click this, apparently, it doesn't annex unrecognized subjects, so that is a bit of a problem. But yeah, we have to reduce autonomy on this guy, but he's not willing yet. We could save scum it, but I think we just have to improve relation. No, it's that we need to pay nationalism. That's what our hang-up was. Okay. So I guess we'll be mainly in these types of texts then for a little while here. So let's queue a couple of these up. Do we want dialectics before labor movement? Probably not. And then no matter what hasn't not spread to us, I think after this we could go pin that. Something like that. In 3 weeks, Ara, History Untold is coming out. I think that'll be the next game you play a lot. I don't even know about that game, to be honest. I think the best religion game so far is the Ethiopian one, because they are pro-school. Wait, what? The Anti-British League. We launch a diploplay against the UK. I don't think I want to do that. I think that's not in our interests. And we lost our movement for laissez-faire. Yeah, the political situation just sucks super hard with the devout. Super not about it, to be honest. It's so hard to pass laws that we want. But the Jewish has the best bonuses. They have minus mortality. I think it's 2.5%, and plus literacy. I think it's like 10%, which is like an insane bonus to have. Been trying to play as Persia recently, but can't get past the mid-game. Anyone have any advice? I think we played Persia on this patch, so you could always check it out. I think we played it on stream. You could see the way we played it. But just trying to eco up, I think eventually you will hit a point where you like need to turn and burn really, really hard on adding a bunch of universities. We're not at this point. I think if we have the journal entry for 2, we'll just put that in for that. But we're not at that point right now for us. Sotho secession. We will put the Shadow Army on the front. The Shadow Army isn't in the shadow. What's going on? Okay, they are. How do you change religion? You cannot. The reason why we would be doing Jewish Japan is we would be modded. Philosophy rules, I agree. I'm excited with 1.8 new discrimination mechanics. Yes. Racism rework, please. But also I really want assimilation to be a useful modifier. Yeah. Jewish is the best religion. Germany 33 to 45 would like to disagree. Yeah, but where are they at now? Checkmate. I think we proclaim victory for them there. I think there's quite a bit of gold here. Yeah, that's why we did this there. Do we have a company and what is it? Oh man, I'm already starting to get a headache. We did this, which in retrospect we thought was a mistake. What's so special about Jewish? It is the interest rate bonuses are the best. Plus 10% literacy, which can get doubled to plus 20%, and minus 2.5% mortality, which if you stack minus mortality modifiers, they get better and better just because the way the math works. But like the ulema, for example, the Sunni ulema have a terrible bonuses because, okay, 20% authority is not like That's somewhat okay, and to be fair, we might, for that reason, go vassalization as one of our principles, and so that's, like, kind of reasonable, but the follow-up is, sorry, the follow-up is... I'm super blanking. There we go. Conversion, 40% conversion. So first of all, this used to be 50% conversion. I have no idea why they reduced it to 20% conversion. Currently it's doubled because we're over 20% clout. But this is like the worst bonus in the game. So if you're going to do a religious run, like, it's worse to do it on Muslim countries. Not to mention that you have taboos, and taboos are just generally kind of bad. Because it negatively affects your... it kind of negatively affects the SOL of your pops. And if you were to have a taboo on anything, you'd almost want a taboo on tobacco, and they actually consume more tobacco. So it makes food industries really suck hard for, like, Muslim countries. Because food industries... the base PM on a food industry, right, is way more efficient if you also produce liquor. So if you're using these PMs, it's more efficient. It's not like way more efficient, but it's more efficient, and so you'd rather use those PMs, the problem, and so you'd want your pops to consume these things. The problem is that if we take a look, if we look at consumption, these guys are not going to be consuming, like, any liquor, and the reason why is because it's a taboo for them, right? Where is it that we see taboos? In the overview? I forget where we can look at taboos. Okay, here, looking at mystery. Well, let's sort by how many are in our country. Look, they have a taboo on liquor and wine, so they will underconsume liquor and wine by an enormous amount. So that makes it hard for the food industries to be profitable. Instead, what they demand as an intoxicant is opium, which is fine, and tobacco, which is less fine. So on top of not having a very good bonus, you're also converting everyone to a faith that is going to... Because I think it's not just tied to culture. I believe that you also have religious... taboos as well. There's, like, cultural taboos and religious taboos, and you have, like, just both. I'm not sure where we see the religious taboos, but if you're making everyone start to, like, yeah, it's just bad. Is like the simplest way of, like, the taboos are just going to be bad, both economically speaking and, like, for your SOL. I suppose a taboo on tobacco wouldn't be too bad. A taboo on automobiles would be excellent. Shinto does not have similar benefits. What flavor philosopher, where are you interested in? My favorite philosophy is Nietzsche, which is kind of like the angsty, broody philosopher type. It's really funny, is like, everyone is like, everyone thinks they're, like, so edgy in philosophy, and, like, in Philosophy 100 or whatever, and, like, they're, like, reading their own stuff, or at least the people who, like, know they're gonna be philosophy majors, and they're, like, already know that they're interested in this type of stuff. But then you do the, like, getting to know you exercise in, like, one of those classes, and, like, everyone who's a philosophy major, or, like, 60% of them, their favorite philosopher is Nietzsche, so you're not, like, the edgy standout person, you're just, like, everyone else who's, like, I like Nietzsche, too. I think we had made one of these armies to specifically help out with this down here. Can we get so we can assign it to the front? Thank you. So, when you form Arabia, are they all going to become one state? They're supposed to. Someone told me this was bugged, so I don't know what will happen. We do have to reduce autonomy on the Quasmid state first, so I think we're improving relations with them, or at least we should be, if we're not. Or we're already amicable. Where's our thing for ongoing diplomatic actions? I mean, we are using a ton of our Diplo. Or do we really not have any? We just have a bunch of trade agreements? Alright. Sure, I guess. We will have to think what we want for our block power, which is actually going to be really tough. I'm not sure what we're supposed to get here. Once these get occupied, we'll send... Actually, let's send the Indo army to take care of this, because I think it's just a one stack, right? So we'll send the Indonesia army. Sure. We'll play nice with France. Is it worth it to incorporate Transvaal and Orania if you have colonial exploitation? I kind of think so, because I kind of think you want your institutions there. But I understand what you might be getting at with the more throughput. This is something that I really don't have a strong opinion on, because I haven't done a sort of math evaluation slash... like, can we get enough pops here type of valuation. If you can't employ up the gold fields, there's a problem. But, like, what he's getting at here with the question is, for the colonial exploitation, the mine's throughput. The thing is I think you have this manufacturing industry's throughput malus. And I think eventually you want to be producing tools and stuff also locally, but one of the huge negatives of not incorporating is if we take a look at local prices, we will see that they're isolated because is there not a port? Yikes, we never built a port. Okay. That was a poor example. Let's find something else that's unincorporated. So I don't think this is incorporated, right? So if we look at local prices here, we will see that the MAPI is 75%, and we're getting 85%, but minus 10% because it's unincorporated. So I think that getting rid of this on Transvaal and Orania is probably worth it. And that because otherwise tools are going to be more expensive. But the flip side is you're not getting the additional free throughput on the minting specifically. And so this is a math question, I suppose, to some extent. I haven't looked at super in depth. But also, if you keep something unincorporated, you're going to get more separatist movements too. So part of your consideration would be how many more separatist movements over the course of the remaining game time. Like, let's say you get them 10 years into game, so over the next 90 years, how many more separatist movements are you going to have in the separatist movement downtime? Like, what percentage of it? Also, if you can't find engineers to employ in the mines, then really what's the point? So if you need qualifications from education, then you also want to incorporate it, this type of stuff. AfD is set to win 2 states in German state elections, soon to be reborn. Wait, what? Speaking of food PMs, what do you think of farms' secondary PM, namely liquor PM on rye farms? So this PM, I used to think it was really good. They nerfed it. They nerfed it so that it used to be the same, potatoes used to have the same economic efficiency as apple orchards, now it's a little bit less. And on top of that, I've started to think that groceries, when you have a split good industry, like groceries is split between producing liquor and groceries. When you have a split industry, what's going to be the case is, here, let's keep this going, is generally speaking, whatever is you want them to be similar price. You make the most money when they're similar priced, when the groceries are a similar price to liquor. What doing liquor here will do in the rye farms, going potatoes will also do, is it'll collapse the price of liquor. Now, this is good for SOL because your lower rung pops do use more of that stuff, so you can make an argument. I'm not sure exactly how I feel about the trade-off, because it'll be economically slightly less efficient, but it'll be SOL more efficient. And my intuition is that if the PM were the same in terms of efficiency, we would do potatoes. But since apple orchards is now slightly more efficient, I think I like using apple orchards. Hovering over the religion tag should show taboo. Let's check. Because we kind of never resolved that, and we're a little bit behind in the chat. So we're going to find a pop. We're going to have our Sunni. Yeah, so Sunni also, there we go, taboo, liquor and wine. So this taboo is bad because it'll also collapse grocery price. So kind of short end of the stick for Muslims in this game. Because not only does their devout group suck, because conversion's kind of useless, but or I just think it's really weak. It's not useless, but also the taboos are just bad, economically speaking. Which is, like, wild to me, because I think, like, not drinking liquor is, like, not bad for your economy, you know what I mean? It's a bit of a vibe. So... please stay up and let us love you. Why not Kierkegaard instead of Nietzsche? I haven't read any Kierkegaard. Kierkegaard was much more religiously oriented, and I'm non-religious, so when I initially started reading Nietzsche in like middle school / high school, like it would not have been like the same type of thing. And now I want to read Kierkegaard at some point, but I haven't. Please stop conquering Gaza, never. This is of course a South African Gaza, just to be clear. This is this Gaza. I used to like Nietzsche when I was 17. Yeah, basically. So I use it in here with the you like silly edgelord. I mean, like, I've read a lot of Nietzsche, and I think he was like I read a ton of Nietzsche when I was like, especially like throughout middle school and high school. I still think like Nietzsche is like one of his like for me like one of Nietzsche's like essentially and most important critiques was from Human All Too Human, and it was basically like that. This just is such a gross oversimplification, but people are just generally like hypocrites and will interpret the situation like maximally good for them, but people are just kind of self-interested and think that they're not. And I think that's for the most part is true, but like also you don't like want to process reality through that lens either. But part of that was like born out of like his like revaluation of values type of thing. We can get the PB and and be legitimate-ish, right? Oh, God, I hate reducing a legitimacy rank, but I also want to pass useful laws. Oh, we can only go appointed. We can't go elected here. Once you go appointed, it's generally harder to swap elected. Who likes this? The bourgeoisie. We need to get the industrialists. We need to get the industrialists in government to start passing some stuff that we want, and we're just like not legitimate if we do it. It kind of sucks, but I think we're gonna just bite the bullet here. Look to do this and start passing some stuff. This is also why we're not getting... Okay, this is... Wait, what? How are we getting any migration if... We're gonna try and go for no migration controls here, though. And PB get mad, and we're gonna also need some more ports. think we're importing engines, no? Let's do that too. Try and resolve that a little bit. Italy formed, huzzah. Freystadt is a pretty good place for manufacturing industry, yeah, and you just don't want to build them up if you're not incorporating it. But I definitely think you could just like only build the gold mines, not incorporate it, and just like look to blast. I think that it's possible that that's correct. Not that it's just like, oh, you could do that too and it's viable, but that it's like actually what you should be doing, but I'm not sure. So I don't have the answer, Sway. At least on that one. Do not feel qualified to give. We're pretty soon here. It's gonna flip what's good in terms of our reinvestment, where we're not gonna be agrarian anymore. I suppose we could just stay agrarian until it's going to start to look better for the reinvestment. Once the financial districts have a... Yeah, look, the financial districts now have a bigger share of things. So... Can you imagine starving because the king thought he'd already ordered a port build? Pretty sure that's just like Victorian era, baby. What is SOL good for? So it's good for having your guys rev less. It's good for, so you see here, there's a bunch of approval rating, and it's a lot easier to get loyalists, so it's a lot easier to get approval, so it's a lot easier to get bonuses, and some of these bonuses are really strong. Like, the strongest is probably still on the trade unionists. Workforce ratio, which if they're powerful will be plus 10%, which is insane. And manufacturing industries throughput is like another thing. It also increases literacy, which increases how much you can research. But not only how much you can research, it allows these guys to get demarginalized in the first place because, generally speaking, it's going to be mostly machinists and engineers, particularly engineers, providing clout. And as they become more literate, they will provide a lot more clout. And so... increasing, well, no, it's wealth level that increases literacy. So SOL doesn't increase literacy, but the two are tied pretty closely together. You will increase wealth level as well when you make alcohol more cheap. So, but just to be clear, it's not SOL. So the way that this increases SOL will not increase literacy because it just gives flat SOL. But most of your SOL increases come from increasing wealth, and that will increase your education access. And there's like a ton of like little things, but like Victoria 3 is also a game of like little marginal advantages and like accumulating them. We see that we're decaying down to power rank and we don't want to pay like terrible interest, so what we're going to do is we're going to increase our wages. That way we are no longer suffering from minus 10% prestige, and we'll hemorrhage money for a little bit, but it'll be okay. You got the Unite Ethiopia achievement today? Very nice. But there's barely anything to Ethiopia currently, or did I miss anything? It felt like no point continuing after unification. So, Ethiopia has a special character, Tuwodros. Is he here? Tuwodros Solomon, which I don't know if you got this character and you did the things, but he has plus 50 or plus 30 army offense. So what you do is you make him a general, and he's absolutely insane, and it's fun to go around slapping people around with Tuwodros. Now, Tuwodros' birth date in this game is like... he's 40 years older than he like should be, so you actually should have him in the majority of the game, but I think they have him coded to be older so he appears more consistently and more quickly, and that's just kind of like silly, and like you can go in there and you can change it and you can make him younger because he should be young towards the start of the game. But just rampaging over people with this plus army offense bonus I think is the entire point of Ethiopia. Technically I think you're supposed to start as Harar and actually never form Ethiopia because your cultural acceptance is much better as Harar than it is as Ethiopia. But this is the guy, this is the man, this is the belt wielder himself. You, like, you know, some people, they come and they bring their skirmish infantry, and that's clearly a mistake, because you never bring guns to a belt fight. But just to, like, kind of show how big this, like, bonus is here, let's take a look at some military PMs, huh? So here we have skirmish infantry. They have 25 offense. If you had Tuwodros, their base offense would be 55, which is really big. Let's see where we could get 55 offense. Can we get it from mech infantry? No. So our skirmish infantry would just be better than mech infantry on offense specifically. And this is absolutely disgusting for landings, because landings, 100% of your battles are offensive battles. But like we could be on like, mobile artillery, we're getting 30 offense, plus 30 would give us like 60, so that would be more than siege artillery. So he just absolutely dumpsters people in wars. And it's like obscene, basically. 80. And so the reason to play, I think, is not about forming Ethiopia, it's about getting to Wodros. Because that is the best military bonus in the entire game. Incan Uprising. We'd actually prefer the Incan Uprising to succeed, to be honest. Just as a general rule of thumb. Because the Incan Uprising is almost... Oh, no, they're recognized? Interesting. Then we don't care that much. What's this about? Venezuela Protectorate from Brazil, who somehow lost Grau Paura at the outset here. We currently have not too much infamy, but Islam is bad for the economy because Muslims don't give their money to wine industries. Paradox, probably. Yeah, it's like it doesn't make any sense. Like, so that's definitely something we would maybe change. Is Grau Paura? Yeah, they are recognized. I don't think we are that interested in that war, to be honest. Do we have all our interests declared? Not even close. Okay, so let's make sure we have interests in some of the capitals of places, just in case they rev, and we can maybe get a cheeky bankroll. I guess Italy's formed, so we could do Italy, but let's keep an eye on India for now. Got a few more ports coming through. Please, God, give us some enactment chance. There we go. Fantastic. Foreign faiths. Not like this. This is how not to RP, by the way. We do have an available mandate. You only read Ecce Homo once, and I came to the conclusion that Nietzsche is just watered down by the internet beyond comprehension. Nietzsche's watered down by the internet? I mean, the internet quoting Nietzsche is like a very superficial like version of Nietzsche. Like Nietzsche's very historically important for philosophy because he was the first philosopher to be like, wait. Maybe we need to do evaluate things in a historical sense, like when we're thinking about ideas, because like on the genealogy of morals, where he like talks about like a historic movement of like the way people think about things throughout time, rather than like looking at the ideas individually. Like this was very important for like philosophy. So like in terms of like his contribution to the like field of philosophy, that's probably the most significant one. But also he like set the stage for with his like kind of work on morality. So like I guess it would be genealogy as well. The genealogy is probably just his most philosophically significant work. You know, he talks about the famous, often quoted, like completely devoid of context, is like God is dead, and in that his main thrust is that we can no longer, if we're not going to believe in God anymore, or we're not going to have him be the final arbiter of everything, suddenly the edifice upon which we base morality is gone, and then we need to find a different way to come to our own values, or we need to create our own values. And this like essence of like creating your own values, like this was like an essential seed for like existentialism. So like depending on who you ask, he's either the first existentialist or he's like a pre-existentialist. So like setting the kind of the stage for people like Sartre and Simone de Beauvoir and who's the really popular guy? Camus. Because you don't get them shiny streaming on a Monday, how unusual. Yeah, it's because I didn't stream on the weekend, so... As pops grow their SOL, they start consuming more industrial goods and spend less proportional stuff on basic stuff. More agrarian stuff, I assume you mean, encouraging more industry. That's, yep, that checks out. Islam is an interesting religion for countries because it makes it easier for them to export alcohol inside people's mouths. Well, exporting alcohol, if you had a... The problem of basing an economy with consumption that is external and trying to export is, one, other countries don't build enough for you to be able to do this, but also, two, like, there are penalties to trade that make it, like, prohibitive. So, I think you can get an equally strong 30-plus offense on a random commander from a journal if you're the first to research flight or something like that. I don't think you get a plus 30 on flight. I think it's, like, plus 10 or plus 5 or something like that. I do think there is an event. I don't think it's that big. But it's also been a while since I researched flight. Don't they have the 30 Iron Province in Brazil? Yeah, they do. Or it's in maybe Grau-Para. I think there's Mato Grosso that has... Oh, no, it's Para. It's Para. We once it... Yeah, this province is really strong, though. It's one of the few provinces in the entire game that has a 20% iron mine throughput. Are Indian pops Muslim accepted in Egypt? I don't think with our current setup they are. I don't think they will be on racial segregation. They would be religiously accepted. Actually, we have state religion, so that means that with freedom of conscience, you accept, like, I think we would accept, like, Shia and, like, also, but now we only accept Sunni, so they have to be specifically Sunni for us to accept them. So we would have to go on religious overview, because I don't know. So we would accept all these guys, but we don't accept these guys, unfortunately. Ooh, Nietzsche pill me? Basically. Nietzsche gets quoted out of context. The, like, most metal Nietzsche quote that everyone likes is, like, that which doesn't kill you makes you stronger, except, the quote is us, and it's always done, like, completely, like, devoid of, like, everything else, like... But it's that which doesn't kill us makes us stronger. Here. Let's find the full quote. And the Abyss one is, also, frequently quoted. God, even looking it up, you like even trying to look it up with the correct quote, like I still find the wrong one. I forget which. That which doesn't kill us makes us stronger. I forget what it's from. It might be Beyond Good and Evil. I really don't know where it's from though. But the big one is. The Abyss one is the like one people really like. Think is like super metal, and I'm pretty sure that's Beyond Good and Evil. He who fights with monsters might take care lest that he become a monster, and if you gaze for long into the abyss also gazes into you. That's like one people like a lot. It's Twilight of the Idols, which doesn't kill us makes us stronger. Okay, I haven't read Twilight of the Idols in its entirety, so I don't even have the full context for that which doesn't kill us. I just do know it is us. I thought his most famous quote was, "God is dead, God remains dead, and we have killed him. How can we comfort ourselves? Murder of all murders." Well, yeah, his most famous one is "God is dead," devoid of all the rest of the context, and his entire point is like with the "God is dead" quote is not. It's not like triumphant, like we have slain God. It's lamentatious, where he's like, "Oh no, how will we discover morality?" And it's part of Thus Spoke, if I recall correctly. How should I build your construction sectors? Should I build the sector first and try, and then try to build the building that produced the resources for the sector? You should try and make it so that if you have a huge excess budget, you just keep adding construction. And if you don't have enough iron and it causes you to run an iron shortage, you just import iron, but you just try and make it so that your budget is you do it more based on budget than a resource balance perspective, because you could always import resources. But God is Dead is probably his most famous quote overall, but like the people who are like uber standing like Nietzsche, probably the Abyss quote. The Abyss gazes back into you. I mean, it is just super metal, right? Can we get above a 37% chance, my guy? Whoever fights monsters should see that in the process he does not become a monster, and if you gaze long into the Abyss gazes back into you, basically. Why are they animists in Eastern Persia? Don't worry about it. We could check. In Baluchistan, who is these animists? Who be they? A ton of equatorial Bantu. So I guess they... a good amount from Lourenco marks, so they must have some sort of migration thing that allows these guys to migrate to them, and they've migrated from all these places. Or animist is from South Cameroon. Oh, this is just the entire animist religion. Can we get what percentage of these guys are? Oh, but these guys look like they are animist. And Baluchi. So Baluchi is Sunni, but this Avim Bundu, South African heritage. They migrated here. Like, I think one of my favorite Nietzsche quotes is, like, where he just randomly drags, like, in something that's not quite that related, he just randomly, I think he's talking smack on Germany, so maybe it is a little bit related. He just drags, like, the German leader. He's just like, the German Tsar is unfit to be my stagecoach. And it's, like, just completely random and just, like, very emblematic of, like, Nietzsche, I think. Okay. If we had +5 here, we could run high taxes again. So, oh, I thought it was a legitimacy option. We could still run +5 taxes, though. Just barely be acceptable. Jesus. That's gonna be a problem. Looks like, so very often when you make someone your subject, they stop going after people, but it looks like Persia, they just can't resist because they got journal entries and stuff. Yeah, we had a dream, we had a hope, and it was dead on arrival. I think we're gonna nix one of our taxes here, maybe. Let's get rid of encourage migration, because we have closed borders right now anyway, so. It's gonna be good for us. We will also incorporate this again. So Netherlands and the other guys. Wow, they'd give up the states that they are paying a bunch of infamy on. I don't think they succeed in this war anyway, so kind of doesn't bother us too much. Where's the best place for us to expand if we're trying to be as themey as possible? Maybe Sind is soft start. Maybe we just go after places that are specifically Muslim. Which Sindh is mostly Sunni. So is Hyderabad. Kind of built up a decent amount of battalions here for themselves. So this is another thing, when you, immediately after you release them, they're super soft from the perspective of like having like 0 battalions. Their population is relatively low. We could maybe just use this to gain a foothold. That way these guys don't require landings. I'm not sure, we only have 26 stack, and I mean, I don't think Sindh has insane tech, but landing into line infantry is maybe a little bit spooky. We can just conquer Kutch outright, start expanding that direction. I don't think we've gotten our first bankroll yet, so. What's the downside of overbuilding construction sector and just no-fill the queue to burn off excess debt? And just no-fill the queue? Well, if you have enough investment pool, such that the investment pool could take over, you can let it, you can idle government construction, and that's just a fine way to approach it. Generals forming Arabia doesn't annex Arabian subjects? Yeah, this is what I heard. We might have to restart the game with a console command. I don't even know how to do that, but I think it's in the launcher. But when we get to the point where we can form Arabia, we're just gonna like console command it, because it should annex the Arabian subjects. Someone told me that. Maybe they fixed it, but in individuals, insanity and rares, but in groups, parties, nations, and epochs, it is the rule. That sounds like human all too human. I like that quote a lot too. There's a lot of like gems from, I really like Man Alone with Himself and Man with Society from sections of Human all too human. What's this about? Bengal? Bengal, my guy. How are you gonna impact this? Alright, I guess we'll mobilize the National Guard. But we're just gonna land with this 20 stack on to Kutch, I think. Lorenzo Marx is how you say it. SMH. Jesus. One of the things that, like, it's actually incredibly rough to, like, pronounce everything correctly. For just about everything, there's almost always someone who can correct you, too. It feels bad, man. You just know you're walking into it every time. And then you qualify it, and then, like, people are, like, watching you and be like, man, he spends way too much time saying, I hope I pronounced that correctly, and then it's like, I pronounce it all incorrectly. It's all slaves? That's actually probably right. Nietzsche was a medic in the Franco-Prussian War or something, right? I think so. I believe he was enlisted during the war. I don't know exactly what he did in the war. He had some health issues. I heard he sold poisoned milk to school children. Corrupting the youth. The classic philosopher gamble. Did not pay out very well for Socrates. He corrupted them youth too much. Greetings from Egypt. Greetings. I can't read your name, but can you check how much Sunni pops there are in Jodhpur? Sure. I assume you mean there are very little, 2.5%. I found the trait I was looking for that is the same as Daddy Tuodros. Well, not exactly. Daddy gets plus 30. It really gives you 30 offense if you're the first to get planes. Jesus. That is a vibe. That is a vibe. Holy shit. Dude, regime change in Nash. Well, we're more than happy to give that up. Give that up. I just wish we could just give it to them. We don't even really want them to have that regime, to be honest. We would love a bankroll, then we could pop off. Also, this expansion spot's like not that good for. Oh, we forgot we need to figure out what we're doing for a mandate. Hey, Alex, how's it going? I've been correcting you for over a year on. Lorenzo Marx. At this point, it's a pet peeve of yours. I mean, there are people who tell me it's just Marx, like how you say Karl Marx. It's called Flying War Hero. Looking at the code right now. Interesting. The Brazilian football player Socrates was a gambler. Damn, I'm surprised. Yeah. Corrupting the youth. So, if we are themingly trying to lean into religious, vassalization maybe makes sense because we are getting the 20% authority from having a happy devout, which makes flat authority better. I don't think we really have too many sinks for this that really would feel that good. Construction one's always insane. We could go external trade with the idea that we want external trade 2 to go for bankrolls. We could go for construction 1, which is always good. I mean, in theory, we could go for advanced research to play catch-up, but I don't. Colonial offices also calls to me. I think we want to expand in India specifically, and I think we would really kind of enjoy getting the minus 5% infamy. The thing is this really, the modifiers start to get better once you're stacking them, and we're quite a ways away from civilizing mission. So I don't think it'll play out that soon, but I don't mind construction 1 into colonial offices 3, which would leave external trade on the table for a long time. So Vimeo says it's pronounced Lorenzo Marcus. Yeah, so I've heard the Lorenzo correction quite a few times, so it's really like, which is how I said it. I said Lorenzo Marx. So I didn't say Marcus, I said Marx. But then, like, what he's saying is Marx is different than Marx is different than Marcus. Marcus. And I don't know. It's always SH when the word ends in an S. In Portuguese. I'm Portuguese, I think I'd know. The sound, that sounds wrong because the U in Portuguese is an A sound. The U is an A sound. So it's Lenko Marcus? Is there a community of high-level Vic 3 players I could lurk to learn the meta? You could check my Discord. And the C is a double S, not a Z. What's the best religious principle? Yeah, maybe that's the question. It's called the generalist comment section, maybe. We could go, yeah, we could go the other religion one. Sacred civics. higher diplomatic acceptance from people of the same religion, which does not currently work right now, so... Or no, this is the one that this is like, it's coded in the game, but it currently doesn't work, so I don't know about going Sacred Civics too if it's not working. And we can impose the same church and state law. I don't think we're about that. In English, U sound is Portuguese A sound. What you originally said after the correction is correct. Which I think I said Lorenzo Marques. Lorenzo Marques. Marques. Lorenzo Marques. Is there another religion that has taboos in the game? I think so. The community of high-level victory players is your Discord. Most questions asked there get answered in under 30 minutes. Yeah, I mean, there's people who are pushing, like, the theoretical metagame, like, much more than I am on that as well. Like, the ultimate god runs involve a lot of save scumming. I actually don't know the save scumming meta super well. Because you, like, save scum for certain events and this type of stuff. Rum, 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 rum. With food standardization, more people, more big economy. They should have a journal entry to enact Sharia law. I have a feeling that might be a little controversial. I don't know, what do you guys think? So, construction, external trade, or advanced research. Which I know you guys are really bullish on, but I just generally don't like. Maybe we straw poll? How many people we got on Twitch? Twitch users unite, uprise. For there is a battle brewing between good and evil. Alright, let's do a straw poll. Which streaming service is good and evil? Who knows? So, construction, research, external trade, and construction implies colonial offices afterwards, so it'd just be the first level of construction. Construction is boring. I agree. Hindu has a taboo of meat? Yeah, this is correct. We didn't make vassalization an option. If vassalization, it would be vassalization 1, probably into, also into colonial offices. I don't know, it seems like the best ones are just like kind of like just clearly the best. Looks like you guys are feeling construction and the colonial offices by 2-to-1 over research. I'm like I also could be misevaluating this. I think that I had made research B tier and people were really upset, and it was at the very top of B tier. I wouldn't hate it at the very bottom of A tier. Hi there. Don't they have events for ethnostate? And then there's the Nazi Party. Can't see why going Sharia law would be a bit controversial. Well, they don't include Hitler in the game, even though they have the Nazi Party for controversy reasons. So, saying that there's a Nazi Party and saying that they let you do stuff in terms of journal entry that are like, you know, would be considered controversial in some way are like two different things. And it's much different to have something be abstract than to make it's much having some sort of abstract event that is not specific to a given country or religion is much different than making something specific for making a journal entry specific for Muslims to enact Sharia law, and then deciding what modifiers Sharia law is going to give. Like, what modifiers would you give Sharia law? And do you think that is going to make people overall happier or more upset? Like, are you going to make Sharia law bad? Are you going to make Sharia law good in terms of game mechanics? And if you make it bad, then you will make people who, are fans of, maybe a more religious conservative slant, you will make them upset. And you won't really, I don't think you'll necessarily, add people who want to, I'm not sure you'll, then the people who think it's bad just won't do it. And then if you make it good, you're going to make people who don't think Sharia law is good, you're going to make them upset and be like, yo, dog, why is Sharia law better? And, I am not, I'm a fan of separation between church and state. Very just unambiguously, so. But if there was a Sharia law event and I was RPing, for this run, I would do it. I would enact it, but dead skin hanging off. I would do it, but that would be purely RP. I don't know. I feel like authority is not useful enough in Victory 3 to make nationalism governments competitive enough. Yeah, I think you should be able to use it to overcome the cooldown on exiling agitators and this type of stuff. Doing all the agitator interactions, I think it should give a bit of decaying authority cost. Minus tech research and more authority and conversion, similar to how EU4 gives counter-reformation, gives tech penalty and conversion missionary. Tentatively may be compared to English common law in the Anglosphere. Gaming already has a heavy social democratic bias. I don't think people would be shocked, really. I think most people wouldn't be shocked, but I think that, I think you would just upset some people, and you, wouldn't add, a lot of interesting gameplay decisions by including it, for most people. Sharia law is kind of a broad concept of thought, but I get what you mean. Islam has special modifiers for interest rate to reflect the riba system. That sounds interesting to me. I'd be on board with that. Sharia law, make it accurate, no women's rights, male-dominated society, censorship, always active. Yeah, you could also, you could maybe add a lot more granularity in terms of your human rights laws, and make it so that you can reconstruct whatever it is you think Sharia law is with the building blocks that you want. Journalist, not a religious fundamentalist? Shocking hot takes. I know. But I also think I'm very, there's branches, there's a segment of people who are atheists that are militant atheists, that they want everyone to be atheists, and they think that people being religious at all is bad, and I think that those people are out of line. For you to exist and not be killed by the Inquisition, which ended formally in the 1830s, there has to be a separation between church and state. Thanks, liberals. Read Portuguese history. For example, the game already implies an Indian can become a fully native German to the point where ethno-nationalists will have no problem with him. I mean, everyone can dream. Yeah, the game's assimilation is just super non-granular at all, and you should, but also you don't want to make it so there's a pop could be culturally German but not ethnically German, this type of thing, which is what assimilation would maybe look like, because now you're fragmenting pops more, and fragmenting pops causes lag, and we don't like that. Please accept it more. Quasmid State, we get a baboop, the first baboop of the stream. Oh, and 15 minutes ago, I gotta change the thing. Alex Legrand, thank you for the 2 months for the Prime subscription. Big nice. Using Prime. Christos, Kifsia, thank you for the follow. Alright, happy Monday, General. Watching your 1.8 video and missed your live stream notification. I forgot to post the live that we were going live in the thing, but also I was planning on it just being like an hour or a little bit longer maybe, because my brother was in town and I did want to spend time with him rather than like streaming all day. Look at Persia going to town. Getting all the stuff. Getting all the dirt. Oh, bro, wait, what's this? What's this? What does Russia want here? We might have to get involved here. Return Uzbekia. I think we might take a save here, because we don't want them to back down before we can offer to help out. But we want to move an interest so we can release something more substantive. Or should we just go for the Caucasus? Maybe the Caucasus are more on theme. Although I do think the Caucasus aren't... If I recall religiously, they're more Christian than Muslim. Orthodox. I guess we do have Baku. Specifically, maybe that's something to sway for. It's not a lot of infamy. We know what is beneath the soil in Baku, and we will delve too greedily and too deep. Naturally. Militant atheism much happen? No, like, militant atheism is, like, intolerant in the same way that, like, atheists are critical of like religious people being intolerant. And most Muslim countries, including Egypt, are secular nowadays, FYI. I feel like most Muslim countries... Alright, well, there's a ton of Muslim countries all throughout, you know, here, that I actually don't know what they're like culturally like at all. And in the Middle East, I feel like they are not as secular as, like, the USA is. Although the USA is not as secular as, like, Germany is. So, the USA is, yeah. Separation between church and state sounds like heresy. Yeah. Well, some people want that to go away. So the question is I'm not even sure if we can sway the balance of power that much here. Well, how does Russia feel about us? Anyway. Cordial, protective. Late game lag is so annoying. I agree. Check how many Christians are in your country as a percentage. I think we do that for population charts. Oh, wrong one. That's culture. We have 4% Protestant. And some Orthodox and some Jewish and a little bit of Catholic. What's the difference between all the religions in game? Generally speaking, the bonuses that they're giving in terms of the most substantive thing is the bonuses that they give. Protestants probably have the second or third best bonus. Their Anglican Church gives divine right and work ethic. The company throughput is quite strong. China also gets a pretty strong devout here. You can see the Confucian scholars, they are getting asceticism, gives minus radicals from standard living, decreases. This used to be minus 50%, and when it was doubled, it was minus 100%, which was insane. Or maybe it was minus 25, minus 50, but either way it's been nerfed. And the best one is Jewish, but Jewish is only present on Israel, which you have to release. Here, let's see what everyone did with the poll. Looks like everyone likes construction in the colonial offices, so we'll do that. Which I do think is the strongest thing to do. But now we have to... Yeah, I guess... How come you're doing this fun as Egypt? Wait, what do you mean? Oh, run? There was a lot of people requesting Egypt, so... and then I think we did a poll, and Egypt won the poll, so here we are. I just don't know if we could possibly beat them. Baku. I mean, we beat Russia before. And Russia's not the war leader. This is kind of a little crazy that this is 2 fronts, but we'll assign accordingly. We'll keep the National Guard back, and we'll get ready to do shenanigans. We have a couple shenanigans type armies. We're going to make sure that everyone has... we have at least 1 general in every army so that they can... their organization can start going up again. It's currently not so good. We'll keep that heavy barrage guy unrecruited, because we might want to drop him in somewhere. Oh, we can't disband that because the Rev's brewing? God, that's stupid. We would want to shift that over to one of our bigger armies. It's kind of unfortunate. But yeah, the no war goal is going to be on us because Russia's not the war leader. This will also give us a truce with Russia. Japan when? I'm not sure when the Japan run's going to start, but it's going to be a little bit at least. Malaysia is only technically secular. Yeah, I mean, like, it's also, like, I think the guy who said that was from Egypt, so, like, what qualifies as secular to him might also be a little bit different than, like, what qualifies as secular to me. I don't really know, though. I'm not saying yeah. It's a de facto versus a de jure thing. De jure, all North African states are secular. De facto, not really. Or the Egyptian Christian church wouldn't have disappeared. Yeah, I think that's, like, an important distinction. Although, to be fair, USA, de facto is very, like, it's in the Constitution, separation of church and state. Or, sorry, de jure. But de facto, as a matter of, like, boots on the ground, like, 1/3 to 1/2 of the country thinks that this is a Christian nation, not a religiously secular nation. So you'd have to bring it up with them. You know what I mean? But yeah, the Constitution being secular depends between the Constitution and people. Yeah, I think that generally speaking, as far as I can tell, which is not very informed, so I can't really talk too much about anything, is that it seems religious relative to, like, Western Europe, or much less secular than Western Europe. And maybe that bar is not a fair bar, but we do have the little Caucasus army too. But expecting this guy to get insta-occupied and then annexed. And then it's just a matter of defending interests in the other places. But. We're gonna have these guys. I think we're gonna have this guy on pillage. We're gonna recruit this guy. Radical. Nice. Pillage. And we'll land these guys over here. And then the 20 stack Navy guy, we will look for opportunities. So they have the Russia HQ pinned up. This is in the Dnipro HQ. So I think Tiflis is vulnerable. So we'll try and get that landed too. Also, very noticeably, militant atheists tend to be from culturally Christian societies without necessarily being willing to unpack that, influencing their view of atheism. Yeah, so they tend to be from Christian societies, also very, like, liberal societies, and so, like, and from, like, hyper-liberal viewpoints, and so, like, often their critiques are, like, of more conservative things in general, which, like, aren't necessarily, like, tied to religion and stuff, too, which is, like, having a moral stance on stuff that, so, like, their moral, like, their morality is often very, like, John Stuart Mill-y. If I recall correctly, John Stuart Mill is the do no harm principle guy. And so where they think, like, having people say that, you know, you have to, like, do a certain, like, certain cultural norms should be baked into the legal systems regarding morality, they're generally, like, super against that. But that's not, like, you can have that without religion. They disagree with that assessment. I think they're wrong, because, like, it's, like, you can be culturally conservative without being religious, but often, most places that are culturally conservative are really religious, too, so... you got a bit of a thing. There's a big difference between tourism and living as a minority. Yeah, this also. What does divine economics do? So the power block that we got divine economics. The reason why we really like this, although the radicals and loyalists is a fine modifier, but the increased clergy oversight gives us more of a free money modifier because it swaps out the shopkeeper ownership for instead clergymen, which have a higher investment pool contribution efficiency, and also with religious convocations specifically, we do get a free money modifier from them. We're the block leader. So that's kind of nice, but it also, they only own 1/6 of the ownership. 5/6 are still with the capitalists, so mathematically it's not, like, it's interesting. Mathematically, don't think it's really too significant, so. Oh yeah, that's right, we did occupy Kutch as well. So we'll see how our landing kicks through here, or if it does. There's a couple places we could land. We do have to be a little bit careful about them landing us, especially if they multi-land. We do have a navy, or not a navy defending, but a landing squad specifically defending. We are hemorrhaging so much money here, though. So we're going to be in really bad shape soon. Oh, maybe we should have gone... I'm, like, already, like, looking at the influence and the fact that we're not actually doing anything proactive, and I feel super bad going construction 1. Maybe we should have gone the influence 1. We do enforce on this. And more than happy to have Nejd regime changed. So... Macron, or into Kalat. Conquer Macron. I kind of don't like that. Kind of don't... We have a pro-French society thing, so... Maybe we're not going to get into that. Isn't Morocco kingdom not exactly separated in monarchy? You could have a monarchy that's separated church and state. You're modding hell. 1.7's overhaul of Russia means you have to strip out the changes made in the area by Anno 1836 and start over again. Hopefully you just have to strip just the Russia area, not every single area. The most Sharia thing I had to suffer in Egypt is that they won't sell me that 15% beer in a bar until I speak extra money. Well, I mean... I don't find that inconsequential, but it's maybe not too big a deal. But I think that isn't Sharia law like more, like writ large, more of a big deal if you are, like a religious minority or a woman or like non-heterosexual, right? I don't really know. Like, I'm not trying to say it's one way. You said you're from Egypt. I 100% think you know like what's going on in Egypt better than I do. I'm just like trying to ask about it. It looks like France is freaking going for it, man, in areas that we would kind of want. Yahoo! We get in here. So anyone who doesn't have a particularly bad ideology, we're going to try and get in. And we're going to put them on rapid advance and see what we can do. Yeah, maybe I was just silly of me to be even worried in the slightest. Actually, let's pillage a little bit here. Who can pillage? Alright, just that guy. Fair. But yep, that is good old Dobruja being in the Danube HQ, which Russia never defends, ever. In the UK, the king is leader of the church, but is that the case in Morocco? It's not based on Sharia, but it's not very secular either, with tons of scammers. Okay, so maybe this is where, like, my knowledge base is, like, insufficient, is, like, distinguishing between, like, Sharia and what I view as being religious law in general. Because in my mind, Sharia is Muslim religious law. It's not, and that's, like, what I take it to mean, but I could be mistaken. Is the 3v3v3 happening next Saturday? I'm talking about Tarkus about subbing it. I'm thinking at the end of the stream, I try and get people to sign up and try and handle everything. Yeah, that's the plan. So if you were interested in doing 3v3v3, probably going to have the sign up phrase put at the end of this stream, however late this stream goes. I did get vaccinated, so I'm kind of not feeling so well, so the length of the stream is probably going to correspond directly to how bad I start feeling. Well, I took a couple Tylenols before stream, so... Wahoo! We're pushing through here. Now, can this guy get to the front, or is he just sitting in the HQ? He's stationed in the IQ. Wait, why is he in the Siberia HQ? That can't even be navally landed, can it? Can it? I don't think you can land West Siberia. I think this is impassable up here, so why is he just stationed there just doing nothing? You'll do fucking nothing. We do get some resistance up here. Kind of wish that we had another army. Oh, we do have another army that can just kind of help defend this front, because what we want to do is we want to re-land with the 20 stack into somewhere else. Just always be re-landing. ABC, but ABR. Always be re-landing. Let's do that one. So A-stack's starting to come in now. Or they're glitched out and they're just trying to get back to their HQ. They're traveling to the front. So this is kind of a problem specifically with pushing in this region. Let's go transportation. Let's go put them on forced march to maybe try and highlight the problem as much as possible. But if we can push the fronts faster than he can travel to them, that's going to cause a significant issue. So, alright. Looks like we get caught. Hand in the cookie jar, but we want to try and get Baku here, and it looks like we have a kind of a big advantage here, and we aren't even using... Alright, we're going to use our liquor too. And one of these guys I think has offense. Yeah, we do. So we're going to advance front now. Actually, we're going to pillage. So we're going to look to get to what we need in order to enforce. But we are starting to... it's a weird sort of pushing where once we acquire this critical mass over here and we pull guys over, we're pulling more than 6 troops over, right? So this is a win for us. When we go here and we pull more troops over, this 36 stack instead of a 20 stack, this is a win for us because it frees up this stack. And so this stack is going to be the one that gets to advance, and it just has to get into Baku. I invite you to visit or read up at least. The Coptic church is alive and well, and every other person is openly Christian, and churches are abundant. Interesting. Like, there's notably, like, still gonna be, like, for example, I being non-religious, if I tell people that I'm non-religious, I do get, stigma for it, personally. But stigma is different than, like, I mean, I don't feel like the government is treating me unfairly or unsafe, and so... They have a constitution inspired out of French liberal thinking. That's kind of, yeah. Everyone do be loving the French philosophers. Might be responding to talking about America, specifically. I don't know. Famous Egyptian pillaging of the expedition of the wastes of Siberia. I remember when that happened. Do you guys remember? I remember. When the Egyptians pillaged Siberia. I very much wish the French Friendship Army, they should make a feature somewhat. That would be cool if you could loan or borrow armies. What happened here? Oh, our guy got here, finally. Okay, so... we're gonna have this guy travel to this front. And the other guy's just defending, so once he finishes traveling, these battles... And to be fair, we should have taken him off of pushing, because he's not gonna ever push through. Now we just, like, should be able to just stall out here quite well. Once this battle finishes, we can redo another landing. We don't actually want to go to the front, so we'll zip back the other way. So we don't actually arrive on a front. And then we're going to land Kuban. Because we're in the Dnieper HQ on a front, I'm pretty sure they don't like... Yeah, these guys are all on the front. Once you have an army in a strategic region and it's on a front, they really don't like defending it too much, so if we can get the UI to cooperate with us, which of course we can't, if we can get the I think if we do something like this, and then look, strategic regions. So the Dnieper HQ, oh, to be fair, I think we're landing in the Caucasus HQ, but once we have a front there, they won't defend against landings as well there, so we're going to try and get here and get a push into this way, to maybe try and cut them off. I hate this event so much. This is one of the worst events in the game because it doesn't scale with the size of your economy. If you get it when you're really small, it's just GG's your run. You know. Not nationalized, privatized. That's the one. The opposite. There's a literal Wikipedia page about Egyptian persecution of Coptics, my guy. I know Wikipedia isn't exactly the most correct source, but it has a source behind it. You also have to keep in mind, though, Kiko, that whatever perspective he has is like coming from a different framework of what's considered secular. Egypt can be way more secular than it used to be, and is like less secular than like if Western Europe is your bar for being secular, then like 90% of the world isn't very secular, right? Come on, just get into Baku, please. It's all we want, to enforce them below 0. Our landing gets in here though, so this landing should proceed towards Baku as well. So I think we're gonna front spaghetti them here. So despite them having overall kind of a stronger army, I think we're going to get into good shape here. Maybe we can push out faster than them, I'm not really sure. Let's change the mobilization and make sure that we are on force march. Perfect. Okay, well, it is what it is. Hopefully we can get some pushes before we meet resistance, and it looks like that's not the case. We're still pushing though, so just not maybe as ideally as we would want. Do POPs benefit from the national debt interest? Yeah, it gets paid out to the ownership class, but generally this is like when you tax, you generally, like when you consumption tax, you generally want to do luxury taxes to target the upper class, and it gets paid out to the upper class, the interest. So interest doesn't get deleted from the economy, so it's like having to pay interest isn't really that big a deal. When money gets deleted from the economy, that's a big deal, but it's giving more money to the higher class, yeah. I have a huge headache, so I don't feel like debating minority religion rights in Muslim countries, but there are some issues, like how there are specifically Muslims in Christian nations. Sitting on a cross visible through a city center, while having a degree in Middle Eastern history, not to brag. How would the Christian population have grown recently? Yeah, that sounds... I'm wholly unqualified. Restrictions on alcohol are also a Christian thing that is big in the U.S. Yeah, that's right. So when I was young, I lived in Utah. Utah is dry as hell. No, that's like has to be the worst like phrase you could use, because it's dry as not hell, right? Yeah. But you have to like go to state in order to get anything above like beer proof. You have to go to like a state liquor thing, but that's also not explicitly like religious, right? So. Is that secular or not? And it's like, well, that's a weird sort of question. It's because it's illiberal. And this is what I was meaning when I said, like, earlier, like, you can be socially conservative and want restrictions, and those restrictions aren't explicitly religious, but and so it's like, it's not... Culturally my problem with, like, militant atheists is I think that they conflate cultural conservatism with religiosity, even though the two are like tightly correlated. They're not the same thing. There are other problems. I think it's just like a different form of bigotry, and that's like militant atheists, the people who think that like I kind of want to phrase this right. The people who are in the same way a lot of religions are like proselytizing type religions that are bent on spreading their religion. I forget, there's a special word for it. The militant atheists feel the same way about atheism, that atheism should be spreading and like other people should convert and like this type of stuff. Or convert is probably the wrong word. Sharia law that Taliban brought into Afghanistan recently? Yeah, but his original comment was most Muslim countries, which most Muslim countries isn't even just the Middle East. Like, I believe in terms of just number of Muslim countries, I think most Muslim countries aren't even in the Middle East. I know most Muslim population aren't in the Middle East, but I'm not 100% sure about Muslim countries. But most Muslim populations, like, over here. So... Many Muslim cultures are more tolerant to homosexuality than Christian ones. Same with women's rights. Interesting. I really don't know enough about the stuff to. Oh, are we failing to push here, bro? Let's get this guy off the front. I think maybe we try and beeline their capital. The thing is, we have to not land Russia HQ. We have to land Finland HQ. I don't think this works. I'm not sure we can enforce on them. I mean, we want to, if we can push them out through here, maybe there is hope for pushing through to Baku, but they also almost have Uzbekia, which is their war goal. Let's mobilize the Shadow Army and bring them over. Get more hands on deck, I suppose. as best we can. These guys will get pushed out right quick. They're currently not moving, because here we can push into Ingria pretty quick. Can we designate another strategic region? No, we can't. UK becomes belligerent and claims Sinai, which is not... I mean, it's a vibe, but it's not what we want. We also got to keep our construction queue going. We have no tools here. I think we are going to set up a tooling industry. We don't auto-expand. I think it'll be fairly profitable. We're getting pushed out here, but that's fine. It's all according to plan. Hey, the Alhambra. How's it going? What are we yapping about? A little bit of this, a little bit of that. A little bit of playing some of this. A little bit of discussing how secular Muslim countries are. Which is not something I know that much about. I know the knee-jerk reaction in, like, Western culture would be to say that it's not very secular, but I also just, like, I think a lot of Western culture has, like, an image in their mind of, like, what Muslim is, and that's not, like, represented by the majority of Muslims, because the majority of Muslims aren't even in the Middle East, and when people say Muslim in, like, at least in the US, like, other people think of Middle East, and that's, like, not actually... We have to keep an eye on this Rev because it's starting to get big. We get a boo-boop. Victor Hugo, thank you for the follow. Okay, so we get in on a landing because they're not defending the Finland HQ. And now the question is will we be faster getting here than these guys will be getting over, or will it even come over? We see these guys are coming over, but this is a 10 stack, a 2 stack, all this like little stacks. We see a 15 stack peeling. The more stacks peel, the better. Now we see our 39 stack peeling, and this is really not what we wanted. I don't know why that 39 stack is peeling. These guys are on that front. I hate you, Kenny. Wait, is that what the name was? Thank you for the follow. Yeah, it's I hate you, Kenny. Thank you for the follow. Hopefully your relationship with Kenny's doing a little bit better than it was before. Okay, so we couldn't push in here rapidly, which is what we were hoping we'd be able to do. We got a little bit of push here, but we got RNG'd to the front that wasn't really that great for us to get RNG'd to. But maybe we pulled enough guys off here to like get something done. I don't really know. But our guy's getting enforced on. We do have our conscript army too. Maybe it's just Jover. I don't have a shenanigans to win this. I mean, maybe we just want to go super hard in the paint. We get preserved closed borders instead here. Maybe we just need to re-land and try and get the push anyways. I don't know. It's taking them forever to push out here. The war expenses are interesting. Yeah, maybe we should just, like, try not to pay. For land armies, you should have 100% cav, not 50%. What? Pretty sure if you're 100% cav, you can't actually land. Because you can't, your organization can't get to 100%, which is required for landing. Like, with 100% cav, you would push faster once you're already landed. But I don't think you can actually, I don't think you can become eligible to land. Unless I'm mistaken. We want to catch this right as soon as it happens. Perfect. So, and not give them a chance to get onto the wrong front. Which they do get onto the wrong front. We want them over there. And to be fair, we could kick them onto railroads instead. But maybe. We need another stack here. And you guys, rapid advance. This type of thing. Why is Chainsaw such an awful PM? I don't know. The devs should fix it. It's like, it uses a ton of... It barely saves you any labor, so what it's trying to do is save you labor. It barely saves you any, and it takes a bunch of stuff, also including oil, which is, like, really critically, like, important. And so... Okay, so we get one good battle against Ingria. I think we're going to swap the strategic objective from here to Ingria. And they're keeping this 47 stack to defend, so we can't just get a cheeky naval landing in here. And now we're not winning these battles anymore. So let's maybe swap to defend front and have a bit of a think on how we can try and micro this war. I just think we just lose this war, to be honest, actually. Oh, it's better for us to just demobilize faster and do something else productive. Frankly, I'm a straight man, so I would not know personally whether my experience is different from Russia or Europe. I'm openly Christian, though, as are about 20% of the local population. That would put you in a group that would be acutely aware of, like, if there was religious discrimination, right? Again, I'm more trusting your, like, word on how Egypt is, because you said you lived in Egypt. As a Swede, I find French and Germans to be very religious, so secular is relative. Yeah, well, like, the Germans seem a lot more secular than the US. I'm trying to think if there's any way we possibly win this war. So, well, actually, let's just see what our... An important factor is what our current level of war support is. Can we not see our war support in the UI? Oh, we're the war leader. This is our war support. So we would have to find a way to take this back. This is like such a weird front as well. I mean, they also got the other stuff. Yeah, we're just gonna accept. I don't think we're getting it. I think we just want to demo our armies. Persia managed to pick up some territory anyway. Are we still barely legitimate so that we actually, yeah, we do need the low taxes? God, this is so painful. Also, we're getting a ton of radicals because, oh, religious sucks. We can't make a very legitimate government with such a powerful lemma that can actually pass laws that we want to pass while we're on also state religion. Maybe if we had parliamentary republic, it would be better. Maybe the autocracy is the problem here. Yeah, we could get off autocracy. I think someone was saying we should go technocracy. There was something special for technocracies, and maybe we go technocracy next. Let's see what we can do. Hopefully our attitude with them resets. Okay, it does reset, so that's good for us. How important is trade? I finished 2 runs without almost touching it, because it's mostly not profitable, and small trade routes do not change price stimulation. I think it's important to have some trade routes in. I think it's diplomatically like pretty important. But to micro it and like go super hard in the paint is probably unnecessary. But I do think it is important. Because it manipulates your like the rest of your economy, right? And it's like because you create more buy and sell orders for particular things, which make businesses more or less profitable, which informs the automatic queue. And Victoria 3 is like a game of small like slivers of advantage snowballing, so it doesn't seem that important like on its face, but then like it becomes more important when you consider how it snowballs. Something like this. We might just save scum the Quasmid state. We actually don't need to reduce autonomy yet, though, I guess, so they will accept. Perfect. So we have everywhere but Deir el-Zor, but we don't have the correct thing, and we are going to have to console command this because it's currently bugged, apparently. It's almost always better to privatize unless other people can build in your economy. So if you have an overlord, then it's not necessarily going to be better. We're going to do this anyways because we're not great power anymore anyway. If someone can build in your country, you don't want to have stuff up for privatization. So for example, we put this enable privatization. You don't want to have this up if someone else other than your ownership class could buy it. So for example, if we had given investment rights to the UK and they could buy this building, we would not want to have it. But in terms of the economy, public ownership is bad. So evangelistic, yeah, that's the word I was looking for. Logically, a religion of it thinks it is true. It should try and spread itself to everyone. There are some religions that are more mind your own business and some that are more evangelistic. Some are just like, we're gonna experience salvation. Y'all can handle yourself. Wajidi Niak? Thank you for the follow, Big Nice. What is the Shadow Army? So the Shadow Army is what we have been referring to as, so here in Lorenzo Marx, hopefully we got that one right, there is a port. The port is in Portugal because they own this little bit of territory because it is a split state. What ends up happening is because there is no port access, the army gets trapped in this region. So the army can't leave this region, but also armies can't enter the region. And so it is really frustrating when you're trying to do any sort of fighting here, and the reason for this is the lack of ports. And so our Shadow Army is the army that's been banished to the Shadow Realm, aka South Africa. And what happens here is that we can have this army that can actually engage in fighting down here. But there are some conditions that allow you to pull them out and this type of thing. But for example, when we eventually go for Transvaal, which we will eventually, we might even go for them now. We will be able to conquer them, but we will have to use our, we will have to use these guys to do it, because other armies will not be able to reach the front. So if we mobilize, we can send to the front, but if we mobilize this 6 stack, we probably won't be able to send to the front. So you see here, they can't mobilize to the front because it sees no connection, because there's no way to get from... this guy's within the port. He's inside the land area. This guy sees that this is considered to be like an exclave, even though visually there's some land. I find peace deals in Vic 3 to be very stupid but easily changeable. Like, even if I have France inflict 1 million casualties, they won't peace out. Yeah, it's really stupid. The entire, like, Diplo play system's, like, got problems. That's, like, my biggest critique of the game right now, especially because they sped the game way up in 1.7. Maybe the real extremist was the generals who embarked on the war with Russia for fuck all? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, well, to be fair, I don't think Persia necessarily annexes that one dude. So we got our subject a little bit more land, perhaps, maybe. Not sure. Remains to be seen. If your organization cap is lower, it uses that as the requirement to land. Does it really? I still like the armies being able to fight somewhat. So like this 20 stack, I would not want this to be 100% cavalry, because there's no point in it being that big. But I guess you could maybe land with 1 stacks that are just cav, in that case. I feel like this is maybe a new thing that I've tried to land with 100% cav armies but not been able to before. But that was a while ago. That was in 1.5 when we did a lot of the testing for the armies. But yeah, the amount of bonus you are getting from cavalry, specifically, the idea is you have as much battle occupation as possible here. But the amount of battle occupation you get is proportional to how many cav you have. So what Connor here is suggesting is that we go 100% cavalry to maximize battle occupation with armies that we are expecting to see 0 resistance. Like when we landed up here and pushed into Siberia, we got 0 resistance for a long time. But you have a huge penalty to any sort of combat stat if you actually get in a fight if you are 100% cav. So, and I mean, you get into a fight eventually, and the thing is like it takes forever to bring guys up. Like, but if you're specifically having these like these 2 stacks, like this type of army, which the entire idea of this army is to do a landing where you're expecting 0 resistance, and if you have any type of resistance, you just like lose. It'd be better to just have it be 1 cav. Is Blair? Hey, do you remember me? Oh, you're the person who messaged me about the thing. So the general consensus amongst much of the chat was that it was likely that so this is a digital artist who contacted us when we were streaming Path of Exile, and who we had some interest in. The consensus of the chat, which I think that the chat probably sees more of this stuff more than we do, although we hear more loud cars outside, was that you were probably running a scam. And then when you contacted me on Instagram, the channel you were contacting me from, you said simultaneously that you'd been doing it for 6 years, but the Instagram page you had was only 1 month old. And the Instagram page only being 1 month old to me, like, was a monstrous red flag. Because if you've been making digital content for several years, the notion that you would not be really active in terms of on socials for, like, digital media specifically, and you like really didn't have a lot of posts, was a little bit of a red flag, even though the posts look okay. Also, the art style seemed quite varied, so I wasn't sure if it looked like it was coming from multiple different artists. So, apologies if you are not a scammer, but I kind of think you're a scammer. I don't have the Shadowrun bug, how's that? Well, it's specifically this province, which is hyper meta to go for, is really the one that causes it quite poorly, where the port is in a different spot than the area you conquered. I don't know, the bug is conditional also, it's not 100% of the time it's on. What do you still need to create the Arab nation? We need pan-nationalism to make Pan-Arabia, which perhaps makes sense. And we have plans to research it at some point anyway. What are you drinking? So, right now there's like, in here is like a 10-ounce Gatorade, because we're trying really hard to stay hydrated, because when you get like vaccinated, it like can dehydrate you. And then we have this hydration drink from BioSteel, cherry lime flavor, which is not normally in our drink rotation except for post-workout, but it's good for hydration. And so we have that. So it's got like sodium, potassium, and the like that. But yeah. Apologies, it's Blair, if you're not a scammer, but I think you are. Or I think it's likely enough that I don't want to send a deposit for half the price of getting digital work done and then just, like, not get it. Oh, this is why we dropped down in terms of power rank. Okay. The thing is now we can rival a bunch of people because our power rank dropped. Like Wallachia. That will never interfere with us ever. And then we'll raise in power rank because we will not be having anywhere near as big a negative anymore. Bavaria, we're really never going to fight. I think Bulgaria, we were responsible for releasing. I think we're importing steel, but I think we can make steel here. Now, here's the thing, is we're going to have to pay the MAPI on the way in, but on the way out, we're going to be consuming some steel here. And we also here are using a edict for encourage manufacturing, so that'll be nice. Sounds like if they use AI, random art styles, and only recently. Yeah, but they said they're on their like website or the front thing. They said they were in for like 6 years. They've been doing it. So Russia has proposed to take on our national debt. Chicka, what? All that debt? They're like, sorry, we wrecked you in that war. Maybe we help you out. Jesus, insult to injury. We lose a war to them, and then they're like, you know what? You know what? That was a little expensive one. We're sorry. We're sorry. No hard feelings, huh? We just, like, ganked your subject and took his land, but, you know, we're cool, right? It is half of our credit line, though. God. The disrespect on this Russia AI is insane. Can you believe this? I can't believe this, you guys. Jesus. Okay, so I found this drink called water. Seems to be a bit OP. Bro, I drink so much water. I drink, like... I take a half gallon, and then I mix it with an amount of drink mix for, like, 16 ounces. For a lot of stuff. So I'm basically like just drinking super watered down stuff. And I just end up drinking a ton of water. Guy throwing shade at me for not drinking water. Maybe not. It sounds like shade. I think we're supposed to accept here. Oh, they want to be able to go after Persia again, and we won't be able to stop them. Because we have an obligation. Actually, I hope that's not what they want. Maybe that's what they want, Jesus. But now we're making money. Money moves, that is. Something like that. Let's also not actually do this power block thing. Let's do something like that. We will conquer Transvaal right quick. Let's see about making colonies. No, we will not support your independence against the UK. Hey, David Boost. Watered up, not watered down. Yeah, when you dilute water, it wouldn't be watered up. This is true. You get Ethiopia in the PB yet? I don't think so. We have not. We should maybe just subjugate Shewa. I think that's quite a big chunk of infamy. In theory, right now, we should be working over here more than anything. Did we exempt them from service? Yeah, we did. But it's generally going to be better for us to go for them. Let's build more ships too, huh? We would like to be a great power again. Although we should try and make trade agreements and such while we can. Because all of our rivals we currently have at our power level are going to go away. So we could put in improved relations on a bunch of guys. So Great Britain's mad at us. Let's improve relations with them. Prussia's mad at us, or mad-ish. Let's improve relations. Persia is mad at us. Let's improve relations. That's kind of all of our Diplo, which we're going to lose, I think, kind of soon here. Oh, not too bad. Poor Sind is getting wrecked, huh? That's unfortunate. We were hoping to go after Sind here. We'd established this front, this beachhead in Kutch. Let's see what this war is about. Oh, Sind is... No, they're trying to protect her at Sind. Son of a bitch. Oh, this is also bad, because if we hadn't started this play, I think maybe we can declare on Sind before they get protectorated by France, and then we can just conquer them. Oh. They're rightfully Muslims there. Come on, guys. Alright, no one has sided in with them. Let's put in more reparations. Maybe they back down. I don't think so, unless they're defending the borders, which... yeah. Unlikely, I think. Sind looks like they capitulated. Yeah. Big Sag. Mightier than the sword. Achievement. Exactly not what I predicted. Also, literal, like, 2 weeks too late to get the other stuff. Gorani victory, reaching the sea. It do be like that. I think that's because that was while we were fighting Argentina, or we sided in something. Any thoughts on Civ 7? Just curious if you care. We're probably going to play a little bit of Civ 7. I haven't been covering it too close. I feel that I don't have, I think that people don't care about my opinion on Civ 7 enough for me to take a lot of time forming a nuanced opinion, but we're probably going to play it quite a bit when it comes out. I think people care about my opinion on EU5 a lot more than Civ 7, so we've been following closely what's going on with EU5, right? But I don't think that's the case for the other game. So, we have a choice. Kind of. We could go for this. Pretty sure we're just supposed to go either that or the gold company. So it looks like we have 14 gold mines. Maybe we're just supposed to go the gold company right now. God, we probably are just supposed to go gold company. It's kind of insipid, but let's go gold company right now. We're also getting a lot of things from loyalists from standard living increases and this type of stuff, so. Look at Argentina go, bro. And they'll give us Corrientes? Brother. I don't know if we can reach that, though. How does this even play out? Just seems like this is unreachable in the front, no? Seems like this is a Shadow Realm thing. What is there? Let's hope they only want war reps. No, they want Corrientes. I think Corrientes is just lost here. Hey, how are you feeling? Thank you for the $5. Thank you, Sven. Thank you so very much. How are you feeling about this Egypt round so far? I'm kind of enjoying myself playing it. I think that it's probably... I think us going to the religious block is just bad. For a lot of reasons. It's starting to get, like, the fact that we're on unacceptable, and even though we have so many bonuses for radicals and loyalists, the fact that we can't get these things is, like, just feels super bad. Super juicing up the ulema feels bad. To be fair, Egypt as a region feels bad to play in. But also having fun testing stuff out, so kind of liking it. I assume we did a subject of a subject move to crack India like that, or is that natural? We did subject of a subject, although it naturally happens sometimes. You're gonna need to fight France eventually for Algiers. True. Egypt run will go down in history as having the most spaghetti war ever. Yeah, there we go. We did have this ultimate spaghetti fight. I was actually thinking of editing that down to like a 15-minute video or something. And we still might do it, the Great Spaghetti Conflict. Or trying to see if I could hire an editor and just giving them that like 20-minute clip or whatever and telling them to edit it down and just try and do something like that. How's our favorite propaganda elephant doing today? Propaganda elephant? Do we take a propaganda? Or is it not a very good look? I just don't think we can get to this front. I don't know how that works. And I think us siding for Corrientes would make sense. Unless Brazil joins or Uruguay joins. Brazil's kind of likely to join. I mean, if we transfer Corrientes, I think we become the war leader, no? And then... yeah, we can't assign to front is the problem. This is the crux of the issue. So, the thing is we have to hope, Brazil joins. Now, they can somehow get to the front. Do we have an army worthy of Shadow and Mordor and Flame? It's still early, give it 30 years. Yeah, another thing is we're also autocracy, so the autocracy might be the bigger problem. But, wait, what is this? Demand transfer terrestrial states. Bro, get the fuck out of here. What is this? Brother, what's that? We have an alliance here, so... who can make a sunrise? Who can give us defensive pacts? The fact that you can pause and get a defensive pact is also just like a little, a little obnoxious. Looks like we can't get anything too big though. Kick rocks, bro. I feel like there was something we wanted from the UK. I can't remember what. Maybe it was this. We don't have an interest in that region, so we can't do anything there yet. I think we're going to liberate British East Africa, though. But we can conquer Equatoria. I think that's fully colonized. As our primary. Why is that so much freaking infamy, man? Is it incorporated somehow? Bro, how did you incorporate Equatoria, my guy? That's actually kind of cute because we'll be able to get war reps off them really easy with Equatoria being incorporated. Suez Canal Company is pretty good. You should go for it with the size of your country. It would be pretty good with our country. We are going to go for it eventually. I don't want to eat the bureaucracy right now. I don't want to build 1K over on the bureaucracy. I think we're going to go for it when we get... I guess we're pretty far off central planning, but I don't want to go for it yet. It's such a large, like, overreach on the amount of, like, we need about 50% more than we actually need in order to do this. So, how close is Austria to defensive pact? This is actually a good question. Minus 20. So... What's their government? That's their government. Let's reform our government. We already told him to kick rocks. This order is bad. Yeah, we can't do it now. No, but that was a good question. We should have considered that a little bit closer, maybe. I also think we just win without their help, so... Would we be more? No, we wouldn't. Oh, it's so painful to have the Industrialists in right now. Obviously, they are trucial as in a form of signing truce with the UK, so they're fixing the timeline. Most of the British National Museum, basically. It would be 50K. It would also be quite a while until we got it fully employed, but not as long as normal. So this is part of why the UK is belligerent towards us. Kind of hate that they cut us off from Equatoria. We also have a chunk of Equatoria. I have no idea why it's incorporated for them. We have been meaning to play around a little bit more with the canal companies. They're a little bit better than I thought they were initially. They're not very good if you're huge, but if you're not huge, they're really good. I think we'd like Guyana here. The question is, do we want to go for some of this nonsense? I don't think... God, I wish this was a releasable too. We do want Congo Oriental. We're going to need to incorporate it ourselves first, though, to get the return state CB. Feels bad, man. Maybe there's a world where we could trade it, except they don't like trading incorporated state. It shouldn't be incorporated. If it wasn't incorporated, that's what we'd go for. It is incorporated, though. It is incorporated. They're not going to have access. We're just going to get dumpstered. I think let's just go for Guyana. Actually, we already have a big chunk of infamy. Peeling stuff off the UK is probably not that good. Could liberate Cape Colony. We would like our primary to be liberate British East Africa. We'll see if we can make it primary if we have enough time in terms of interest activating. Looks like a lot of people are keen on helping us out though, so. Alright. So we can't liberate here. Can we transfer reasonably any country? I mean, 15 infantry to transfer British East Africa is not terrible. Van Diemen's Land would be easy for us to land, and it would give us diplo interest here that we could maybe utilize. Transfer Circassia would be cute, because we'd be able to trade it to Russia for something. Not sure we could land Circassia with their defensive bonus. We probably couldn't. Belungen would clear some stuff up. What cleans up the map the most for us? I mean, I kind of like going for Benin and releasing British East Africa. But maybe just transfer British East Africa. These states are really good for us to get. The thing, I don't know if people will want to join us if we do that. If we do anything that incurs infamy, it should be on this war goal though. That way, if they back down. Caruana. Where is Caruana anyway? Okay, yeah. Return Sinized primary god. Then maybe we just go war reps. Or maybe we just... Oh, because we can't put in loop subject on British East Africa right now because we don't have an interest in the region. We know we want war reparations. I think we actually do want to use a lot of maneuvers, so let's go for British war reps. As a primary. War goals. What does Russia want? Humiliation? Sure. Humiliate Great Britain. We can get it because Equatoria is, in fact, incorporated. What about you? Transfer states? No. Kick rocks. What about you? Call ally. What about war goals? Regime change where? Okay, no. We're gonna call ally them. Do we not have a Diplo interest brewing in there? No, we have one brewing in Zanj. Still waiting for it to appear. We do see them actually join Brazil. which is going to make it possible for us to get into Paraguay. But we currently don't have a front. Oh, we do have a front, but not one we can reach, but also... Was Brazil even one in here? This is going to get a little bit... they want to humiliate Argentina. We're more than happy to give it to them. They're worried at the very least, but also we can call ally into this one too. So I think this is incorporated, is it not? It is not. Okay, fair. But maybe Brazil ties up most of their troops up there. Let's do that, and then also get some ammo production in here. It would explain. If Equatorial is incorporated, then you can get war reps. Yeah, you are the goat. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. What are some good countries to play as a beginner? I really think Spain's probably the best country to play as a beginner because they are really flexible, they have a decent amount of power, and they are just super vanilla. They don't have a bunch of like unique kind of situations like a lot of the GPs do, although I think GPs are a little bit interesting. That's still somewhat of a challenge. I think Spain is challenging enough to rumble with the GPs. The problem with Belgium is I would suggest Belgium, except for sometimes the France gets belligerent, and if you don't mind re-rolling when France gets belligerent or just getting annexed sometimes, then they'd probably be pretty good. Primary war reps, secondary transfer after swaying. Only in Indian territory is truly a First Nation. Regime change, South Australia should be easy. Yeah, but we could just call ally, right? That's what we did. Baroda. We could give them a truce with Baroda too. What does Baroda even want? Oh, they want our stuff. Yeah, that wouldn't help us at all. We just, like, wish we had a front. We don't. Jesus, we're losing so much money, though. Maybe we can make them back down. We kind of want this released. I'm gonna make this primary, but... Oh, now we have, like, no war reparations left. We could go for Guyana. Seems unnecessary. Alright, I guess this is our war. Oh, British East Africa sides with us for independence. That's cute. So they get a thing to decide who to join, and they decide to join it on us? Hell yeah, brother. Yeah, these guys should be worried. Oh, we should be worried about our fronts. Could return the rest of Adana. I wish we could take that, because that's part of Arabia, but we can't. I think we're just going to conserve on the infamy. I think we're going to take the Shadow Army, put them on defense, and put them on this front, and hope to pull Brazil Army over there. Sikkim to #1 win. Sikkim was voted the hardest country in the Discord. The problem with those types of runs is it's hard to make content for it because it's a lot of just waiting, and I think it's really boring to watch. I was wondering about the 3v3v3. How skilled should you be to sign up? It's a difficult question to ask because it is like semi-casual and we are trying to pull a lot of new players and the variance in skill level is pretty high. I don't think it's too big a deal if someone's less skilled than the other, but if you are particularly sensitive about like the way someone might talk about, you know, your skill and your play, then I would recommend wanting to be relatively skilled. And if that's less a big deal to you, and I don't think it's that big a deal in general, whether or not you're that good, I think it's probably fine. I guess I think that in general people are more worried about their skill level than I think they should be. I don't know if that answers your question. Do you know how you think about signing up for 3v3 if you aren't in the top 100 players by ELO? Basically. There is no ELO. Like, Paraguay backs down. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. So we don't end up having to fight Brazil and we can focus on our UK war. I guess we don't want Adana in there. And they're just gonna get pushed out of here real fast. We desperately want some pop attraction for them. Enact technocracy movement. Hell yeah, brother. That's exactly what we wanted. Is there... I mean, we could go for Guyana. That should have been our primary war goal if we were going to put it in case they back down. I think we'll just stay off of it for now. And I think we need a ton of government administrations. This will get occupied right quick, hopefully. Put another guy over there, see if we can cheese it. This guy is not pushing. So we'll never enforce like that. Yeah, really hemorrhaging the money here. Let my people go. And by my people, I let me tax my people. Carthage Bruja. Hell yeah, brother. Nice name. War with Great Britain has broken out. Sorry for causing the war. It do be like that. Tremendous, though. That's right, we have Corrientes now. Actually, I don't know if we want to colonize them. We want to try and start getting adjacency, but at what cost? I think we force the Ottomans out here is kind of the plan of attack. Let's just go for the throat, see if that works, and if it doesn't, we'll just remaneuver. Wait, why is Circassia in the mix? The hell? When did that happen? I think we also have a bunch of ships in the queue, so the queue's not as full as it looks. I've inspired you to convert the world to Shinto. Big nice. World's economy is on life support. Yeah, we got some problems. Were we getting war reps and now we're not? Might have been one of the things. Well, we're gonna get war reps off the UK, so. Oh no, they've assigned to a front some guys. You hate to see it, but I'm pretty sure we're gonna push in here. Wow, we're decaying from, yeah, we're decaying from GP. Is there anyone? Looks like they don't have any soldiers defending that front. Oh, looks like our landing even comes from here anyway, so it doesn't matter. Yeah, so this is dusted for the Ottomans. You're out. Get out of here. And we will be able to enforce with just, I think we're enforcing now. I don't think they have a below zero. Oh, no, we need this. We need this. I really hate that their guys actually have, like, these commanders and these generals in this army should have, like, just absolutely dog doo-doo stats as a result of having no access to any type of military goods. Where's their access to military goods coming from? Surely it's not British East Africa. Oh, the British... Why is British East Africa still on their market? What the hell is this? What is this? It's a lot of inactive trade routes. Yeah, we don't want to delete them because we want them to come back when we stop. I think the strategy for most small nations that don't share a border with Russia is to invade Russia every 5 years for war reps. Yeah, I mean, we don't do the... This is one of the, like, exploitative things that we don't do, but yeah, in theory, you should be really aggressive about war reps, specifically as a means of acquiring wealth. And after the bankroll meta is nerfed, maybe we switch back to this, but you can do the same thing with Qing. Qing, like, Manchuria is really soft, and war reps against them are really good. The thing is if you're doing that with Russia, you will never get a bankroll from them, right? When are you getting an editor? Well, I wanted to hear back from... There was a guy who gave a really big donation a while back to upgrade the computer. We haven't upgraded the computer yet, and I wanted to use that money to hire editors. I guess we need to kind of have a little bit of a thing. I would prefer to hire the editors from within my community if people were interested in doing that, but like paying market rate, whatever that is, Although, so the thing is I'm pretty sure at market rate I will lose money on every single video, but it would be more about trying to specifically be able to push out more content with like less time from me, so it would be more of a growth strategy. But the amount of time, the cost of an editor per video is actually less than what I make on a video. So... The reallocation, I saw your YouTube message about that, the reallocations of funds request. Yeah, so the guy never saw it, so. But money is fungible. Yeah, I'm not going to take money that someone wanted for a particular thing and then use it on a different thing. Unless I'm like, categorically, I wouldn't say I would never do that. But like, if I'm not like, having problems getting necessities, I'm not going to do that. I'm just not interested in I get too much angst and like judgment about like self-judgment like as it is that like I don't want to do something I think is like unethical, because then I just like more emotional trauma. So we just have that money sitting in the PayPal account right now. When did this happen? My guys, this is a problem. We got landed, bros. By a 4-stack. By Circassia. No, not Circassia. Okay, so we're gonna pull out this 20-stack. Okay, the National Guard's gonna go over here to hold them for at least a little hot second. And then you, I actually just want you to land Circassia. It's also nice because we're giving a truce to, but I don't think they're defending against landings, are they? Either way, the Ottomans are gonna be out soon. I'm trying to push here. I don't think it's working out too well. And France is helping us. Get a lot of assistance. They don't have Sinai, but we have to be really cautious about landings. Did our landing not go through? Okay. Oh, yikes. The massacre in Europe. Everyone's landing everyone. But the Ottomans are out. Theocracy should let me have God as the leader. True. God would have much better stats. I think we just push from the rear here. Rather than the front. Oh my god, we got front spaghetti. Not like this. The front spaghetti here is actually awful. This is actually really bad for us. Our guy was on the front, he got spaghettied off, and now they're gonna push in with their little dirty 6-stack. Not like this. And then our guy gets spaghettied again. No! What a world, what a world. He has to go the other way now. Oh, the front, the spaghetti. It's so delicious. Oh, we have a giant stack here. We must protect Sinai. Why are you going that way, my guy? Is it really better for you to just go from the thing? God, Jesus. He's gonna get spaghettied. It's gonna advance to Sinai, and then it's gonna be better for him to come back to Lower Egypt and to... Not like this. This is terrible. This is the worst. Please, let this not happen to us. We died so that the spaghetti may live. Are we spaghettied so that spaghetti... Alright, we're here. Now we should be able to push this other side really fast too. Okay, so we should be fine. We should be fine. I just lived just a lot of trauma going on here. What GP are you buttering up as an ally this run? If I donated 100 for it, it said only for cocaine, would you respect my wishes? No, I'd just refund your money. Actually, if you did it specifically because you troll all the time, I'd assume you're trolling. Yeah. Puts the fun in fungible. Why not upgrade the PC? I'm gonna upgrade the PC. I just, haven't decided what exactly I want to get. And currently, like, the computer is working. And I don't want to create a situation where it's not working and it's hard for me to replace stuff. Well, the GPU is like some 8 gig GPU that was good a while ago. If I upgrade anything, it's going to be, motherboard and CPU is going to be what I upgrade, along with a lot more RAM. So I think our 20 stack is not there. Let's go here with that 20 stack. We do have a mandate available. Oh, it's locked. Not like this. Rank of our power blocks equal to 5? No, what is this? Where's our block? Our block is 6th. How far behind Russia are we? Economically, not that far. Are we supposed to just hold on to the mandate, or are we supposed to go construction too? Probably just hold on to it. If it was construction 3, then yeah, but construction 2 is not that great. The spaghetti rises, basically. Most high quality combat system. The dark rising of the spaghetti. Shadowless spaghetti, says David Boost in the emotes. True. Alright, so we do have technocracy as a movement. So, we should be able to do this. And try and enact the movement. Landowners are gonna get out, though. Could we actually just make the technocracy movement? No, we can't abdicate to the movement. God damn it. We can't abdicate at all. We'll lose theocracy if we abdicate to anything. We have to actually, like, play the game. Shoot. I hate that. Alright, we're gonna do this so that we're legitimate. And try and enact technocracy. Where did our 6th stack go? What the hell? Did our front get... Our front got bopped. Not like this. Don't you love it when 4,000 guys can occupy a whole subcontinent in a month? I do be loving it. You know that McDonald's jingle? Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. That's applying directly to the forehead, to be honest. The feels and the vibes. God, we're about to decay power rank again. I'm not sure if... I think it's based on total prestige, but this doesn't tell us prestige for this. I don't think it's economy size, because the British Empire, bigger economy, rank 3 now, so it is based on prestige. And I don't know how close we are on the prestige battle. Oh, there are spagoots, gotta get spagotted. Who needs spaghetti when you got ravioli? We'll show them the meaning of dark sorcery. And by that I mean a little bit of vodka sauce with penne. Truly. No abdication, actually having to play the game, basically. I mean, like, the abdication thing's so, like, I don't know, it's kind of stupid. It's just, like, so powerful. I don't know, like, to some degree I, like, sometimes wonder, like, if I should just RP runs way harder. There's a lot of things I don't do, like getting war reparations back to back to back to back is like really effective, but I don't like doing it. That was what, he stopped making videos. Oh, I forget his name. One of the guys who early on was one of the guys making Victoria 3 videos, but then he stopped making it. He was really, really, like that was one of the things he advocated for really strongly was going for war reps a lot. And I mean, I think he was correct, but specifically on Qing, which I think is also correct. Also, I think like taking all these like the like taking Primorier was like, bro, you just like have to take it now. Like in terms of like what's actually good. And to be fair, like we could probably take it with France's help. Just like I think this has the most gold in the game now. I think it's like 18 or something on Primorier. Decent resources. I'm not sure if it starts out incorporated, but it's like not even a lot of infamy to take, so what are you gonna do? Looks like they'll accept the peace deal. We are having some kind of vibe about that, huh? Where's isolated? Orientes? Yeah, damn right it's isolated. Jesus, yeah, that's fair. Hopefully we can snake our way to the market. No. When should you give investment rights? Usually not. It's kind of, well, I think if you have to have an enormous population and potentially unemployment for giving investment rights to feel good. I've been meaning to test this, but it's a function of if you have a ton of labor and you're not going to run out, then giving investment rights is good, and it's catastrophically bad if you're going to run out of labor at some point. Only the highest quality spaghetti this campaign. This has been like the ultimate spaghetti wars. Spagoots. Spaghetti gets spagoodboodled. But like the stuff that does well is like, generally speaking of my stuff is not my RP stuff, it's my tutorials, and like, part of the tutorials is like understanding the cheese. It's delicious. Specifically Parmesan, which properly goes on spaghetti, as all of you may know. You can highlight the number rank on the power blocks screen. Oh, if I hover here? Yeah, so we could see. British Empire got humiliated. 752 is what we have to pass. We're not that close. But I don't think we go the next level of construction because it doesn't give us very much. And then if we get another mandate before getting up to the next rank, then I guess we just go construction 3, because construction 3 would give us the company, which I think is fairly solid, so we maybe could add construction here, but I'm not 100%. Let's just add 1 construction sector. Getting a little bit of a lucky tick on technocracy here. I think what we'll do is also add some barracks in the capital, because we are expecting to actually rev over this. Unless we get the, like, uberest of Uber. What we're gonna say is we're gonna call our one time right now, though, for passing technocracy. So now we're guaranteed to pass it. It's just a matter of time. We play games? Yes, we play games. That was it. We play games, used to make videos. He doesn't really make videos anymore, or I haven't seen any from him recently on Vic3. But huge advocate of the going for the war reps, and I think the logic still like works out. You just get an enormous amount of money from it, so it was we play games though. Intelligentsia and Gov equals better chance to pass technocracy. Yeah, but we would get if we're below 50%, we will get plus 50% enactment time. So the mean time to pass would be similar because we would be doubling our enactment chance, right? Or a little bit less. But it would take us a lot longer. And this way, we are not generating as many radicals as we would if we were under 50. I guess it would be a little bit faster with the Intelligentsia, but also I think we wouldn't put in the Intelligentsia, we'd put in the Industrialists, because they do support it as well. The Intelligentsia I think we're completely illegitimate on, but I think we'd rather be over 50. I think it's Suez survey time. I think I want to get my bureaucracy up before we do that. Although we can swap companies. Or you can disband this one, which is what we're gonna do. We want to get it at least a baseline, but this is what we're building the government admins for. Is to pay for it. Time to pop Intelligentsia in government the moment it's about to tick. Yeah, and just like let it do one tick and reduce taxes. Just like wait, hover right here. And then this is the hyper meta like stuff. And then we pause. Right as it's about to tick. Right as it's about to tick. Right as it's about to tick. We pause. We put in the Intelligentsia and the these idiots. We just like bam. And then we reduce taxes to 0. Surely we can tick. No, we can't. All right. Oh, we can't even possibly try and get a tick. Yeah, swapping them in and out would be theoretically correct. It won't actually increase the chance because they already support the movement. It will increase the chance. See, it goes up to 21. The movement is like separate, so that's why a lot of times when you use an agitator to pass something, you're supposed to let the, you're not supposed to, or if you're going to promote the agitator to government, like let's say you pass corn laws, you're actually supposed to wait a couple ticks to let the agitator start the movement, and then once the movement is started, then you promote to government. Yeah, sure. We don't even have many of those guys anyway. I don't know what our EOS level is. I think it might be 30 right now. We're building up to 30 here, so where's our most populous areas? We'll do some of that in back as well. I think we're going to get to 333 or 500 excess and then start the survey. I'll plan to work. Fair. He is a traditionalist. He's a bit of a trad guy. I think we're going to keep him. Experienced offensive planner is nice. Can you explain what the difference between racial segregation and cultural exclusion is? This is one where I feel like I often get it wrong, but there's, for the most part, racial segregation will almost always be better than cultural exclusion. You specifically need a group that shares so you can have cultural traits shared while not sharing a heritage trait, but almost always you will share a heritage cultural trait if you are also sharing a cultural trait. The exceptions, for example, are going to be like African American, specifically like a lot of the more slavery-oriented cultures. Like in Brazil, for example, all the Africans in Brazil are going to share a cultural trait but not share a heritage trait. So they're going to share the cultural trait without sharing the heritage trait. And so for them, and same with Dixie, for example, Dixie and what's the other, Yankee shares a cultural trait without sharing a heritage trait with African Americans. And so when you go USA, you go cultural exclusion, you accept African Americans. It really matters in the New World, specifically with all the pops that are like, they start out as slaves. It's going to be, generally speaking, those pops, or like Afro-Antillean for like Haiti. I don't know if they have slavery at Game Start, but if we look at Afro-Brazilian here, we will see that they have African heritage, so they do not share a heritage trait. But this Lusophone, this is shared with Portuguese, right, and all these other ones. So the Portuguese sharing means that if Brazil, which as their primary culture I do think shares a group, let's see, they have the cultural trait Lusophone as well, and European heritage. And so with Lusophone, if you are specifically, they have African heritage for, what is it, the Brazilian Africans. the Afro-Brazilians. They have the African heritage, not the European heritage. So you can't do it based on this heritage. And so you'd have to do it on Lusophone, which is a cultural heritage, not a racial heritage. A heritage cultural trait, so you can put Intelligentsia and Industrialists in Gov for that one. Oh, you can still pass because of the movement? Yeah, that's super dirty. That's true. That's right, that's right. We could do it. Ugh. We could also save scum every single tick. If we, like, really want to get it through. So... The strategy does make him kind of mad, says Play. If you've ever tried to put people in and out of government in order to intentionally make them angry, it takes so long to make them angry doing that, that, like, it costs very little to do this, which is why I didn't just why I just showed it rather than just insisting that it doesn't double or it adds to this. It's definitely theoretically worth it, but the most theoretically worth it is just to save scum every single, like, tick, right? They should make cultural exclusion let you assimilate anyone. Yeah, probably. I hope that's like, I mean, yeah, what the laws should do should allow you to assimilate, and then assimilation should be like something that takes some time. It just takes some time. Ba-da-da-da-da-da. So we're getting ready to research pan that. We forgot to switch over. Not like this. Please. What is this? Okay. I should have known. Still gonna keep building them because we do want to do the Panama survey. I mean, we could just run the debt. The thing is the money, what you get, it doesn't just cost money to run a bureaucratic deficit, it deletes money from the economy. So if it was us just spending more money, I would like it a lot more. But the money just deletes from reality. Okay, we can start reducing autonomy on some of these cats. I think they're gonna be... Oh, they're part of Arabia. That was stupid. Yeah, shouldn't have done that. In my head, they weren't part of Arabia. They're part of Arabia. Arabia extends all the way up to here. So, like, Aleppo, there, and then down into the... We annex them anyways. Or we would annex them if it's not bugged, but we're going to console to annex them. It's only a year generalist. It's not that bad. I mean, we're making money right now. Sure. I mean, because... Let's kick this to the back. The thing is following it, I do want to just upgrade a bunch of the institutional levels anyways. Once we do the survey. But we're also almost at the plus 300-ish level that I kind of wanted to be at. Because I don't like eating the free money malice, but then there's a free money modifier at the end of the railroad, which is pretty big relative to the size of our economy, but it also takes forever for the thing to employ up the Suez Canal, and also to construct, and we're not going to be making use of, like, it's going to, like, brick 20 of our construction for a really long time. I almost sold that. I freaking hate these colonists, man. Hopefully when we rev here, because we're about to rev, it doesn't, no one sides against us for Sinai, because that would be really obnoxious. It employs almost instantly? It does not, my guy. When you're playing Egypt specifically, it employs instantly. We have definitely built the Suez Canal in Sinai quite often, and it takes forever to employ. And that is when we have all of Sinai. Unless they've changed it. How do you generally decide what to build? We kind of know what's really efficient because we've looked at it with a spreadsheet, and we will... The PMs that we know are really efficient, we will build that stuff unless it's disgustingly cheap. Although right now we're adding a ton of paper, so we're going to need more paper stuff. We're adding a ton of paper consumption, just like really hammering it in. So we're actually going to put this on auto expand. But we're still going to need more than that. Moss Papel. Also about to rev. For Middle Eastern heritage, it employs instantly. That might be correct. Still, I'm just gonna wait till it's up to like 300. And we're like on that trajectory. Also have a rev coming up, so... Employs instantly? Yeah, okay. A year is 1% of the game? Yes. Although the remaining game, it's a little bit more. But the thing is, it's going to take us quite a while to construct it. It's not a, like, instant construction, but we're going to do it now. Because we just finished a building, or we're finishing it right now. We do hate money getting annihilated with all our hearts. But the thing does give us minting. And then on the other end of this, we're gonna expand institutions. That'd be wild if we could avoid this rev, but I think it's really unlikely. I think that's our first mass migration of this run. There's no way we fade a +10 event for forever, so... I love deleting money, says Paleo. Disgusting. we've been going for a lot of South America because we don't have all the stuff that makes the unrecognized powers cheaper. Oh, we didn't want that. They have claims on all this shit? That's interesting. Because you got off closed borders? Yeah, I know that's why we weren't getting it before. Yay. It's time to get assistance. From? Do we want this war to pop? I'm not 100% sure. Probably. So we'll make these primary. Although, we do have a rev that's about to pop, so maybe we're just giving ourselves unnecessary stress here. Ban slavery on them too, maybe? Never mind. No, I think we want the war. Because we want to chunk Brazil without having too much cost. You like the Brazilian war goal where they give up half their country? It's not half, but it's a little bit of a vibe, huh? I think we're gonna try and land with this squad. The problem is we can't put an army on that front. Yeah. Could have gone for Guyana. We're up to 99%, 100%. So we are going to rev with the next tick. And so we're going to say Godspeed to France, I suppose. And please help us out. It is going to be very uncomfortable. It's also going to make it so we're running a huge bureaucracy balance. Actually, most of our bureaucracy is in... That actually might even help us out, because most of our bureaucracy is here anyway, so... That'll be interesting. We'll just land Uruguay here, though, to try and get this through. Oh, we should have moved all the troops to Argentina ahead of time. That was maybe a bit of a miss. Just threading the needle here. And we get to adoption here. That would be the absolute most insane... If this somehow doesn't rev, that'd be the most insane needle threading ever. It's at 99 now. Bruh. Technically, this will raise SOL slightly, ever so slightly. The problem is not the SOL, though. At this point, it's the clout. I mean, we could... I doubt we have enough time for this, right? To reduce autonomy, or reduce, to suppress. Can we get this back down to 99? Just the ultimate needle thread. We have like one more tick. France is just going for the throat here. Nope, we can't. Impossible. Grab this reformer. And the artillery commander. Do hate that we lost all of our organization on this guy, though. So now we cannot do the landing. It's tragic. But we haven't gotten much decay yet, so... Labor movement's gonna give us some nice laws that we can pass. So we could go... I think we're gonna go pan-nationalism here, but I think we're gonna try and be smart about it and not research it all the way, but if we do, then that's what we do. France winning that? No, not really. God bless our freaking org being awful. Okay, but apparently it doesn't need to get to 100. I always complete the survey before I unpause. Really? Interesting. Try and raise gov taxes for making the PB happy. I think they were so far. I think they were minus 20. Oh, trying to appease the lobby might have, I think they were both at minus 20, so I don't know if trying to appease the lobby would have made sense, but could have tried to play nicer with the French. We already have an alliance, though. There's not like we could get really anything. Wait, why were they even allowed to land? Their cap is higher than 25. Why were these guys allowed to land? Did they just change this? Battle started 27, which doesn't require a cap. Yeah, but it 100% used to. And also their cap with 11 infantry isn't 25. So this is new. I'm pretty confident when 1.5 came out, and they introduced organization, if you had someone that was below 100, even if they were below 100 because of their thing, they couldn't do it. But this guy definitely shouldn't have been able to land with 25% org. So I might have just missed the patch where they said that you could do it now. I mean, to be fair, it's incredibly frustrating for the exact reason that we just encountered, which is that if you lose your general, being completely unable to land feels really stupid. Does anyone know when it came in? It requires the army's cap, which was 27 and is now 25. The army cap is higher than that because the army cap scales proportionally down to 20 if it's 100% off thing, or up to 100 if it's even. So it's gonna be above 27. That's not what the cap is. The cap's not 25 either. It's gonna be higher. Although I don't know if it goes higher when they're fighting and stuff as well. Oh, it really is giving that much from too many special units? Oh, it scales down to... It scales down to not to 25, but to 0 with a floor of 25. That tracks. Okay. It decreased because one more artillery. You're right, it was 27 maximum. So now it can increase. It definitely did not used to work like that. Or as far as I can remember. Yeah, you don't even need to hover, but yeah. I wasn't seeing it. So this shouldn't take too long as well. It's just going to be very uncomfortable. I think the light industries are all the 600 cost buildings, but I'm not 100% sure that that's the way they categorize them. French are now getting in on Brazil. We have another army. So in theory, we can just land this now. I think we can't suppress the guys anymore. Coffee is a luxury drink. Yeah, we will tax the tobacco again. We were taxing tobacco before. I think that we can, yeah, re-increase taxes back up though. It's gonna feel nice. And also, this is giving us way more bureaucracy because most of the population that did not actually have the bureaucratic centers was part of what revved. So we don't even have to, this maybe is saving us money. Oh shoot. Do we really have to conscript up for this? I mean, most of our army's overseas. Once it comes back, we should be able to handle this. We just don't want to get pushed out before then. They're at 0 progress. What happened to winning the battle? This won't work because it's the wrong HQ. It's HQ up here unless it's occupying all their troops on this landing here. Yeah, it doesn't work. But It also starts landing immediately, so... We can land that stuff, though. Really do wish we had a different HQ here. God, do we just not enforce? We need France to actually commit more than 7 troops here. Or us to wrap up the revolution here. So, to be fair, we can land the Rev. Where's the Rev's cap? Those guys look like they're coming in super. Not super. I think we get decayed below 0 here. Oh no, they need to land Mara. That's super good for us. We are actually getting bodied over here, though. Oh, we should have asked France to come to this war. Maybe we don't have time for this. I don't think we have time for this. And to be fair, they're not enforcing on us, so let's actually skedaddle out of here. And not lose to this. Is there a way to yeet these guys back? I think there is. 5th Egyptian Army, where are they? There we go. The magical teleporting army. Our favorite. Wow, I don't know how they got so many troops too. This is a little bit more serious than I thought. I need to be paying closer attention to this. There we go. Hopefully we can get to the front in time. Move this guy to this front. Switch this guy to defense. This guy on the front. Oh, he is on the front, and we're still getting bodied. That's super... not ideal here. Where's our boats? We do have an advantage here now, so... Whoa. Here's to not dying, hopefully. France is just doing France things. Uruguay wants white peace. To be fair, we still need to... We're currently not decaying infamy, so we want to declare war. But boy, do we not want to fight another war right now. Where can we acquire some infamy that would be decent? Congo is still Congolese market. We'll put this in. Portugal might side with them. We'll decay the infamy. They can't land us because they have no boats. We'll be fine. Did we get... Oh, we got jacked. Alright. Well, boats are coming here, so we're gonna get in a landing here. At the very least. I don't think they're defending the territory. And then we're gonna have this 6 stack once the first landing gets in. That gives us a little bit more breathing room. So that gives us a little bit more breathing room. Okay, but our max here is 100. Man. Okay, cool. $12 weeks. You really gotta go around, my guy? Alright. We don't have the canal yet, so that maybe tracks. So... Oh, it looks like they're landing that too now. That super works for us. I don't think that they defend properly here. Yeah, they do. And they're in. Perfect. Not like that, please. Make the pain go away. Oh no. Is it Jover Bros? Might be Jover Bros. Don't know why these guys spagooted off that front. Oh, their navy's going over there. Not like this. Man, I thought we could really just let this backseat because almost all our army is in fact here, but... We have such a big advantage too, I don't know why we're not pushing. I guess we are, it's just really slow. Oh, that fleet we actually can't fight through. Oh, I think you just lose this revolution. Yeah, we might just lose. This way you take saves. No, if we roll back to auto saves, I think we can win this. We actually just do need to cancel this. No, it's not that way. Here, we're gonna get in here. Alright. Yeah, we do just lose this. Unless they capitulate here. But we're gonna get takes more than 6. Oh. Yeah, if the Navy didn't block us up here, it would have been a little bit different. But they obviously do have a Navy. Load back a few months, yeah. No, we still should be able to win from the previous autosave. Or the autosave 5. It should be fine. This is so far back. Yeah, this is super fine. Alright, so where is this thing naval invading? We were gonna cancel. I'm gonna split you in 2. Land with you. Actually, I don't know if we want him that promoted. That should do it. I guess we save just in case we have to uber micro this and we get it wrong. But both of those navies should be able to defeat their navy. The first landing is in. I think these guys, we want to have them on pushing. I'm gonna put out an advanced front. What is the strategic objective? France is handling that for us. Do we just win it without the landing, just randomly, after losing it? There we go. That works, I suppose. gonna be saving it. You better get good at revolutions. This is gonna be meta again at 1.8. I mean, it's not that... I thought it was, they had like no army. And they had a lot more army than I thought. Let's merge all these together. God, I wish there was a merge all like function. And then we could just try and land this excessively sized squad. How did they even get so many troops, though? That's kind of what I'm confused about. I have to reorganize a lot of military and stuff, but... I guess we could also just assign to the frontier. We don't actually need to land. That's not a landing squad. I also don't feel very well, but so. Have they said what they're changing to abdicate? Well, for starters, it's not going to auto-pass the law anymore. But, like, if it doesn't auto-pass the law, and it still gives you the minus, like, radicalism, that'll still be insane. But it's not going to auto-pass laws. It's probably the biggest one. We forgot to go for Congo. In theory, we should still be decking on recognized people specifically, and we get technocracy here. I just like, yeah, technocracy is like, honestly, just like awful for legitimacy. We could do this, but I think we want to let the clout recalc on the Monday based on the technocracy. Looks terrible. Like, we could do this, and then this, I guess. Like, theocracy is just not very good. We are at a point where agrarianism is also no good. But I don't think we want to... I don't know if we want to swap to laissez-faire or not. I don't think we have too many foreign-owned buildings. It's probably good. We're just going to swap free trade and think about it. What time is it? Okay. Oh wait, I was moving Cav over to these guys. I wasn't changing what they were. This guy's over. I don't know if this is recognized or not. Palestina. It is recognized. Okay. That is unfortunate for Brazil, though. Might be the worst border gore I've seen in South America. Between Argentina losing states and everything. We have to pass censorship. Censorship's not terrible because we already have guaranteed libs, but... 0 for me, bro. Yeah, I know. I'm working on it. It says it'll decrease radicalism, which seems really useless. Yeah. I mean, it's non-zero, but, like, it's, like, also not what you're trying to do, you know? Stand all the conscripts down. Oh, all of our PMs are probably screwed up, yeah. Whoa, was that always our glassworks? Yikes. We go. Don't need more governments. Don't think we're building any. We're in fine enough shape. What's this about? Kabul versus Kandahar. Good luck getting to those borders. So reason for us to say on interventionism is that we could get a whole lot more economic dependence on them. And we can't force build it otherwise as easily. Or we can't force build it, we could just let it naturally get built. Technocracy, it's wacky government hour. Someone said that there was a special like bonus on like this, and then like didn't really articulate what it was. And I'm uncertain what it is supposed to be. But one really nice thing about technocracy is when you're on technocracy, it's usually really easy to get off technocracy. So there's that. I don't know what the idea is supposed to be. We're definitely going to try and play for the trade union this getting demarginalized, though, while we're still not on a voting system. So, if you pass technocracy, you might as well do the things with it. Do they change construction? No. They did delete a bunch of the construction sectors, though. Let's return a couple of them. Cool. Getting in. I think this army is gratuitously large. But we're going to use it to land Portugal directly. Then the National Guard is just way too big. I wonder if the AI just added a ton of armies. That's how they did this? Very curious. Not sure I own any boom booms. Yeah, I think they're all abroad. Go. Could go back to monarchy if you wanted. No, monarchy. The legitimacy so blows on these. Like, this is why, like, technocracy. If it wasn't for like the legitimacy situation, technocracy would actually be pretty sweet because it allows you to like. The engineers is like a big deal, right? Because it allows you to demarginalize trade unions earlier than you should be able to. And still give you authority. What we really need is the thing that gives like the most reduction from ideological incompatibility, because this is kicking us in the nuts because the devout hates every other interest group that is any good. So I think we might go universal suffrage, to be honest. But I think that if we're going to go do that, we might as well, right, we might as well lean into this first. So, probably going to go interventionism as well here. So I'm more than happy to enact restricted child labor, but East Africa, what's going on with you? We completely missed that memo. Because we didn't have an interest there. Let's get an interest in all the capitals. Niger, Manchuria, Japan. Kind of want one in North China, so we could lose one somewhere else. Probably that. We're gonna have a native interest in here, actually, anyway. And we'll just land with the Indo army or something. So there's no defense. Let's try and enforce faster. Coming up on 7 months, we haven't upgraded our block level. We could check how close we are. Not that close passing him up. Kind of wish we had gone for this, maybe. Maybe it's okay we didn't. It's probably okay. We don't need to worry about our prestige tanking us too low, though. Cool. You were supposed to join the 3rd. You have all too many. Wait. These guys don't even have the right type of guys. Let's reorganize some of that. Try doing this, although kind of a little bit rough, but if we don't pass, it's not the end of the world. Oh my god, I was up scrolled. I was like, you can't rev too much since you reset all your diplomacy, even rev if you swap sides. Yeah, but the resetting infamy is kind of a classic play pattern that we don't abuse because we get the really big loud cars, but like theoretically it's like super optimal. I don't know, when they nuke one thing that's like optimal, we just kind of switch to a different thing that's optimal, but I don't think we're on max taxes, and that lets us go up to max taxes there, so that's going to allow us to construct a bit more. Is it accurate that having a monarch abdicate would decrease radicalism given that the law doesn't pass? I don't know. I think it would give a lot of people satisfaction. How does investment pool transfer actually work? Is it the amount of private construction, or does it pay for, in part, for your own construction? No, it only pays for private construction. So if this pool gets really, really big, what you end up doing, and our pool is starting to get big, what you end up doing is you will just let your own construction idle, and then the private queue will pick it up as long as some conditions are met. In fact, it's substantive enough that we're actually going to add more construction here. And just look to idle if we have to. No. I don't want them to maintain their power. What's this? Cathiri. Let's actually put this into the 5th as well. These guys are in Congo, so we're actually going to merge them with the Shadow Army. Ah, they cannot reach them. That's right. We're gonna make this the Regional East Africa Army. And by East, we mean West. Did you delete construction? No, the Rev did. The special bonus is that you get to go command economy. What? Someone was telling me that like there was something special for Egypt specifically if we go technocracy. I guess they should have investigated further. I was expecting like some sort of type of like event. If you get corporatism, devout gets somewhat better. This is true. Speaking of, we're actually going to make sure that we don't want to eat too much of the malice, so maybe let's research a little bit of civilizing mission. Since we want to expand into India and liberate some of these pops. How are we doing on drain? We're currently still growing the investment pool. I don't think we're getting... I maybe should have thought this through a little bit more. I thought we were going to have 3 slots. We don't have 3 slots. We're just going to go construction 3 here. I should have double-checked the requirements before disbanding. Rip the dream. 10. Tooling workshops, steel or glass works. Level 10. Unfortunate. So much for letting the queue idle. We don't want to slot something in right now, so we're not going to. British colonization rights. I hope they cannot get here. Oh, it's not the right one. Okay, it's right up here, right? So they shouldn't be able to get any troops here. But maybe we help out anyways. Oh, but this doesn't... They're not going to return Equatoria. So it's kind of don't care. It's not worth making the UK pissed. The UK is kind of already really pissed at us. Shoot. I think this is the end of us passing free trade. Too many, like, setbacks and stuff. Now we have some movements. We'll help reduce radicalism. Let's make that an even 20. I think we can make another cav army. Oh wait, we have this 9th army. What is this exactly? Okay, so we can just add to that. And these cav armies are maybe a little bit bigger than we want, but they're organized like this, so. Where is the 9th Egyptian army such that they cannot be reached? Ah, of course. The Shadow Realm. So we're gonna merge this with the Shadow Realm army. Yes. We are gonna disband this army. Merge this with the Shadow Realm army. You have an admiral, trade union leader from an event. You can promote him for an 18% bonus. Good call. Also very close. Hey, that's enough. I think I'm gonna day 1 Russia for recognition and war reps. Definitely, like, strong. When will you form Arabia, or are you just farming mandate? Well, so we could mandate farm. We're not farming mandate, though. We need pan-nationalism to form Arabia. So we don't have that yet. Play says he hates Arabia. Not like this. Not like this. How's the total contribution work for clergy plus agrarianism plus religious bloc and base clergy contribution? Isn't it more than 100%? Isn't it more than 100%? So no. Okay, so talking about agrarianism, base contribution rate for clergy is 20%. When you get this plus 50%, that doesn't move their bonus from 20% to 70%. What it does is it adds 50% free money modifier. With the other part of the bonus, it gets up to 75%. So instead of 20%, they still pay 20%, but 35% reaches the investment pool, and you get a free money modifier of 15%. Now, the clergy only own 1/6 of the building, though. The 5/6 of the building is owned by the capitalists, or the other ones. The only modifier that is additive with how much is contributed is industry banned. This is investment pool contribution, not investment pool contribution efficiency. So the aristocrats naturally give 30%. With industry band, they give 55% of their income to the investment pool. But the efficiency modifiers do not take. They do not modify the. They do not change the base rate in an additive way. They change the They change the receiving rate in a multiplicative way. So the clergymen will, their base rate is 20%, and so when you get plus 50%, instead they will still pay 20%, but 30% will reach the investment pool in terms of like what is coming in here on reinvestment, not what is outgoing on the buildings. And you can see here we're getting a little bit more from manor houses, but the reason for that is that we're on agrarianism. If we swap to interventionism, it would be the other way around, and we'd be getting more free money modifiers from interventionism. Total. You have any tips / example to have a good SOL GDP with a small country like Portugal and Netherlands? Close your borders. If you really want to maximize SOL, not allowing migration is the way to go. It's bad for having your GDP be high, but having the natural resources split amongst less people is really good. And then what you do is you specifically go for states that have a lot of gold and not a lot of population in terms of your expansion strategy overall. Isn't it 20 base from agrarianism plus 30? No, so it's affecting it multiplicatively. So you would need also it just creates money out of nothing with the way the multiplicative one works. Baroda. Maybe just conquer Baroda Adwa. It might even just back down. This will give us more surface area. Is it a lot of infamy? Not too bad. And we could just take this huge stack that's a monstrosity and just put it on there. Persia's size of the Baroda. The fuck is this? These guys. Okay. Do you know how to help with late game performance at all? My potato PC keeps crashing every year. There's a bunch of mods that like make it so that there's like fewer cultures and this type of stuff. There's a lot of performance mods that my understanding is effective. WTF Persia, not cool, basically. I thought we were chill. Persia's got no chill. Now, of course, these guys are fearful and very likely to back down, but. Still want to peel war reps off them. To be fair, we could reduce their autonomy. It's really not that expensive. I don't know if demanding it in this way here makes the rest of our subjects pissed. So, and this is maybe this is something we want to discover. So if you demand autonomy and they say no, your subjects get really pissed at you when you reduce someone's autonomy or demand annexation. But I'm not sure if they do it if your subjects side in and play against you, in which case I think we kind of like doing this. They will pay us more money. Mamma mia, not the Italians. Also ban slavery in Persia, probably. I think it'll be easier for us to get into there. France is going to be spread a little thin, though. Now we're hemorrhaging money really hard. Guess we wouldn't super mind to back down, but kind of okay with getting a fight. Bring the National Guard up. Move the Navy to here. And I think we'll make ourselves a new little army. We're gonna use for landings. Yikes. No first aid. I didn't even look at his ideology, it's kind of a mistake. Let's occupy that instantly now, and then this army will be freed up. I think we're going to do some landing on Italy to enforce on Italy. I think this is what we want here. Actually, let's assign these guys here and have these guys try and push over here. Mano y mano. I have a question. In a high pop country like Qing or Japan, how do you know when to switch to interventionism, laissez-faire? I'm thinking that it's not as good as agrarianism until you have strong capital base, but can't seem to figure out the time. I think that there are several different heuristics you could use. I'm not sure which ones are best, but I can tell you which one I am confident is like the most conservative heuristic. It doesn't make sense to be on interventionism at all until the amount in your financial districts is at least a third of what your manor houses are. Or actually, sorry. It doesn't make sense if it would not be a third if you included the math from what you would be if you were on laissez-faire. And so if you're, I guess, under roughly a quarter in terms of your contribution from your financial districts, if this is less than maybe around a quarter-ish of the manor houses, it's not going to make a difference because you won't actually increase the financial district's contribution because there's a contribution floor of 25%. So this is the most conservative type of thing. And it also the problem is the question is, you can answer the question of which will give you the most reinvestment, but the question of which do you get the most reinvestment might not be the right answer, because empowering the financial districts and getting them snowballing faster might be worth more than getting you more reinvestment in the short term, which is like a type of calculation that involves like considering growth and like what new PMs you're gonna unlock, because you're paying with the PMs you have now of having a worse contribution, but you'll have a better contribution perhaps when you have better PMs and like this type of thing. But the way I would look at it is, if as long as the manor houses are like 4 times the financial districts what they're making, math wise, it does not make sense to swap off of agrarianism. If you are not on agrarianism yet and you're on traditionalism, this is a whole nother consideration, because do you want to use 2 law passes or 1? It might be the case that you just want to do 1 law pass, and just going to laissez-faire is more straightforward. So you maxed out your power block, but I keep getting mandates for USA, nothing to do with them. You can slotting in stuff and slotting out stuff is definitely a strategy that you can use that I think is worth considering. If you're researching ahead of time, the research principle is really good, and if you're generating a lot of mandate and your mandate capped, I think that swapping onto that's really good, and then when you're not ahead of time, swapping onto something else is good. And so, meanwhile you have 0 cohesion, it depends what your block type is, how to generate cohesion. Do you build the power block statues? Depending on what your block type is. I think what we get from ours is just kind of terrible. Or the religious convocation. I know we built a statue, but my recollection is that it's basically useless. It gives us 25% conversion and minus state penalties from turmoil. But so it's just probably not worth the construction to build these, because the main thing that you are worried about regarding the turmoil is suffering a construction malice, but having to pay for buildings kind of like a construction malice. And it also, people are employed in this thing, in this bad boy. It gives you a little bit of government expenses, so it depends on what your power block is. I guess it's giving us 3 prestige. The conversion, maybe there's a world where we care about the conversion, but I kind of don't think we are supposed to here, so. Did they back down? Wait, what happened to our play? Did we just have a play to take Baroda? Wait, what the frick happened? Am I going insane? Didn't we just have a play to go after Baroda? And then Persia joined against us? And then we wanted to reduce autonomy on them? They have a truce with all the people who get called into war against us. Wait, what? Our primary war goal was Baroda, though. Was it not? It was Adwa. I did not mean to make it Adwa. What the hell? I meant... Oh my god, I meant to make it Baroda. Well, I mean, this is like 100% just revs and we lose it. Like, this doesn't do anything. Oh my god. I'm just gonna load. I didn't put that in on the right guy. Yeah, I can ballpark it further in your runs, but good to know around that. Yeah, this is a question like you could answer like in a way that feels like a lot more empirical, but like yeah, I don't know. I'm starting to get the headache and stuff too, so maybe we end the stream soon. I know I didn't stream this weekend, so I kind of wanted to put a little bit of a stream out here though. But here's our thing. And we can't put in for Baroda now. Ah. Good thing you saved before? Yeah. No, I'm just... I don't even know why I saved before, because it's like... No, we're definitely flubbing things a little bit. I think my temp's definitely going up. Every time I get a fever every time I get the vaccine. We need earlier than that. Because we can't put it... Once you put in another war goal against someone, you can't fully annex them. Unfortunately. So because we put in another war goals against them, we can't annex them. Well, your parents just got COVID for the second time. Yeah, that's rough. I don't think I've gotten it yet, but it's possible to have gotten it and been asymptomatic. I've been pretty on top of getting the vaccines, though. Okay, let's try this again. We won't go for Barodi and Adwa. We'll go for... Oh, Guju adds so much more infamy, though. Okay, maybe we shift gears. Maybe we shift gears. Yeah, in my head I was like, oh, that's so cheap. That's so cheap for Baroda. $60 weeks to the Canal. No, we haven't built the construction sectors yet, or I mean the tooling sectors, but I think what we'll do is we will get them next up in the queue after we'll finish the gold mine. That's fine enough. You wanted to check the reduced autonomy mechanism? That's right. You know what? Here. I do want to actually just check that, so... Let's actually get and take a look how that works. So we do have this other save, right? So what we're gonna do is we're gonna do a lot of side swapping. So now we have this play, right? And Persia's gonna side against us, or Persia's already sided against us. So we're gonna swap to Baroda and just not back down, and then we're gonna swap to Persia, and then we're gonna give in. But I want to know what happens, so. The old man went for lunch with his buddies on his birthday, and his friend called him later that evening to get tested, and they all had vaxes. I had it once myself. Yeah, the vaccine's not gonna... The big thing is like, COVID's still really good at spreading. The vaccine makes it much harder to die if you get it. Which is interesting, like, looks like they immediately reorganized the army. The vandalism has to stop. When does it all end? Okay, so now we're going to switch to Persia. And we're going to capitulate. Can you conquer Piedmont? Why would we want to conquer Piedmont? Oh look, Egypt put in a bunch of war goals on them afterwards, but now let's switch to Egypt and see what it is. So it sucked big time, but it was a couple painful days. No ventilator for any of us. COVID is just an annoying cold now. Yeah, the natural trend is for it to get less deadly, but more infectious. Okay, so now let's look at subjects and see if they have the malice. They don't. So that is good to know. If your subject sides with you in a play, you're not going to, and you reduce autonomy on them, you're not going to get the malice. So the vaccines are a source of your power, both when lifting and gaming. I mean, the thing that spooks me most about the COVID is the long-term side effects. There's basically no understanding of what exactly the risks are, but there does seem to be evidence that there are long-term side effects. So like that's a bit of a vibe. Why is Italy thumbing our pie, man? Bruh, get out of here. Do we just pull in? Get out of here. To be fair, France has helped us a lot. This has actually been the most useful alliance we've ever had. Like, early on, alliances were just, like, demonstrably useful, or, sorry, useless in terms of, like, this game. And so, for a long time, we have just, like, not really relied on or used alliances. So... Do you think the devs add content/changes to Victory with save scumming in mind? I don't think they care if you save scum. Like, I think they don't have, like, they're not, like, trying to protect, like, the competitive integrity of the game or something like this. They want you to use the game in whatever way gives you the most enjoyment, and I don't think they care if you save scum or not. I think part of this is indicative of why, for the achievements, they no longer are locked. And to be fair, like, for EU4, when people are doing achievement runs, they save scum as well. They just do it through birding, and so it's just, like, this different type of save scumming, and it's, like, it's not truly, like, Iron Man. Most, like, EU4 runs, unless, like, Iron Man no bird, but I don't think, I don't think the devs care. Like, I've even talked to, who was it, like, Alex and, the official Discord, one of the devs, and, like, his attitude in a lot of the spots where there's something super exploitative that players can use to gain this more enormous advantage is like, yo, if you want to do that, just do that. Like, but that's like, you're also playing a different game when you're doing that, right? Like, which is, like, very much like, so I'm not getting a 90 infamy and then revving and swapping sides to infamy reset, even though that, like, might be optimal. There's a lot of things that are, like, renewing and getting war reparations every 5 years on people and abusing and circling through. Although, to be fair, right now I think bankroll is probably better than trying to abuse people for war reps, but it actually would be, like, meta would be, like, abusing GPs in exploitative ways to enforce bankrolls. Like, I think recently discovered the Falkland Islands do get incorporated or start incorporated, so you can get war reps from the UK really easy on the Falkland Islands. And so, like, you go for all manner of stuff to just enforce war reps on all the GPs early on. You acquire up to 90 infamy, and then you rev, you swap sides, you reset your relations with the GPs once your economy's big enough, and then you, like, squeeze bankrolls out of them, like, after that, because bankrolls are way better than war reps. And, like, it's like, yeah, I think the devs don't care how you play. But, like, I also think that, like, the diplomatic plays are insane and not, like, what they were advertised as, and I'd really like the diplo plays to be better. The diplo plays, when they explained the game when the game first released, just sounded so much fun, and then they, like, weren't. Did not catch the start of the Egypt run. How did you manage with all the lack of wood as Egypt? Poorly. The wood is still definitely, like, feels really bad. Economically, Egypt felt a little stunted, but to be fair, we also went agrarianism, so it's like double shooting ourselves in the foot. I hope they rework Navy, trade, and military next. Those are, like, on the list. I forget what exactly is on the 1.8 docket specifically, but I think that's what they'll do. Do we have these guys on all? Yeah, okay. We'll set this on rapid advance, because it should be rapid advance. Yeah, he's over 80 now, and even to him, it's just a bad cold with a mild fever. Yeah, it's the twofer of it also getting less lethal, and also like you get the vaccine. It's like it's much harder. But like if you have comorbidities, it's still like or you can also just like have a really bad reaction to it. It's still like dangerous. Yeah, a lot of construction on this. It's not just sandbags and what your goals are, but what the rules are. Yeah, like, I don't have a problem with people, like, playing in such a way that they're not abusing certain things. Like, boy oh boy is the abdication stuff really stupid. To be fair, we wanted to go theocracy, so it will swap us off theocracy. We actually can't use abdication really right now. But, not really, at least. Yeah. I'm just gonna come over here and just keep going. But yeah, meta, I don't think I'm gonna do this in like my next run where I implode India. It's probably meta to do it in every single run. Which is great to know. Unknown side effects from a disease you've had 4 times. RIP. Like, the one that I found most disturbing was, like, there seemed to be evidence that there's, like, negative cognitive effects. It's like, bro. Brain melt's no good. No melt brain. Brain melt bad. But my understanding is also it's worse if you had more severe case as well. So if you had a bunch of really mild cases of COVID, it's like not necessarily as bad. Nice to be getting some war reps off them. I think we'll actually just increase it to this level anyways, so. Oh, we only have 28 months to try and pass censorship. Shoot. I forgot we had a thing for it. That is not ideal. Wait, why do we have a... Who joined here? What the hell? I didn't even notice Java joining. I suppose it's fine. We would have put in war reps on Java, but they're maybe hard to enforce anyways. So I think we'll just grab that once the 20 stack gets there. Maybe not. I guess we'll send the big stack, the big kahuna. Economy's starting to pop off really hard. To be fair, we're just cranked up to 100 construction and we're like hemorrhaging money, but we want to get these tooling workshops finished so we can use the construction company. After that, we'll let our queue idle, I think, but we do want to finish these specifically. I think we might be able to export tools even now, though. Considering we're just adding a whole bunch? No? Jesus, that's probably really bad for us. Cause without a rebel. Yeah, we'll exile the authoritarian. Thanks. Smell you later. Let's have them leave. We're not really appeasing that group too well. And yeah, we have a huge advantage there now. Maybe more, make bankrolls less worthy than war reps. I think that there's like there's so many things they could do to fix bankrolls. So many things they could do to fix bankrolls. So many different things. I think that the most straightforward one is, if your economy has a bigger GDP than whoever you're trying to get a bankroll from, there should be an increasingly large malus, and it should be absolutely enormous. I don't think we can yo-yo in that, right? Because we already have the 50. The having too little to lose from enemy war goals is insane, huh? But this would have been a free Bengal before they nerfed the reverse sway. I don't think it's doable now. Looks like we lost a bunch of occupation there. Back in the old days. Back in my day. We got Bengal for free. Get all these constant commanded free, whatever a mod that completely changes the rules, but the base game should be somewhat balanced. Yeah, but I think that there are some things that you encounter through normal play, and having that be unbalanced is worse than having something through complete strangeness be unbalanced. So, as literally every country, the most optimal start you can do is like conquering Manitoba and then forming Turtle Island. Just as like 100% of the time. Starting with Spain, Turtle Island. France, Turtle Island. China, Turtle Island. You know, UK, a little bit different because you got to annex Manitoba from someone else. But Turtle Island. You know, Mexico, Turtle Island. USA, Turtle Island. Is Mexico forming Turtle Island? You don't even care if the USA takes your territory. It doesn't matter. Turtle Island. And so, like, you could avoid doing that. Oh, someone raided us. We didn't notice the boo-boo. Thank you for the follow, Luffy Shibata. Wait, was our boo-boo button broken? We got a couple of the followers that I don't remember there being a notification for. And Roxy, thank you for the follow. Lucifer 4455 66, thank you for the follow. Man, he has 2 6s, but he couldn't bear to have the third 6. The truth hurts. But the 100% what you should do every single time is every single country is just form Turtle Islands. You may notice we don't do that in our runs because what's the point? Turtle Island's just like silly. We're not even playing the game anymore. Well, you made it to GP, so you must have done something about the wood. Yeah. We did do something about the wood. Not like this. I think we just need to reset, to be fair, it's probably a good incorporation. Takes us forever, but there's eventually oil in them hills. Fluvial Bantu secession? No. You cannot secede? I hate the events that, like, make it seem like you could maybe stop this by, like, reducing the stuff. It's just like, no. It's like 100% con, bro. One more tooling workshop, an agitator. Child labor allowed. Not like this. Sure. Oh, I might be swapping them off like state religion, which would be bad. Do have to worry about the balance, though. The entire point is we wanted to pause construction because we've accumulated, yeah, just this huge investment pool. Just let the auto queue take the wheel. Apparently, someone did a little bit of a test with this. If you reduce the randomness factor, like, the private queue actually builds super intelligently and they just spam a bunch of wood. What worries me is the possibility of cognitive effects having combined with ADHD. I was already forgetful, but it, don't know if it got worse or because I forgot it was this bad before. Ugh, basically. That feeling went. Don't worry, if you get even more forgetful, you stop caring. There's a certain threshold where it stops mattering, at least for you, right? Once this finishes, we are going to pause government construction and let the private queue take the wheel. Alright. Now we should be able to put in the construction company. I said the construction company. Wait, this is not even the right section, is it? It should be unavailable, no? Sometimes I am concerned if someone's playing music outside loud enough, will it like mess with my... We have tooling workshop level than 10. But I get concerned that if it's playing loud enough, like will it like bop the oh, the private queue's gotta finish it. Theirs. Or there's one more. Oh, it's just at the back of the queue? Not like this. Not like this. But will I get copyright bopped for the music that's playing outside? Who knows? Probably not. Suez? Oh yeah, our Suez. We can put in the Suez company for now. No, we cannot. But that is because we are not subsidizing it. It should really auto-subsidize. That'd be a nice quality of life improvement. Then we will have our two companies, and we will begin our industriousness. I wanted to say F Java, but... So we've been fighting them. Ah! Stupid improving relations with us. Not like this. Let's pick up Selangor for the native interest here. We do this almost every run, but French is likely to help Selangor. Alright, Perak. Currently they're gonna get bodied. Johor? Oh, Spain's gonna help them out. Maybe don't care. Now let's pass censorship. To be fair, we're really good at passing this law. I don't think we could release anything out from Java. They're recognized, so everything's like infinite infamy. We could go for war reps, or we could just ignore him. I guess we just ignore him then. Sure, dog. Alright. I think it's pretty hard not to get the bonus on... Or is it hard to get the bonus? So if we can't get the productivity bonus, that's going to be a big problem. So we're going to try and make sure we're exporting. We're making clippers as expensive as possible. To be fair, now we have throughput on it. And then also the trade centers. We're going to delete unprofitable trade routes. The trade routes, my understanding, is usually kind of carry the day on this one, but we, I guess, don't have a lot of profitable trade routes right now. And this number should be going up anyways. Let's take a look. That is not enough productivity. This is also one of the downsides of the Canal company, but we can delete all this. So we haven't tested around with this one, but the 50k tax income is definitely strong. It'd also be a little bit better if we were on free trade. We're importing iron? Yuck. Well, maybe let's handle the uprising first. Maybe let's not. Having too little loss modifier is fake. If you do the math, it doesn't add up. Too little loss modifier. Oh, I don't know what you're referring to. What is Turtle Island and why is it good? So it's a thing that you're supposed to be able to form with the Native Americans that allows you to annex other neighboring Native American territories, but what it does in practice is it allows you to just annex basically the entire Earth at zero infamy, with the exception of a few like cultures. It just takes a little bit of time because it lets you free annex people you share cultures with, and so what you do is you use cheese to get it so that you can annex someone with European culture, and then once you have European culture, you can really just annex just an enormous section of stuff. And then like USA shares a culture with a lot of Africa, right, because the African American, and then so you annex all them, and then like there's a few that you can't get, but you can get almost everyone. Is Egypt harder than in 1.6? Probably. Everyone who's not a GP has gotten progressively harder. Actually, the AI's just gotten better, and the things that you can abuse and have gotten worse. So like actually maybe every start is harder than 1.6. Have you considered Landfang independent Indonesia run? We've pulled that so many times, it's never done particularly well. So if people want it and vote for it, we'll do it. Do you vote in elections? Yeah, I do. I think if you... My vote really doesn't matter for the presidential election. But I think if you don't vote, then you can't really complain about stuff. Or you don't really have much of a right to complain about stuff. So, I like complaining. But the thing is like, the way the system should work is, okay, I would prefer it to be like a popular vote, but I'm on board with the fact that that's not how America was founded, and America was founded such that certain states were supposed to get more power proportionate to their own like independent sovereignty than the number of population they have, and so states with high population were given less power as like kind of one of the founding principles of this nation. So okay, we do that. The problem is that there's basically only 6 states that should get campaigned in the United States, like in their entirety. And because they're the only states where it's close, and in terms of affecting the Electoral College, they are the only ones that matter. I live in California. California will 100% of the time, regardless of what I do, go blue. And it's all or nothing, and all the delegates for the presidential race go blue. Now, I live in a district that can swing either conservative or liberal, so my vote actually is significant for House of Representatives, so there's that. And the Senate's basically always going to go liberal as well. What should be the case, in my opinion, and I might make a video on this on my other channel, is that we have systems that are nuanced enough to award stuff proportionally instead of just by one delegate. Currently, the delegate system is like, I hate that it gives you a representative, and the representative is allowed to vote for something like other than what you want. You're allowed to have faithless electors. Not in every state, but some states allow for it, which means the state can decide to vote for one presidential candidate, and then some of the electoral votes might not go to that candidate. But that's like a bit of a digression. It should be awarded proportionally to the number of people who vote. So if we're in North Dakota, where we have 3 electors, 3 electoral votes, because we have 2 senators and 1 House of Representatives, and it's calculated based on that. We have 3 votes. If 2/3 of people in North Dakota vote for Donald Trump, and 1/3 votes for Kamala Harris, I think 1 of their electoral votes should go to Kamala Harris, and 2 should go to Trump. And I think it should be directly proportionate to how they are voting. And if you did this, then everyone's vote in every state would matter, because it's no longer winner take all, it's proportional, and we wouldn't have a presidential election that's just decided functionally by who wins Pennsylvania, which is like insipid, and it would make campaigning on issues that the rest of America cares about instead of what 6 states care about. It would make this much more powerful, because you would suddenly care that, okay, Texas is almost certainly going red, but you would care about winning Democrats in Texas, areas, because you would be able to split a bigger proportion of their vote. Similarly, you would care about winning, conservatives in California, because even though California majority is going to go liberal, if you can swing a lot of conservatives, it would matter. So, like, this would make the democracy much more representative instead of this, like, insipid, like, 6 states are the only ones that matter. It's like Pennsylvania, Georgia, Michigan, I think Minnesota's, like, also in play, Arizona, and is Nevada in play? I'm trying to remember all the ones that are, like, somewhat close right now. But the way it works now is, like, if you did that, though, this would, I think, favor conservatives, but I don't, like, I'm lean liberal, but I don't care that it would favor conservatives, because I think conservatives, they have the states where they have overwhelming, like, advantage, like, in terms of what people think, and the states that are disproportionately more conservative, or disproportionately more represented in terms of votes. So North Dakota and South Dakota, together combined, have less population than than Puerto Rico does. Puerto Rico should absolutely be a state. It's not a state. Puerto Rico, I do think, has 1 vote. I think they get a rep, if I recall correctly. So they have 1 electoral vote, and there's 6 here. And I think that the states like this, which are, 3 electoral votes, but have very small population, I think they are more overwhelmingly conservative than, like, states like California are liberal, where there's, like, 50 votes or something. Deleting shipyards and unproductive trade is the way, yeah. It's looking like it should be fine if we just delete down the, we gained a little bit of prosperity if we just delete down the trade routes that are very good. What did we protected John B? Okay. Sulu wishes to join our power block, but not as a subject. I think we'll say no. For now. They're not going to contribute a lot to our mandate, and we can't even use mandate right now anyway. I was referencing to the too little to lose modifiers in Diplos ways. Okay. It's fake and the math doesn't add up. Interesting. I definitely don't always do the math. It's my mistake believing the tooltips. A classic mistake, Victoria 3. Unfortunately, Grandpa's in the dementia phase where he obviously but refuses to acknowledge it's real and constantly grumpy. That's a super bummer. I think it's the exact opposite. If you vote, you can't complain. You gambled. If you won, you would like it, but then when you lose, you have no right to complain. I don't think it's like a gamble. I think it's like, if you're not doing the minimum involved to create change, then you shouldn't be able to complain about it. I mean, I think if, I think for almost every issue, if there's something you can do to fix that issue, like, you shouldn't complain about it. If there's something that is, like, reasonable for you to be able to do to fix that issue, and it's, like, not a matter of... I mean, if people lose the election and they complain about stuff... I'm not talking about complaining or winning the election. I'm talking about complaining about politics in general. Like, if you complain that all politicians are corrupt and then you don't vote, you are contributing to the problem. What's your other channel? Generalist Ideas. Although it's not anywhere near as active as this one. It was actually the first channel I started. I also have the channel Generalist Strength, where I lift weights. We do not want a foreign investment thing. Oh, was that for us to invest in them? We actually kind of would have wanted that. Just a little bit, just the tip. Sure. Cuban uprising. Is that them? Yikes. We need to do something about that. I think we will actually just land them right now then. That was going to be so awkward if we were just trying to be efficient over here and we ended up getting enforced on because of it. Okay, so let's also pause this construction and let them take over. So now we're not hemorrhaging money, and we should be able to swap out this company too. Although, to be fair, that company might be okay for us. And we're going to swap in the construction company. Yay! Now we really should be able to export tools now because we super overbuilt them, so let's see what's most productive and export some of these bad boys. Let's do a smaller amount so that we try and get our profitability per each up a little bit because we want to hit the productivity bonus. Once we hit trade route competitiveness, it'll also be a little bit easier to maintain. We hope. But it should be, yeah. Let's do this. Tobacco. We are now storing mandate. Get a reformer. Wow, we might actually pass censorship before the... Oh, we didn't get censorship before the event, but we're working on it. Yeah. We're just letting the auto queue take care of it. Yeah, take the wheel. Unfortunate. Oh, these guys would be cheaper to go for right now if we could. Cambodia independent? No, they're not. Orissa. Where's your capital, buddy? Is it over here? No, it's not. It's over here, which is not on the coast. Mysore, though. See, this definitely pisses the... Oh, this is... We get the discounted price if they join a play against us, it looks like. This is 4x. Turtle Island lets you free annex anyone who's adjacent. Electoral College has other problems as well. Let's just start with the fact that Americans living abroad gets to vote in the presidential election, but people living in Washington, D.C. cannot. Wait, what? I'm pretty sure D.C. gets... I think D.C. has a representative in the House, and the District of Columbia gets one vote in their entirety for the Electoral College. If I'm not mistaken. I guess I could be, but I think that's... If I recall correctly, I think that's how that works. Could be misrecalling, though. That one I'm really not that confident in. We're gonna build this up to EOS as well here. Right as we're wanting to introduce some of that, we're gonna... Alright, I think we're gonna want to go universal suffrage, just straight in. Trade unions got remarginalized, just kidding. Let's demarginalize them first. Oh, yuck. Let's try and go free trade, which is going to help our other stuff. Actually, laissez-faire will kind of help to unlock our queue a little bit. And it is going to be better. Let's just hope we can do it. Cultural exclusion, Rev. We would abdicate to that if we didn't want to stay on church and state, which we do. Tell me I'm not wrong, but as a European, I don't think the American voting system is that much democratic. Why would a winner take everything? That does not represent reality. Yeah, no, I think it's kind of silly. Also, technically, they don't actually... It's just a suggestion for a lot of states where you can have... You're allowed to have faithless electors. In no way I got an ad for Mike Rogers of Michigan, as you said, Michigan. Pretty sure that that system would favor Democrats. I really don't think that it would. I think that the states that, if you look at the amount of points, like, so, Democrats would win, they would get votes in places like North Dakota, right? Where they would get a percentage of North Dakota, right? That would otherwise all go conservative. But conservatives will get a percentage of, like, California, which would otherwise all go Democrat. I think that of the states that the Democrats are winning, they are winning by a smaller margin in the much, much more populous states, so that's why they win the popular vote. But if you look at it from the perspective of electoral votes, North Dakota doesn't have a lot of population. They have the most, it's either North or South Dakota has the most electoral votes relative to their population. And so the places that have the most electoral votes relative to their population, in my understanding is that they are more conservative in general, overall, than like a higher proportion of conservative than like California is liberal. Washington D.C. should be a state, yeah. Well, like the thing is like Washington D.C. should probably just be like part of Maryland. And the Dakotas should get merged, and Puerto Rico should be a state. The Dakotas have less population than Puerto Rico combined, and they are the two states with the lowest population, and they are contiguous, but that's not how this works. I've always found the blame the British feeling every time I play Victoria 3. They always mess things up. Yeah, they 100% do. They stick thumbs in pies. You're just minding your own business. Speaking of thumb in a pie, oh, that is a vibe, huh? Poor Japan. And we're allowed to side and become protectorate. It's like impossible to get that these days. But could they get Kyushu? No, we can't. There's one state that's like worth having. So it allows for a pretty good company, if I recall correctly. I might not. I might not. You know what? I don't think we can afford all these universities that are in the queue. I think that's kind of what comes next, but I don't think that that's I don't think that's the step we're on yet. We might be on the add more construction step because we have an investment pool, but once we get laissez-faire, if we get laissez-faire, we'll be in fine shape. Just add this other construction sector and then pause it again. do like getting more of these. Love the political tops. I don't think you're contributing to the problem if you're disgusted by the choices and refuse to play the game. Well, I mean, I think that to some extent I understand what you're saying, but I think there's a lot of people who do not actually want to or try and do anything to fix the problem and are more interested in the performative aspect of complaining without actually doing anything, and it's these people who I'm critical of. Like, the take your ball and go home type of thing, you can, like, write in Hulk Hogan if you want, right? Which is a kind of take your ball and go home. But it is one that requires a slight bit of inconvenience on your part in a way that just not voting doesn't. If you're disgusted by the system, so I was unwilling to vote for either Joe Biden or Trump when Biden was the nominee, and my plan was to write in Jimmy Carter. I would still vote, but not for a candidate that could possibly win. So, but also, it's easy for me to do that when I live in California, and there's like a 0% chance that it's gonna matter. Generalist East channel, Generalist Travels. Bro, I recorded an eating challenge thing, but I never published it. All politicians that oppose my ideas are corrupt, basically. Journalist drama, we just start shit with other content creators. Journalist ideas is great. Burke reviews and journalist himself fanboying about Hannibal, 100%. I stan Hannibal. Hannibal 2024. Let's bring him back. We're gonna find the body of Hannibal, resurrect him. We're gonna pause construction too, because that shit's expensive. And then the investment pool will drain real fast. Need a convo with some youngsters about corruption. They were okay with it because they do it too. Like, bruh, yeah, just the uber jaded thing. To be fair, technically, the U.S., because it's legal, it doesn't actually qualify as corruption, which is kind of interesting from like the academic study of corruption. But it's obvious it's legalized self-interest. Like, you shouldn't be able to enrich yourself as a public servant. Like, Pelosi, I think, is up like 30 million on the year in stock trades, and like a ridiculous percentage for a like per annum return. And she's like performed like I think over 15% year over year for like the past like decade in terms of her stock returns. And it's obviously because she understands. It's because she's the one who's decided to regulate companies and stuff. And before they had a like Senate committee to like decide whether or not they're going to crack down on Google, she sells her Google stock. Like, so. And the people who lose when she makes money by doing smart stock decisions are the American people or whoever overseas is buying American stock, right? So it's effectively theft, but it's also legal because you're just like stealing from the American people, but it's legal. So what are you gonna do? Make it illegal, obviously, but like the point is technically that actually doesn't count as corruption. We're gonna take Darfur. Wait, we have an ingress into Darfur, right? Yeah, so we can go to Darfur, Wadai, and then colonize. Or Bornu, and then colonize. Then colonize air. Plus this will give us a nice, thicker looking map. We love that more than anything, right? Oh, so nice for us to roll that on like our first thing. Passing censorship, role-playing the current Egyptian regime. It would be like that. I actually don't know enough about Egypt to comment. She joined something which was the Conservative Party for Young People. Now, of course, there was fascists in there, but it happens to every right party that has established a country with obscure past and right-wing extremism. Still going? Still going. Probably going to start sometime soon. I did want to kind of make up the like lack of Saturday and Sunday stream. So, but also I'm starting to like feel worse and worse. Because I have a headache and my temp is increasing and this type of stuff. Why thought we paused this construction, but apparently we didn't. Okay. Makes sense. DC has 3... I said it might be a short stream, not that it would. I'd say as long as I'm feeling okay, which I guess I'm kind of not, we continue. But that it might end up being short. DC has 3 electoral votes, really? The double confederacy. That's fair, I suppose. I mean, if it has 3 electoral votes, I don't know why you wouldn't just make it a state. Do they have 3 reps and no senators? No, well, I guess I know they have no senators, so they must have 3 reps. Well, they do have 3. It looks like. They participated in 15 elections. There's also a lot of people in DC, but DC gets to vote in presidential, but has no senator or congressperson who can vote. They have people in the House of Representatives, do they not? Pretty sure DC has people in the House of Representatives. Or a person. District of Columbia does in fact get people in the House of Representatives, or they get 1 single delegate, it looks like. Yes, so Eleanor Norton is the representative for DC, so they get a single one. Which, okay, so I didn't realize they got more electoral college votes, but they have 1 representative. Yeah. Also, DC city budgets have to be approved by Congress. That's kind of weird. I don't know if it's anachronistic, the way that stuff works. Because I also think that you shouldn't have it be the same state, right, as the... It should perhaps not be... The government should not be inside of a specific state, which is the idea, but it's also just like... I think you could put it in Maryland at this point. Let them fight. Let the boy watch. Alright, we're gonna let him fight. Let him cook. A nihilist, they have no part in our religious union. We do not want an agitation for that. We'll have them leave the French Society one. John LG, thank you for the follow. I think maybe we try and slow down on the play and catch up on the chat and then conclude before my head implodes. But we also are going for Darfur. Because of reasons. Isn't it Wyoming in terms of lowest population? No, it's the Dakotas. Actually, I'm not 100% sure it's not Wyoming. I know the 2 states that are contiguous that have the lowest population are North and South Dakota. Yeah. The DC should get 1 electoral vote based on the heuristic of you get an electoral vote per representative and senator / the House of Representative member. So that's also probably why I thought they had a certain number of votes. Cali is much more Democratic than Texas and Florida are Republican. Yeah, Texas and Florida are more close to the middle, so the Democrats would win votes in Texas and in Florida, but Texas and Florida, in terms of percentage, proportion, or the amount of population they have per electoral vote is proportionally lower than states like North Dakota and South Dakota. So the where the benefit would lie in the states that are disproportionately overrepresented per population, because this is where you get more electoral votes from anyways. And so the question is the states that are disproportionately where each individual person disproportionately has more power. Because Texas is a huge state. In terms of the amount of people there, the amount of electoral votes they get per people is much lower than North Dakota or South Dakota. So whoever has more of the states that are worth less electoral votes individually would benefit more from that system. But it's a system that would make everyone's vote matter a lot more, and not just be like this insipid 6-state race. And it's a system that I think both you could, practically speaking, try and pass it. You could never pass a popular vote because there's like 0% chance that like conservatives would go for it. Puerto Rico doesn't want to be a state. They voted against it every time. Really? Wyoming is less population dense than either Dakota, is the most disproportionate regarding electoral votes. Are we sure? I mean, maybe by landmass. You were right. 584,000 for Wyoming, and North Dakota is 783, South Dakota 919. Notably, District of Columbia, greater population than Wyoming and Vermont, and Puerto Rico has over 3 million pop. So I guess the thing is actually you want to merge South Dakota and Wyoming, which would be a very strange thing, but in terms of contiguous states, these are the two contiguous states with the absolute least population. I jokingly propose mods for Victoria 3 where they merge these 4 states and call it et al. But like in terms of 4 states that are all next to each other, absolute least population here. If you merged all of these, it would still be less population than... I think it would just barely be less than Puerto Rico, which is, to me, like, insane. Save Nippon? We're not backstabbing our ally to save Japan. There are 24 Democratic states and 26 Republican states, so the electoral from the amount of states is almost irrelevant. I don't think you look at the number of states. I think you look at proportionality of people to votes. And so the Republicans have way more of these states that are like 3 people, or 3 that get 3 votes. If I recall correctly. I suppose we could take a look at it. Also, having, 2 more states is actually, like, a pretty substantive, like, it's a substantive difference as well. Right? Because that means that you have, like, a 4-point spread. Which, like, most elections are decided by a smaller margin than a 4-point spread. Isn't that a performative vote if you know it won't make a difference? Yes. It is performative, in some sense. In another sense, if enough people vote, even though it doesn't, like, democracy, and it's like, one of the problems is every individual person, your vote is kind of worthless, but together it's not. How long do war reps last? 5 years, the same amount of time until a truce is over. I don't think we want to side against... Yeah, Yeah, we're a little behind. Let's catch up. We got a pragmatic Gen Z. In terms of not voting? Maybe. Let's get rid of this malice. Go steal. We're trying to play catch up, so we're going to try and be a little bit more efficient. So we're going to not spread postal slavings and organized sports, and then finish civilizing mission and bad nationalism and steel frame. Yeah, I got that you guys are talking about Italian politics that I know nothing about. Japan has a 99.99 conviction rate? That's insane. Is the Columbia District in Canada? Oh, District of Columbia is not. Oh, wait. Columbia District? Yeah. Total proportional electoral votes. Joe Biden, 273. Trump, 259. If U.S. had propositional voting for each state rather than each winner taking it all. And then what was the result of the election? Oh my god. Please stop. I guess I could be wrong about this. I forgot. I don't know the number that was achieved. So the electoral results in actuality was 306 to 232 in Joe Biden's favor. So if that means if the proportional electoral votes would have been 273 to 259, it favors Republicans, which is what I thought it would. I also wouldn't care if it favors it means that Americans are getting better represented. So yeah, that makes sense to me. That doesn't add up to 538 though. Backstabber, is he excluding? He might be excluding non-state electoral votes in order to get that number. Appstag, thank you for the follow. Had it in Idaho. Fucking. Yeah, just the full et al. I want a mod that combines these 4 states. A mod that makes all of this New England. Right? Everything that's not New York and up here should just be one state from game mechanics perspective. And then also merges California and Texas. The real solution: turn the Dakotas, Wyoming, and Montana into territories and make Puerto Rico a state, or give independence, either or. I like the idea of having 50 states, so I think just merging the 2 smallest states, which apparently means South Dakota and Wyoming, and then making, Puerto Rico a state is probably the way to do it. That's not true. If you were to vote for a real candidate, the odds may be tiny, but they're not non-zero. Whereas if you vote for someone who can't be president, then it's performative. By the way, you were way behind. Yeah, no, I'm getting caught up. I'm almost caught up because I skipped over a lot of the Italian talk, which I don't follow. But Jimmy Carter is eligible. If everyone just decided that they wanted to vote for Jimmy Carter would win. He only served 1 term. And when he served that term, he gave up his peanut farm because there was the conflict of interest. You want to talk about presidents that are, not corrupt. And then he spent, the rest of his life so far, and he's still alive, which is why we say so far. He's 99. He'll be 100 by the time of the election hits. But he spent, the rest of his life, dedicated to public service and charity. Jimmy Carter was a public servant. 2020 is a bad election since to look at since Dems won in a proportional system brings things closer to 270. What do you mean? Yeah, it brings things closer to 270. They still win. The point is though that like the point I'm making is not do the system that makes the Democrats win. The point I'm making is that if you live in Texas or California or any state that is not going to swing the... Well, Texas is, like, closer to swinging, but, like, if you're a Democrat in North Dakota, your, like, vote, like, is irrelevant. And if you're, like, conservative in California, your vote's irrelevant, which means that the democracy is not, like, being representative. And the candidates just uber suck up to just, like, the 6 swing states. And it's, like, not democratic, and it's unfair to everyone who's not in a swing state. And the fact that one of the main reasons the governor of Pennsylvania was like on the being considered to be like the vice VP nominee was because winning Pennsylvania is so important. That's like and Gavin Newsom, for example, not that I like Gavin Newsom, I don't like him, but he wasn't under consideration. He would absolutely be under consideration if California's votes mattered, but they don't. And so like that's like why because California is not in play. And so it makes it so that in all of their campaign promises and in the, people that they select for VP candidates, it, like, absolutely matters that, like, you're not getting properly represented in terms of the democracy. And so, like, would it make it harder for Democrats to win? Yeah, but it would be, like, better for democracy. Like, the goal isn't to have the system where the Democrats win every time is just some autocratic, like, nonsense as well. Like, if you want them to win, like, the best system then would be, like, some sort of, like, single-party state. You know? Like, there's already a New England combiner mod. Yeah, but I want it in vanilla. Replace the Electoral College with the Electoral University to solve all the American problems. True. Hey, Targus, how's it going? I still need to give out the sign-up program. Targus is likely going to be the host, unless he backs down for the 3v3v3 this Saturday. Jimmy Carter has my vote. I'm Canadian, basically. Based. Bro, you should write Jimmy Carter in for Canada's vote. Be like, you know who we should elect? Jimmy Carter. Too bad Gerald Ford is dead. I'd write him in. To be fair, Jimmy Carter might be dead by the time of the election rolls around. I don't have, like, I don't know what the over-under on that is. I assume it's more likely he's alive, but, like, because it's only 2 months, but, like, also, like, 100's a lot of years. Heard you like Civil War, so I put a Civil War in your Civil War. I'm not American, but is Andrew Jefferson considered a good person? You mean Andrew Jackson? No. It brings all elections closer to 270, probably. I don't think that that's necessarily a bad thing. People like voting for walking corpses. I'd vote for Jimmy Carter's corpse any day. Yeah, Andrew Jackson was not very nice to Native Americans. I guess it depends on who you ask. There was also, he was, like, known for having, like, a kitchen cabinet where he just, like, there was a lot of nepotism in his cabinet where he just, like, installed a bunch of people that were his buddies. And so, like, that's another, like, form of critique on Andrew Jackson. I know that, he was more conservative, although that's, like, before, like, the names of the parties, like, swapped and, like, did all this stuff. He was more conservative, but, like, even conservative pundits, I don't think, generally, like, look back fondly on Andrew Jackson specifically. He's on our $20 bill, though, so that's what it is, I guess. I don't know. Being truthfully, I think the Democrat from PA would be better than Kamala. Yeah. I would have preferred us to have an actual primary for the Democratic nominee, but I also prefer Biden stepping down, so I'll go do the math for 2016 and see if the EVs would get there. Yeah, the point is, though, is your campaign promises to California suddenly matter if California votes that are in play for, like, mattering for the election. I'm going to put on a bald cap so I can be the best journalist for 3v3v3. Bro, could you imagine shaving your head for it? Jimmy Carter has my vote. I'm Swedish, basically. Just write in Jimmy. Honestly, Jimmy. He's really sick. He's asleep more days than not. By that I mean he sleeps 2 days in a row and then he wakes, rise, and rinse and repeat. Jimmy? Poor Jimmy. He's still alive, though, and still eligible to be president. What did I think about Jill Stein? Do you watch the Channel 5 News? Jill Stein's like the third-party candidate that's been running for, like, forever, right? I don't have a strong opinion on Jill Stein either way. But, look, I think there's about a 0% chance Joe Biden was going to do anything to reform campaign finance or getting the money out of politics, and I thought there was very little chance that Donald Trump does the same, and that's like the most important issue to me, which would be why I'd vote for Jimmy. If it was one of those candidates against pretty much anyone else, I'd probably vote for the anyone else, which is why I'm going to vote for Kamala. Jimmy, sadly, is in palliative care. That sounds about right. Still would vote for him. Just saying. For the EVs, it would have been 263 Clinton, 262 Trump, 11 Johnson, according to the Quora answer. So Clinton would have won. Yeah, interesting. That is much closer. But is that proportionate to population? What I'm talking about is not proportionate to population. That looks proportionate to population because Clinton just barely won the popular vote. But from the Channel 5 video, it seems like no one really knows what's going on. Ah, this is the Italians. To be fair, political pundits are absolutely terrible at actually predicting anything happening in their country or anything happening. They're just like basically just good at post hoc analysis. There was like a study or analysis that was done on like political pundits' predictions, and they're just like basically just as bad as like the average person. They're just good at giving commentary after the fact on this stuff. But if you don't think the commentary after the fact is important, then yeah. All hail Jimmy Carter, bro. I would die for him, to be honest. If Jimmy Carter needed someone to suck their soul out and take all the years of their life that they had left so that Jimmy Carter could live longer, I'd be his boy. We'd give Jimmy Carter another chance in the White House. Dude, I'd be so down. The real problem is the natural born citizen criteria for president stops the best candidate. Without it, you could have the governor in charge of the whole country. I'm a fan of some of the stuff, but having I don't know why they just didn't capitulate to if they were gonna go for white peas. That's kind of weird. They should just capitulate out. But Schwarzenegger did some not very good things to education. Not a huge fan of that. I am a fan of the part where he's like willing to go against his own party, though. I'm generally a fan of that. And people who don't just toe party line, like John McCain's like one of my favorite politicians, like historically speaking. So yeah, benefits the Dems related to the current system. I'm not 100% sure that what you got was like based on the thing, and also it doesn't benefit the Dems in the last election. You're saying it benefits the Dem like because someone else did it for 2020, and it like moved it like 30 points towards Trump, like in terms of electoral votes. Jimmy Carter is the type of guy to be in a coma and still build a house anyway, basically. Jimmy Carter gave Iran all their weapons. I know less about the Jimmy Carter administration and what he did specifically than I do like about his willingness to give up his peanut farm, to be honest. We haven't had an honest president. Well, I think if you're gonna have the like cynic like kind of perspective, then and they're just like all categorically look, so it's like this, you know, some people you meet can be dumb, right? And some people you meet can be smart. But if 100% of people you meet are stupid, right, then your criteria for stupidity is miscalibrating, because if it casts a net so that it captures everyone, then it's not a meaningful word. Now, to be fair, you could be saying that there are tons of honest people, it's just everyone who's been president is dishonest, but it also might be the case that your criteria for someone being honest is off. Also, relative to the presidents, I don't know of a president that I would think was more honest than Jimmy. I could certainly think of presidents that were less honest than Jimmy. So I can really think of presidents who are less honest than Jimmy. We could start with Nixon. Definitely Bill Clinton, too. Also Trump. Seems like Jill Stein really knows what's going on, sorry. Channel 5 is a YouTube channel run by Andrew Callaghan. Oh yeah, I'm not familiar with this channel. We got Darfur. Which, to be fair, Darfur is going to be actually kind of nice. Oh, it's gonna, from the, oh, we didn't incorporate, wait, what the frick? Oh, this is reset. I thought Dongola and Upper Egypt were not incorporated. I was like, hold the phone, pump the brakes. This is madness. So we can conquer our way into here and then start colonizing, right? We probably should have prioritized this way earlier. We can force Diploplay, conquer Chad is going to be a little bit less. So 10 infamy for all of it. And then we should be able to colonize a bit more. We can't colonize air until we take Bornu Chad. But we could colonize up here into towards Tripolitania. No, Clinton won the popular vote by over 3%. Okay, so then it's in between. Yeah, it's definitely. I definitely think it's going to be most of the time in between what the actual results were and the popular vote. Actually, did she win the popular vote by? Anyways, my desire is not to, when evaluating a system, it's not evaluating a system on the basis of which one makes the Democrats win. Which seems to be, Clinton lost, in the thing, but it's still not benefiting them to the degree that a popular vote would. But also, it would have made Joe Biden's win much smaller. I mean, I could take a look at the math and how it works, but I'm pretty sure that it makes it better in the aggregate, not in universal, in every single election you look at, because it made it way better for Biden, or sorry, way better for Trump via Biden in 2020. It was way better for conservatives, not even close. Relative to the system. Gonna take your ballot for the British Columbian Legislative Assembly, write in Jimmy Carter, and drop it in the ballot box in Seattle. This is the type of initiative we need. Political pundits were brought by the winning party, and one of the pundits is now a European MP for the winning party. Yeah, I really hate it when there's the crossing of streams of political pundits and serving in Congress. Fox News has two former congressmen on it, Jason Chavez and some other guy. I think Trey Gowdy, something like that. I'm not a fan of that. I'm also not a fan of the White House correspondent on MSNBC or whatever, or the former White House correspondent. I forget her name. Don't like that either. Why is Jimmy Carter good? So the thing I like to point to is he gave up his peanut farm, but when he became president because of conflict of interest, and relativizing that to Donald Trump giving a bunch of cabinet positions to his immediate family, who are almost certainly not the most qualified people for the job. Like, it looks like a whole lot like anti-nepotism and like also anti-conflict of interest, and that's why I like Jimmy more so than like his policies or like how effective he was as a president. He probably like I don't know if I'd think he's very effective as a president overall, but we can now colonize this way now that we have Darfur as well. The only moral voter fraud, basically. How do we feel Waltz as a person? I don't really have a strong opinion on it. I think I kind of like him, but like the sample size is so small, and like I also just like don't know like very much about him, so I'd like not to like super pass judgment. I think that he wasn't like his. If you look at the trajectory of his career. And evaluate that alone, which is obviously not him as a person. He appears to be someone who is interested in the public good / public service, because he served a long time in the military and not just like long enough to, you know, kind of check your box for politicians, and then he became a school teacher. So you don't become a school teacher from the military if your plan is getting into politics, but you do like become a teacher generally if you're like interested in helping people. So, but I also don't know a lot about him. I base your entire understanding of American political system on the odds presented by betting sites. What else could matter? This is the true way. Yeah. John McCain was the last true Republican, but he also unleashed the Kraken in that nut job from Alaska. Yeah. Well, I think that... do you think Mitt Romney doesn't count as a true Republican? I certainly like McCain way more than Romney. I was also a fan of Ron Paul, although he was not a Republican. He was a Libertarian. It moves it towards 270, so of course it moved it towards Trump in 2020. What matters is who wins. Yeah, I mean, you're telling me with a sample size n equals 1 that it helps Democrats when I do not see, like, the logic of it, as far as I can tell, is what matters is each person who is getting a vote, their vote has proportional value relative to the number of electoral votes that they have in their state. Each individual person in North Dakota has a higher percentage of a vote than each individual person in California. The question is which, and I don't know the answer to this, but I think it's conservatives, I think it's Republican. The question is which political party is getting a higher share of their votes from, a higher share of their votes from states where each individual person proportionally has a bigger share of the thing, and how big a margin are they winning those by? And so the question is are people in North Dakota, is North Dakota being one, or actually, no, sorry, let me back that up. What matters is the states that are worth the smallest amount of electoral votes, which proportionally have the biggest population, are those states close or not? And the closer they are, the more it's going to... Trying to think of the way through wording this. It's going to shift more votes per person that changes their mind and can vote differently in the states where the people who have a greater share of the vote, of the electoral vote with their individual vote. And so if those states are much higher proportion, one thing or the other, which I do think that they are more overwhelmingly conservative in North Dakota than California is overwhelmingly liberal, then it should be helping out conservatives in the aggregate. I heard Tim Walz is a sleazeball. Yeah, I really don't know, but my perception of him is very superficial and based on not a large sample size of things, and is not unbiased either way, right? So I've watched a lot of conservative, or I've watched some conservative reporting on him and some liberal reporting on him. The liberal reporting on him is glowing. The conservative reporting on him is that he's a sleazeball, right? Neither of which I think are unbiased. Listening to him talk, he seems like perhaps a little unserious, but also maybe just like not as formal or politician-y, which makes sense. Is Kamala or Trump more protectionist? In terms of foreign trade, Trump. You think journalists will underestimate chat? Wait, what? What if we get rid of the electoral college and did a vibe vote check for candidates on a scale of 1 to 100? Bruh. I would rather have rank order voting, to be fair. Yeah, it's not as good as a truly proportional system as for the Dems. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely not as good as a popular vote for the Dems, right? Because I think it is awarding more points. Yeah, I mean, it's just awarding more points. The conservative states are just worth more points per person to begin with. Okay, there's like two things layered over it, right? It's that the conservative states are worth more points per person. And there's also what proportion, by what percentage are conservative states winning their individual states. And if that's higher relative to the Democrats, then that's good for conservatives. If it's lower relative to the Democrats, then it's bad for conservatives. And since Democrats win the popular vote, it maybe is a little bit bad for conservatives. But also, it's still a question of, like, if you have more of the states, having more states matters generally because... or not more states matters. It's not more states matters. It's having the low population states is going to be benefited by the system. Of which my understanding is the conservatives generally do. Like, if you... the thing to do would be exclude all the swing states and look at the really, like, overwhelming states. But... I haven't even looked up what proportion of, like, conservative, like, California goes, but I think it's over 30%. I'd have to check. Trump could be the most honest president ever. First, he doesn't have a filter. He says the things he shouldn't say. Secondly, he lies truthfully, so everyone knows when he lies. Wait, what? Bruh. We don't like the backwards doublespeak logic here. Trump, like, if you watch the debate, he just comes up on stage and he just does, we do everything so bigly. When we did it, it was the best. Now it's terrible. And it's like, he doesn't actually, like, say real stuff. He just, like, brags. I don't know. The most honest, dishonest president. Jimmy was too realistic and too honesty for president, especially when the U.S. economy stagnated in the later years of his tenure and Iran crisis wasn't handled well. Yeah. I mean, he didn't play the game. He was a public servant. That's kind of my impression, but again, small sample. Also, Romney doesn't matter anymore. He's stepping down. Ron Paul got blacklisted by the media, so nobody voted for him. Yeah, I was a fan of Ron Paul. I would have voted for Ron Paul in the... I think in every primary he was in, I would be more... Actually, maybe not against McCain, but... big fan. A big fan of his willingness to shoot himself in the foot in order to properly educate the American people on what his actual positions were. Like, it takes courage to do that, and every politician should do that. They should just tell you exactly who they are, especially in the primary. And Ron Paul didn't pull at all. He was just like, yo, dogs, this is what I'm about. If this is what you want, vote for me. Yeah. Romney only addressed the elephant in the room once it was no longer harmful into his position to do so. Didn't he go for a re-election once, or did he just not? I thought he got re-elected once. sense, but I could be mistaken. Yeah, I think that a decent amount of people did this, but I think he broke ranks earlier too. Too much complex thinking for you? Yeah, I mean, it'd be much easier for me to do the think through this thing if I had, like, if I put it in a spreadsheet and, like, we looked at every single state's, proportionate polling, Democrat, Republican, and every state's proportionate electorate of people. It would be, you'd be able to make it a lot more transparent. And this is something you could do. But the point I'm trying to make, though, is that I also just don't care I don't care who it favors. I'm saying that it's unfair to everyone in the, like, 43, 40, you know, let's call it 45 to 40 to 45 states that are not swing states, because they don't get the candidates that are trying to appeal to them, and they don't get the policies on the policy proposals that are trying to appeal to them as a result of everything being favored towards the swing states. So, like, I also don't care as much who it favors. Dems win their states by larger margins. I haven't looked at this specifically, but I feel like that's not true, but that might be true. If that's true, then it definitely favors Dems, right? Or likely favors Dems. Because it still matters that proportionally you're getting more vote. If we had vibing vote, Jimmy Carter def wins. Jimmy Carter might win in 2024, bro. It would just be Jimmy Carter deciding who's the next president, though, right? Because Jimmy Carter wins, and then his VP, whoever he picks... Because Jimmy Carter ain't living to 104. So it would be just Jimmy Carter. Let the fates decide. Let Jimmy Carter decide. I'd be so down for that. Jimmy Carter decides the fate of the nation. He decides the next VP. We vote in Jimmy Carter. We give him the reins. Cali is like Dem plus 25, and a state equivalent is, in the path, is only plus 16 for Republicans. That's still a lot. Like, what? If what is it, so what does that make it? Like, Dems are winning, like, plus 25 is not that big a margin, like, to be crushing by, I feel like. I don't know. Wyoming's 70% Trump, and DC is over 90%. So DC, that's an enormous margin, but Wyoming being 70%, that's a lot of points. That's a 40-point difference, right? Roughly speaking. Hi, journalist. Is command economy 1.7 viable? It's viable. It's better than it was in 1.6. It's still bad. So it depends what you mean by viable. Is it going to be as good as laissez-faire? No. Does it have to be as good as laissez-faire for you to enjoy playing on it? No. Also no. So. Do a CK3 Game of Thrones run? I did, but we did one as Stannis. And what happened is, why we stopped that run was because the mod we were playing showed nudity even though we had no nudity showing. No nudity on our settings. Which has left me kind of a little bit spooked to play that mod ever again when I'm making content, because if I accidentally show nudity, then I get in trouble, right? So I kind of don't want to play that mod. Yeah. Because, like, it's like 3 strikes you're out type of thing, you know what I mean? What favors Dems? We are talking about a proposal where electoral votes would not be winner take all, but would be proportionate to the vote. So if North Dakota, which is where 3 electoral college votes, voted for 2/3 Republican and 1/3 Democrats, the Republicans would get 2 points, and the Democrats would get 1 point. And doing this would make it so that every vote really matters, not just the swing state votes, because currently the way elections work is candidates only care about 7 or so states, which means that in terms of the VPs that get picked and policies that get proposed, states that are not going to swing one way or the other, like California or Texas, don't get properly represented in our democracy, and instead states like Pennsylvania get overrepresented, where it's really hard to win without winning Pennsylvania, which is why one of the big VP candidate potentials for the Democrats was the governor of Pennsylvania, whereas Gavin Newsom wasn't even, mentioned. And I think that this is, although I don't like Gavin Newsom, just want to emphasize, I think that this is largely due to the fact that you're just playing for all the swing states, and I don't think I think that's unfair to, the 45 to 40 states that, aren't swing states. Democrats are very right-wing or just far right. Wait, what? Democrats are left-wing. What do you mean? You would pick Stannis in the Game of Thrones mod. Bro, Stannis the man is. By viable, I meant if it was able to compete with interventionism in terms of efficiency and raising SOL. No, it's also really bad for SOL. Generalist, in your proposal, are there decimal electoral votes? Absolutely. I'm saying you can do it. You can do it to the 1,000th place or whatever, or the 100%. You do decimal. Yeah. No rounding. Rounding is unnecessary. You just do the math, man. But the point is if it's split proportionally and you get 60% Democrat California, they get 60% of the California votes, Republicans get 40% or whatever, and then, or 35, whatever the numbers are, and that means that the candidates have to actually care about representing, both in terms of their rhetoric and their VP choices and their policy platforms. They have to care about representing a state like California. Whereas, Kamala doesn't give a shit about California, except for, donor money, in terms of, this election, because it's already locked in, and Trump doesn't care about it either, because you can't win it. Could also outlaw gerrymandering. That's a little bit harder to outlaw, practically speaking, and both sides do it. Also, it's terrible. You maybe could have a program write it so that the center of the district is least far from every point in the district or something like this, and have this be the heuristic. You guys don't have a left wing? Yeah. The classic. Your frame of reference for whenever you're talking about political compass is going to inform whether or not something's right or left. The U.S., if your context is looking at the U.S. has a left wing relative to itself. The U.S. relative to, kind of Western, what is called Western countries, is entirely right wing. And then the U.S. relative to the entire world, including China and India, just talking about population, is incredibly left wing. So, depends what your frame of reference is. You sound like someone coming in from either, South America or, Europe, and they're just well, the U.S. is just hyper-conservative. It's well, relative to that, but, relative to the entire world, the U.S. is, liberal. So, it depends what your frame of reference is. My guy. But the biggest issue in the U.S. is elections isn't the electoral college, it's the winner-take-all system. We have something similar in EC here. Yeah, the winner-take-all, if it wasn't winner-take-all, then it would be, you would have to run elections way differently. But you're talking about having a parliamentary system instead of, a presidential system, right? Within a presidential system, you can make it better by making the electoral votes, proportional, without getting rid of the presidential system. proposing getting rid of the presidential system, like, practically speaking, any proposal you have to do has to have, like, a reasonable chance of, like, changing. Otherwise, you're just, like, making noise, kind of. Could help Sahara. Not going to. I think we just take Chad off them so we can colonize in. More than happy to have him back down. And then I do want to get the colonization in because I'm like 100% gonna be, this is something I forget about if we like don't play for like over a week, which I think is gonna be the case because I am going on vacation this week as well. So even relative to Canada, the U.S. is very conservative. 100%. If you're talking just North America, the entirety of the U.S. is conservative. Yeah. Swapping to proportional electorates seems just as likely as removing gerrymandering. I mean, I think it would be easier to get... Because 40 states are kind of poorly represented, I think it would be a lot easier to convince those states that this matters than it would be to fix gerrymandering, which either is going to help one party or the other, and neither has much of an incentive to, like, you know, fix. It's not winner take all. There's senators and representatives. I think that they mean that there's only one president and there's not like a parliamentary system where the proportion of how much you win matters when it comes to the executive branch. And there's also, because this makes it so that there's two-party system, if this was not the case, voting third party would be more reasonable and you would see more coalition governments instead of just two parties. And, like, there being senators and representatives is, like, it's still, like, the executive branch is still winner take all. Also, at that point, why not just ignore electoral college and go by popular vote? Because the entire founding of the government was based on the belief that individual states were coming together and they were still being their own separate countries in some sense. And only a few things were going to be done federally, and part of that was... they did not want a tyranny of the more populous states over the less populous states, and that's like built into the very Constitution, which I don't have a problem with people switching off of that, and if I were to start a nation from the ground up, I would probably just make it popular vote, but I do think that I'm a fan of whatever system you have in place. You use that system, and so that means that you need to ratify the Constitution to change that, which I would think would be fine, but the votes are not... They're not going to vote to ratify that. And you cannot create an incentive structure such that it would make sense that people would be incentivized to ratify a popular vote. So it's like, to some extent, wishful thinking. Or like it's just not going to roll out, you know? Said the U.S. looks left-wing compared to China? Yeah. Socially, the U.S. is left-wing compared to China. You're talking economically, it starts to get more complicated. But, like, China's not, like, a communist, like, they're, like, communists in name only at this point. They're, like, they have enterprises that compete with each other, and they have state-owned enterprises, and this is like their way of putting their finger on the scale, like as a government, which leads to inefficiency in some ways, but it leads to more government controls in other ways. But like China does not run an enormous amount of social programs. They have very, very little taxes in terms of income tax. There's basically no income tax. It's almost all corporate tax and VAT. So like, if you want to say that they're left-wing because their name is the Chinese Communist Party, I guess you can. They're socially, like, very conservative. Like, The way you guys use population system to control representatives is weird. I can say Brazil where I live. Yeah, there might be like... It is a little bit weird. It leads to you having to redraw stuff. It would maybe make more sense to use stuff for districts, but then it wouldn't be proportional to population. Is U.S. more conservative than the rest of North America? Are we really more conservative than Mexico? I actually don't know the answer to that. I'm pretty confident we're more conservative than Canada. I don't know actually much about Mexico's politics. If I were to guess, I would guess that they're more liberal, but I don't know. Got a lot of people with their popcorn out. We're gonna do quite a bit of election talk on election day. Doesn't stop the tyranny of the most populous states very effectively, though. No, but it stops it as effectively as everyone agreed for it to do. I think it does stop it to some extent, because I think that the Democrats have won the popular vote. How many elections in a row now? And there's definitely room for the other states to exercise some power, especially the smaller states. So you only need the top 12 most populous states to win the presidency? Yeah, well, that's a lot of people as well. It's the more populous states would not have agreed to a system where each state just gets a certain number of votes. The system they agreed to, beforehand, I think should be only amended by the means by which they say they amend it, or through revolution. I really am not a fan of violent revolution. I think that that's bad, so... Why did you give up Rift Valley? Did we? What do you mean? We never had a chance to get it in this run. I suppose we could have prioritized it way harder. Papa, we might be able to trade to people, so we'll put it on Papa as well here. She sides with the sick empire. Team never get a subject this way again, though. General is confusing right-wing and left-wing with progressive and conservative. Sure, that might be the case. I also think people use the words in a lot of different ways. Yeah, so I guess I would mean progressive and conservative and not be talking necessarily economics. Although speaking in terms of economics, I don't think just having... Yeah. That's fair enough. I also think people yeah. Yeah, that's fair. That would certainly be more precise. Often when people talk about left and right, they are also talking about progressive and conservative. At least in, yeah. At least in the US in terms of discourse. So. Let's try resuming this. See if we instantly hemorrhage all of our money. Investment pool's mostly has been drained out quite a bit anyways. Yeah, we'll lose a little bit of money. Investment pool keeps cranking. Alright. States are too unequal to use it as a measuring tool. Yeah. DC has electoral college votes, but I take your meaning. It does have more population than two combined. Oh no. I did not even notice that we were up at 100. I guess we're revving. Or we abdicate to it very sneaky right now. Oh, you can't abdicate on this government form. I forgot. Yeah, we rev. We rev here. Right? Yeah. Why can't we call France? Did they just break their... Bro, they just broke it because they didn't want to help us out with the rev. Alright. Ah. Well, we're still going to be able to do this in time. Dwell Uprising's a little bit awkward. I think maybe we catch up on chat and save this though, so let's do this. Yeah, but like in terms of like economics, like as well, like China is not. When a lot of people in the U.S. talk about China, they're like talk about China having a bunch of like social programs where they just like give people stuff, or a lot of entitlement programs, which China doesn't. China just doesn't tax people on income very much. In the U.S., like 80% of the tax revenue they get is from income tax, and like 20% is corporate. And China's is like inversed, where it's like mostly corporate and VAT. So like, they are a fan of having a big federal apparatus, though, because they have a lot of state-owned enterprises, and if that's what you mean by left-wing, then I guess, but it's not used to, like, roll out social programs, right? Like, so I don't know how I feel about calling, like, China, like, left-wing. Or I would want to know what the definition for, like, left and right-wing, according to the person I'm talking with, is, because people also have different definitions. But I certainly take your meaning, saying that, like, I'm conflating progressive and conservative with right and left-wing. Edict Boster, thank you for the follow. So, I could be out of my element there. Also, the language that people use on right and left and conservative and liberal is highly variable, especially based on like what perspective they occupy. So it's like, yeah. China kind of runs the fascist model of econ. By fascist, I mean state-controlled industries to achieve a regime's directives. Yeah, but then they've I think it was starting with Deng Xiaoping. They've basically gotten rid of most price controls. And so, like, the system where they had, like, communist, like, fixed prices and this type of stuff is gone. It's decided, like, in a capitalist way, they just own a lot of the industries. But, like, how big is the, like, so here's the thing. If China if China buys and owns a state-owned enterprise and they operate it at a loss, and a normal capitalist company would close up a shop, but they just operated it as a loss and they write it off and the Chinese government owns it and this type of thing. They're hemorrhaging money and the Chinese people pay for that, right? But when the US has a private entity and then they bail it out and give it a disgustingly favorable loan or just free money, that's really not that dissimilar from a state-owned enterprise, except for it is not controlled by the state. So China controls the thing, whereas the U.S. like does not control the thing. And so like I really don't like bailouts. I think if something needs to be bailed out, you might as well like have it nationalized, or that your stimulus should arrive at the hands of the people. So I much prefer like stimulus checks to people than bailouts of companies. But like they're not that like. They're a little bit dissimilar in terms of like one is in response to like an emergency economic situation, whereas the other one's ongoing. But they do that so that they have more economic control over particular things. Now, where it's like pernicious perhaps is with the WTO specifically, or like international trade, where China can dump goods to another market because they're operating at a loss, and the government's one of the firms that's operating at a loss, and then they dump goods to other people's market. That's a problem, and that's like a trade like sort of problem on a like world level. But like, I don't know. People are going to be... I need to catch up with the comments. Violent revolution, bad, but yeah, we don't like that. Like, a lot of people are like, they want stuff that requires a violent revolution, and then it's like, you know what usually follows violent revolutions too? Thugs taking power. Like, the Reign of Terror was pretty bad. There was the, Lenin took power, but then when he died, who took over? The thug, Stalin. So, like, you're not even, like, you're running, practically speaking, whenever you have a revolution, even if you have good intentions, you're running this risk that you're going to have these, like, absolute thugs take power. What's the point of looking that on YouTube again? I don't know. But it's unfair. States like Wyoming has won, like, a set number of representatives is fair for everyone. So when I vote in the election, I vote for... when I vote for president, I vote for who my reps to vote for. The number of people in California that it takes to get an electoral vote is way, way, way bigger than the number of people in Wyoming, which makes every person in Wyoming's vote for president more valuable than every person in California's. So it depends what you mean by fair. It is unfair if you are operating the perspective of the state, from the perspective of the state, it is unfair for California to have more votes than Wyoming. If you're operating from the perspective of the individual who wants their vote to translate into a president, it is unfair to Californians relative to Wyomingans, because their vote is worth less of an electoral vote in terms of proportion. Glad you're still streaming, journalists. Yeah, this is probably going to be a little bit of what we got going today. We'll try and get a couple other videos, but we're going on vacation, so we're not going to stream for like almost 2 weeks. If I turn Bohemia into a protectorate, will they support U.S. unification Canada as North Germany? I think as long as they're not insurrectionary or like super hostile, like super high liberty desire. When we got rid of the Articles of Confederation, we should have removed the Senate and Electoral College as well. That's possible, but that's not what we did. The Chinese economic politics are very state-controlled. The market is free for foreigners, but very controlled for natives. One country, two systems, really. I don't think that is really the case. Having read a rather lengthy book on Chinese economics, I think that there's some degrees to which that might be true, but that's like... I think there's a few things, like, so for example, housing specifically, and the ability to own stocks specifically, are some of like the strange types of systems, but I wouldn't call it one country, two systems in its entirety, and I wouldn't call it very state controlled. I think most of the GDP is produced by private firms in China. They are really big fans of picking certain industries and owning big chunks of those industries, like right now electric cars, but also construction, military technology, these types of things. The government wants to own big shares of that, but consumer goods almost entirely, which is an enormous share of GDP, as far as I know or have read about it, the state is not very interested in owning those things. So they're interested in owning targeted sectors of the economy with very, very high proportion, but not the economy writ large. I see China's a command economy where they've gone through the entire building register and individually privatized their non-company buildings. Yeah, well, then wouldn't that be interventionism? I kind of subscribe to the political access only exists relative to something else and can't exist on its own. That's probably fair. I think colonizing Rift Valley is possible. To cut off Go is optimal at this scale? Maybe. The U.S. Constitution used to get amended all the time, but now the U.S. is so polarized it doesn't happen anymore. This is true. Polarization is the problem. I think getting money out of the politics is what needs to be done, because a lot of both the DNC and the RNC are the people who kind of to some extent get to support candidates and decide who wins and lean on candidates, and they are funded by huge donor spending, corporate interests, and I think the problem is corporate interests and getting money out of politics is what is needed. AI still sucks to form Germany. Yeah, they do it sometimes. You said revolution bad, but you started one. Curious. The hypocrite. By the way, generals, I can't remember, did Breaking Wargo get banned for 3v3v3? No, but it's on the list of things that might get banned. But also, if Tarkus makes a ruling, that's the ruling. So if he says... I want him to use my rule set, but like if he says you can't do something in a particular thing, no. As far as I know, as far as I'm concerned, it shouldn't be banned. Unrelated, kids went from eating Tide Pods to spray painting faces with crumb spray. The internet really fucks us all over. A big fan of the crumb spray relative to eating Tide Pods. I think it's safer, and it does make me think of Mad Max. Still don't like both. What? The answer was not yes, Cams. The answer was I'd think about it, and I was leaning towards it, but then... Well... The people voted for it. I'm uncertain that it should get banned. There was another thing that I did ban, though. What did I ban? There was one thing that I wanted to ban and said you couldn't do, but breaking Morgles was not it. I'll have to think about it, maybe. I don't know. Two left-wing economies, worker-owned and state-owned. Yeah, so this is like, maybe right and left is like, it's complicated. Also, when I say right and left, like, I'm meaning it from, like, the American-centric, like, perspective, where we're talking about simultaneously economics and, socially. So, like, that's, like, when I'm talking, that's, like, the way I'm thinking through it, and so, like, I guess I could perform the translation, because there's a lot of you guys appear to be Europeans, and so right and left doesn't translate in that way, but... both are corporate welfare, yeah. Although the average tax rate is around 20%-ish. Where? Not in China. Or you mean for corporations. If you want to nationalize a failed company, you risk having the U.S. government hemorrhaging money to bleeding companies. It's happened here, it's just not good for their budget. No. I think you misunderstand my intention here. I'm saying that the U.S. should let industries die if they have failed. So like the automotive industry, rather than bailing out the automotive industry, they should allow it to go under. When something is identified as too big to fail, then it should be nationalized. I think that the U.S. should just not be in the business of bailing out companies and saying that they're too big to fail. But also, if you categorically can't let something fail, like the railroads maybe, because Biden stepped in and stopped the negotiations, and like forced them to work, that the unions were trying to negotiate for the railroads, because it was like, the idea was the railroads can't stop operating. If that's the case, then it should be just nationally owned. Like, there are some things that should be nationally owned, I think. Thank you for the cheers. Didn't you have a Discord group? I can't find it. If you look me up on YouTube, it should be linked in almost all my videos. There should be a link. But I'm not saying the U.S. should be in the business of collecting industries, but like the post office, the postal service, don't they operate at a loss? There's a lot of things that do operate at a loss. For example, police departments operate at a loss, I believe. Actually, I'm not 100% sure they operate at a loss. I do believe they operate at a loss, but I'm not 100% sure if they're all operating at a loss, but I believe that they have more expenses than they cover in tickets. Firefighters almost certainly operate at a loss. I don't think they generate any revenue. The government pays for those. Those are providing services. Right, so the things that are needed but can't be provided by the private economics in a way that is satisfactory, and those things are needed because they're too important to allow to fail, the government should like own. And so like I think railroads is an example and banks is an example. If the U.S. is gonna cover all the banks when they misbehave, cover the losses for all the banks, but then when they like get paid a bunch of money on their misbehavior and not recoup any of the benefit, that's like a substantial problem. As if Lenin wasn't a thug himself. Well, I mean, relative to Stalin, Lenin, I would say, is like an idealist, but like anyone who starts a revolution probably to some extent is a thug, right? We should split California into 40 million states so the only state matters. Yeah, I don't like that. I think eventually there's I think there's probably too many representatives as is, but as an export economy, it makes sense. You lower your loss if you can partially subsidize your products and let inventory. In Brazil, every vote is equal. We vote for every political role. Every single person is personal and equal in state and city. Yeah, that's not the case in the U.S. A Montanan's vote is worth more for the president than my vote is, independent of like the state being winner take all. But those private firms, if they want to sell overseas, have to have part of their companies owned by the government, is what it meant by state control, if only partial. I don't know how I feel about state being on the state being on the board of directors. I kind of think that it's probably the case that like you should either own all of the company or none of it. I mean, like, or just be holding equity in it, and with the idea of selling it. I don't know. If I would vote for Bernie if I could. Yeah, I mean, I was a fan of Bernie in 2016. I wanted him over Hillary. Overall power level aside, what's your favorite power block to play with? Oh, hey, we unlocked our new thing. So let's start with the colonial offices. What's my favorite? I don't know. Dopamine of subjugating a country with sovereign empire is really nice. The thing you banned was market moving. Yes, that's it. Moving the market to manipulate prices over the course of like 1 to 2 week period. Yeah, can't do that. We like Bernie Sanders in your country, but no shot U.S. would ever allow it. Yeah, the DNC definitely worked to block Bernie. In their defense, which we kind of don't like to do, he's not a Democrat, right? But at the same time, they acted like they were running a fair show and they weren't, so. From what I could tell, you guys think Kamala is commie? No, that's like all the conservatives. Whoever is like running for president is just the most communist person ever. And the heuristic it's like crazy to call Kamala left of Bernie, which is like what the conservative media does. But like, and they also call Waltz left of like Bernie, and like that's just like insane. But it's just like it's just because they want to rip on those two, not because like I don't know. But most Americans don't think that. I think some conservatives think that. I think that almost all liberals don't think that, and I think moderates would not think that. Their aggregate is slightly lower than 20% for average Chinese, which is super low. Talking about their income tax, that's higher than my understanding. 20% on their income tax. My understanding was they pay even less, but they pay. Or if you're talking aggregate, which includes value-added tax, then yeah. My understanding is China collects it mainly at value-added. And only with like the hyper-wealthy actually collects any income tax, and then collects a lot more corporate tax. Yeah, because I've been feeling consuming the game map you have here, and this looks pretty wild. Split states of America, French, Japan. Yeah, this is I mean, South America's super ugly. Look at this. Like, Boeing going downhill recently. One of the problems is, like, the incentive structure for Boeing is, like, not properly aligned with good performance, basically. I forget the exact way it was articulated. I was like hearing something about this, and it made a lot of sense to me. But maybe not nationalize if you have the option to pass new antitrust laws or enforce current ones. The U.S. used to be pretty against large banks, and now we have JPMC and as large non-Chinese. Yeah, I mean, the antitrust stuff's also like terrible. We in Taiwan are sadly privatizing railroads. I'm not against privatized railroads. I just think that you shouldn't meddle. You shouldn't meddle with the union negotiation with the railroads. And if you absolutely need to meddle with it, then the railroads shouldn't be private. I don't know that the railroads need to be private. My preference would have been you just let the union bleed out the railroad companies. Which is, like, the way the whole shindig works, man. And if that's something that's not allowable, then you shouldn't have a private firm. Like, yeah. We're just trying to cruise through. You guys are talking super a lot about the politics. But the right-wing government decided to sell it to the Chinese to fix the budget. Oof. The government shouldn't bail out businesses unless it causes a recession or a depression. Yeah, so, well, this is when they do it, but, like, I prefer a stimulus. If you're going to inject $1 trillion into the economy, I would rather you give it to consumers than give it to businesses as a general heuristic. And not even, like, consumers in the form of specific stuff, but consumers just in the form of, like, raw cash to spend on whatever they want, because telling people what they need to spend stuff on is inefficient. So, like, I would not be a fan of $1 trillion in food stamps, because then, like, people get evicted and can't pay for rent, right? Because they would use the money on rent, but they can't afford it, so. But yeah, I think the U.S. overly bails out businesses, and then the businesses aren't accountable in the same way as state-owned businesses. And I think the solution isn't having a bunch of state-owned businesses. I think it's just not bailing out companies. But, you know, divine economics should make you weaker. Sovereign empire to make it actually viable. Maybe you could do only subjugate with those within a similar region. Comrade Harris, yeah. Supreme Leader Kamala Harris, yeah. Who's definitely not communist relative to Bernie. Also definitely not a communist. She does want to price control rent, though, but, like, I don't know exactly how. Yeah, I mean, I think that the market mechanism to solve, like, housing is not, like, abundantly clear to me. I'm not sure if she, like, price controls is it. I am a fan of the tax on unrealized capital gains for people with wealth of over 100 million that provides a credit for when they actually sell it, though. I do like that proposal. So for those of you who don't know, roughly speaking, it's, yeah, tax on unrealized capital gains for people with a wealth of over $100 million. And the main reason to do this is because people like Mark Zuckerberg have a salary of $1, and they still spend a ton of money, but what they do to spend money is they borrow a bunch of money. And they borrow it and then use their stock as leverage. So they get really, really low interest rates, and then they can spend money and they never have to pay tax because they never actually have income, and they get paid in stock options. Their wealth is increasing every year, people like Zuck, but he's not getting paid any more than $1, but he's still spending lavishly because he just takes out loans leveraged against his assets. So in this way, you can effectively avoid taxes. He's still making money every year. It's just in unrealized capital gains or unrealized stuff. So the solution to this is if you're super rich, aka over $100 million, you get taxed on that. And when you get taxed on that, it doesn't just go into a black hole, that is the government, but instead, when you do eventually sell the stock, you get a credit towards the money that you had been taxed on, so you don't get taxed twice on it, but it does make it so you can't just, you know, get paid in stock, never ever sell it, just take out loans against the stock, and never ever have to pay taxes, even though you're spending a bunch of money on stuff and making use of government stuff. Zuckerberg, disproportionately relative to the average citizen, benefits more from what the government does, because one of the things the government does is enforce property rights. And he should have to pay taxes. Which is crazy because Kamala has taken pretty significant right turns since becoming a candidate, dropping climate from DNC issues and going anti-immigration. Well, to be fair, her position in 2016 was a primary position, and in the primaries you run from the left, and then in the general you will, if you're a Democrat, in the general then you come back to center. So in some sense, you have to expect her to come back center, but also, yeah, she does look more conservative than she did before. But all Democrats are now, like, more anti-immigration than they were before. Buying Boeing, though, is probably a very good idea. It can be very strategic. Yeah, China has evaluated that they really want to own a lot of the military and technology companies, so this is kind of where they have their thumbs in the pies. So... We have targeted consumer subsidies here in Hungary for some services. The solution to housing prices is to build more housing. It's more complicated than that. There's a lot of places where there's no area where you can build more houses, and housing is really expensive in those areas. And at a certain point, commute time is prohibitive. So there are people who work in... Where exactly is LA on the map here, my guys? Is it down here? There's people who work in, or is it actually, I think it's more over here. Shout out to not knowing our geography. There's people who, like, live, like, out in the middle of nowhere in, like, the desert, and then commute to LA for an hour and a half each way, because they can't find a cheap place to live closer to where they work. And bro... you can't just build more houses because there's no area to build the houses in except, like, the desert. Caca. If there were names on the map, we could give names, but it's not, the unearned earnings tax, I would call it an unrealized capital gains tax, because capital gains are different than earnings, I think. I think salary is minimum wage for legal reasons. I'm not sure. It might be minimum wage. I heard it reported that he gets paid $1. So you get a tax break if you make losses on unrealized gains you paid tax on before. I would guess that that's how that works. I do not know the exact nitty-gritty details of everything. But that is how I understand it. It's preventing you from just parking money in unrealized gains and still using it as an asset in order to leverage debt. Right? So their wealth is doing the same GDP growth we do in Vic 3, but as an individual, basically. Why not ban stock-backed loans? Because then they would... maybe you could do this. Maybe this would be another approach. I think I would be fine if they had to pay out the stuff that they would still be acquiring a ton of wealth if they decide to just have a huge savings rate for themselves in stock. But if for the money that they're spending on stuff, yeah, they would end up getting taxed. So that would be an improvement. I think I prefer the system... where I think that it's effectively income. It just can go the other way, right? And that's like the weird type of thing. Except taxes on unrealized gains is a slippery slope that's been attempted on those not at the billion level. Yeah, but we're talking you'd only get taxed if you're over a certain level of wealth. Harris does nothing but lie. She definitely does more than lie. Come on, my guy. If the other countries send us the poor, let us send them ours. Joe Biden, please save us. I'm generally pro freedom of movement. As like, I think that I'm on the side of all of humanity, You happening to be born in one country versus another, and that just being like a complete luck situation for you is not something you're responsible for and should necessarily be punished for. But I also think you should have to get a work visa to like cross lines, and also if you're a criminal, states have a right to refuse you access. Income tax started aimed at the top 1%, but then was extended to include everyone. No realized that unrealized gain also doesn't go the same way. I think that income tax, I believe taxes initially were just kind of levied more on the poor, like very initially, and the rich people didn't have to pay very much at all. That's my recollection. I could be mistaken, because the rich people were the ones who were powerful. They're like, nah, we ain't about that. So I think it operated in reverse. Also, if you look at the amount of effective tax that corporations pay, or people who with a lot of wealth pay, like it's been on a downward trajectory for the rich. But I think extending it to everyone would be wildly unpopular, and you can handle that on a case-by-case basis, right? Like, you can vote for one thing and not vote for the other thing. So, like, I'm not sure where exactly the slippery slope is, unless the language of the bill you're voting on allows them to change the $100 million threshold, right? So, like, I'm not sure where the slippery slope is, where, like, I think that's like, I think that's a slippery slope fallacy. So, like, yeah. Although I hate, like, there's a fallacy which is known, like, appeal to a fallacy, where you just, like, your counter argument is like, that's just a fallacy, and it's like, try and be leery about that. Why it's so bad in the U.S. is because of lack of public transportation. Yeah, public transit where I live sucks really hard, which makes not owning a car suck. Isn't the reason housing can't be closer due to zoning laws, though? That's part of it. So, like, specifically, in, like, the, like, western portion of the country, most of the land, or enormous portions of the land, are owned by the government and, like, dedicated to state parks and, like, public areas. And if you wanted to free up that land to build houses on, like, there's a bunch of nature preserves near me. If you wanted to free up that land to build houses on, then you could do that. But then the public wouldn't have that good, and eventually those lands would be fully populated anyways, and you'd just be kicking the can down the road in terms of the problem. And eventually you'd have the same problem again. You can't just build more houses because there's like finite resources, which will eventually just drive up the price. It's not this land of limitless land that you can just like expand into and just like build more houses in. Although maybe you should just like find a job out in Hesperia or whatever, like out in the desert, except for like, it's not like where all the jobs are. That's like where all the people are living in order to like get the job elsewhere. I don't know the details, but you're right, housing has to be close to work. I don't think the details are laid out yet, but I want to know more. Yeah, one of the problems in California is also that you can't build tall, as part of that being zoning laws, yeah. You can't build the things tall because if you change the zoning laws allowing people to build more stories, that will decrease the property value of current housing, right? But secondarily, you can't build stuff as tall in California because of earthquakes. Or that's my understanding, or at least like you can build stuff out like New York is, but like there are also some tall apartment buildings in California, so I don't know the exact details on that. That's an issue in the Netherlands too. Job was 1.5-hour commute one way because of the housing crisis. Yeah, Netherlands, they really don't have a lot of land. They have such little land, they're reclaiming it from the sea, right? Like that's a thing. It's the same thing, unrealized earnings and unrealized gains. Yeah, but I don't know. The language unrealized earnings is not the language I've seen used, so if you're saying it's the same thing, I'm not saying I disagree with you. I'm just saying I'm going to use the like language that I've heard associated with it because I'm not sure. It's a really funny country populated by immigrants not wanting them anymore. Yeah, I mean, I think that if someone wants to go somewhere and you don't have a good reason to tell them not to, then yeah. Increase minimum wages, you can do that. That is a price floor, like, and it creates like some types of inefficiency. I also think that like someone who works full time probably should be able to afford a place to live, and not be hungry. But like not categorically and necessarily. But I do think in the U.S., I think it's Arkansas is the place where Walmart was founded. In the U.S. specifically, where's Arkansas again? In the U.S. specifically, you can qualify for food stamps while working full-time and receiving minimum wage on the federal minimum wage. And what Walmart does, as part of your onloading program to become an employee, is they teach you how to apply for food stamps that they know you qualify for, even though you're working full-time. This is like the U.S. government is just subsidizing Walmart here. Right, anytime you're working full-time, you should not qualify for food stamps. And I don't necessarily like have a really strong opinion on which one should be the case, but either minimum wage should be such that you can't qualify for food stamps if you're receiving the federal minimum wage. I'm inclined to think that this is the better solution. Or the requirements for food stamps should be raised so that you still don't qualify for them if you're receiving, minimum wage, working full-time. But either way, it shouldn't be the case that you can work full-time and then and then apply for food stamps, because that's effectively subsidizing the wage cost of like companies like Walmart. And it's not just Walmart, but Walmart specifically, as part of their onboarding program, teaches you how to apply for it, so they like know you qualify, and they like do that so that you are less likely to want more money or quit. Freedom of movement is also a basic human right in the UN Charter. Yeah, I'm on board with it. Generally speaking, I think again, if someone's a criminal, you can say that they're not. But the onus is on the state to provide a reason to refuse entry, in my opinion. Although, like, a reason could be they can't identify themselves or their past. It's like this game. If iron is far away, it's more expensive. The houses have to be near where it's expensive to work. Yeah. State is unnecessary evil. Is just unnecessary evil. I definitely think it's necessary, because the state maintains property rights. You don't get to have property rights get enforced without having a government. And if you don't enforce property rights, and you can't like, so much economic activity is just not possible without a central state. I like the declaration of interest immigration permit, where you have 90 days while you're in the country to get a job. If not, you're deported. That sounds fine to me. The thing is, like, for me, citizenship shouldn't necessarily be easy to get, but freedom of movement is a different thing, right? So it shouldn't be easy to necessarily come into the U.S. and start voting in U.S. elections. But I think coming to the U.S. and working in the U.S. Should be easy. And if that makes it harder to get a job for people in the United States, then, like, I guess, I care about meritocracy. If someone's better at the job and they come from somewhere else and they can do the job better than you, why should they not be, like, allowed to be hired by the job? Also, it's a disservice to whatever American employer is employing someone to get worse quality workers if they are forced to, like, have worse quality workers. And it also, like, hurts the U.S. economy if that's what's going on. Like, not that it's an economic reasoning. It's entirely not an economic reasoning for me. It's, like, a moral one. The 1913 Income Tax Act, which kicks off the permanent income tax in the U.S., only accounted for the top 3% of population, but now includes everyone. At any rate, I appreciate hearing your thoughts on this. Also great to have a civil discussion. Well, also, though, the rated... I think if you want to move it more in the direction of taxing the hyper-rich, I don't really have a problem with this. I also, like, mainly because the current system of tax law is, like, written in such a way that they don't have to pay taxes, really. And it's all shunted off onto the, like, lower middle class. I think middle class pays an enormous amount of the tax revenue, specifically. And I think you can vote on each thing individually. And, yeah. The wealthy pay the vast bulk of taxes. My understanding is the hyper wealthy are not. But depending on what your threshold for wealthy is, I think the middle class pays a really big portion of the overall tax income, though. I guess I would have to look this up. But the people who can't get super good interest rates, you know, using their stock as assets in order to just take out loans rather than get paid, I suppose, are going to be paying a lot. Chatter yapping about 100 million when he's in the middle class. Calling me... Oh, wait, no. I thought you were saying I was middle class. I was going to say calling me middle class is generous. You build vertically? Yeah, so I know the cities where I live in, when propositions to allow more vertical building are proposed, city council, like, smacks it down. Except somewhat recently they didn't, and then a bunch of, like, higher apartment buildings were. So then should the Fed require that every place build more vertically and just, because this is a city ordinance thing, right? Should we require all cities to allow 3-story buildings? Something like this? I suppose you could do that. I suppose that probably would decrease the price of housing. I think also when you decrease the price of housing, everyone who owns a house in the area where you decreased it gets upset. And this is not necessarily an avoidable problem. But I think the price of housing should definitely... It would be preferable if it's lower. It also... I would maybe not be a problem if it was lower if overall median income was higher relative to, you know, like upper level income. So like you could solve it at the other end too. If median income or like lower class income were just 20% higher, then rent would be a much smaller proportion of the cost. I mean, areas with single family zoning that have demand for multi-floor housing, yeah. I mean, I live in Southern California. There's like one guy in like Orange County who owns like 70% of the real estate, or some disgustingly high figure of the real estate. And I think that definitely creates problems because then you have monopolistic power in terms of price setting, which is very much a different thing. But like it's a really good example of like how maybe you should have laws that prevent corporations from buying a lot of private housing. But I don't know what those laws would look like. I don't have like a position like on what those look like or like outright banning it, but you definitely shouldn't allow someone to acquire monopolistic like power in terms of like house pricing. Because if he sets the like price at a particular level, like I don't know, it's expensive as hell to live in Orange County. I don't know, like, what area you live in and, like, what the situation is. Also, the U.S. population is not projected to go up in the short term, so it's not that bad. Yeah, I mean, it's really cheap to get housing in, like, New Mexico or Arizona. That's, like, a different thing. So how does Japan build tall? By bringing in the French to help. You can build tall in California. I live in SF. It's not an issue. Really? Okay, fair enough. SF doesn't get built insanely tall, though, right? I'm talking about, like, 20-story buildings. Although I haven't been to SF in forever. Housing in SF is super expensive. Ban immigration to the top 100 most populated cities in the USA? Wait, why? Yeah. Netherlands has always been one of the most densely populated areas of Europe. Yeah, one of the things is, like, commercial activity really easy with, like, all the waterways, so definitely, like, leads to, like, it popping off. Open up borders, give migrants free food, housing, and cash before caring for its citizens messed up. That's not what I said, though, is it? I never said about giving anything away for free. Or housing, or cash. And also, I said if you have a job lined up, right? I think the amount of work visas the U.S. government should, like, allow is basically shouldn't have a quota. But that's, like, different than just, like, letting everyone in. You also have to decide what error you're more okay with committing. Whenever you evaluate these types of things. So, if someone's seeking asylum, they could be seeking asylum with like a legitimate reason or not with a legitimate reason, right? And if they're coming across the border, and you can decide which error you're more okay with committing, allowing someone who doesn't have a legitimate reason into the United States, or not allowing someone who has a legitimate reason into the United States. And I think that one of these errors is worse than the other. I think someone who has a legitimate reason to like flee for their life and is at a serious like risk of like immediate danger, I think if you fail to let one of those people in and you let someone in, and you also I think that's just the bigger mistake. Not letting someone who really, really needs to get away into the country. I think that's a way better mistake, bigger mistake than letting someone who doesn't deserve to be in the United States by whatever metric that the United States decides that they deserve to be here. So independent of my freedom of movement opinions, just like even if you're operating on a different set of laws, I think it's like worse to let someone in that like, or worse to not let someone in that should be here than to let someone in that shouldn't. And whatever system you make is going to commit one type of error more than the other. Now, there's definitely a threshold by which you're not trying to eliminate all the errors of failing to admit someone who should be admitted that has a legitimate reason, because you do want to reduce the other error. But you also have to think about which error you're more okay with committing in regards to immigration. It's not this thing where you get to just not commit one error, and like your policies don't like affect two simultaneous goals, because you do want to allow people who are legitimate seekers of asylum into the nation. Food stamps is a wage issue. Yeah, I'm super okay with increasing the minimum wage. U.S. wasn't an immigrant country. People who founded the U.S. and came to the U.S. was Protestant, Western Europeans, current nation of immigrants. Stuff was after the 20th century. The people in the United States were definitely escaping religious persecution, specifically like from Great Britain, and it was definitely about coming to a place where they would not be persecuted by like the majority. And so in that sense, that is what a lot of immigrants are. So I don't know if I necessarily agree with that. I think that the branding of it as a nation of immigrants was perhaps not until the 20th century, but it absolutely was like a place like that was created by people coming there for a variety of reasons, often religious persecution. That's why freedom of church was important to the founders, because a lot of them were escaping the church. Not all places in the U.S. have a living wage. Absolutely. The federal minimum wage being $7.25 is insane. To me. Like, it hasn't gone up in forever. That's like the price of like a Big Mac. Actually, I think it's less than the price of a Big Mac where I live. You can move to a chicken sandwich-based economy, basically. Hyper wealthy just evade taxes. Yeah, that's kind of why I'm a fan of a value-added tax instead of an income tax, because you can't evade it. Then whenever you spend money, you get taxed. But like, the tax on unrealized capital gains seems like better than what we currently have. Rich do pay taxes. Property taxes, sales taxes. You never taken the time to delve in the subject. You're working at misinformation sound bites. They definitely pay taxes. They proportionally to their income pay a lower percentage in taxes, often as a result of the various tax law type stuff, than a lot of other people do. They nominally pay more tax than the average person. Someone who makes $100 million a year, even if they only pay a 1% tax rate, right, is going to pay more than the average person in terms of nominally, but proportionally, people who have a lot of money benefit a lot more from what the government provides, namely like the institution of private property, because the more property you have, the more valuable that is, and the more valuable your property, the more valuable, let's say, there being a fire department is. I'll go to sleep. Goodbye. Goodbye, Kiko. Godspeed. Having a cap of each person being only allowed to own 5 houses could be reasonable. Maybe. I'm not sure if I like the artificial cap. Also, I think that it would be... You would get firms that would maybe be owned by multiple people and just, like, add new people to the firm so that you could effectively own more, and then they get a small ownership stake in exchange for effectively being able to buy it. It seems like it'd be a way... There'd be good ways to circumvent it. I think it should just be, like, less economically viable to, like, try and make money through the purchasing of housing, let's say. I don't know what mechanism you could do to handle the externality that you think that there is. Also, I don't know exactly what the externality would be. I don't know if I could put my finger on what it is. Like, what's the deadweight loss to society being caused by, like, companies being able to buy stuff up? Certainly people having to commute longer is, like, negative if, like, housing is standing empty in San Francisco, but people have to commute. That's an inefficiency, right? But renting out should not be profitable. Yeah, it should maybe be less profitable. This is an area of ingress I would prefer to a quota, but I'm not 100% sure on the mechanisms or how I would like it to be in, like, this type of stuff. Creating higher density housing as a solution creates greater infrastructure requirements, hardly insurmountable where I'm from, but the infrastructure is never adequately developed. Yeah, it's because there's less economic incentive for the infrastructure itself than the thing you can sell. Only a tiny number of persons are taking loans off stock portfolios. I agree, but those people make enormous sums of money. Nominally, it's a very tiny sum of people. In terms of the overall economic activity of the nation, it's enormous. I wouldn't call it a majority, but, like, you could look up what percentage of the wealth the top 1% owns. It's a really high percentage. So, damn Shiny's still going strong today. Yeah, I'm trying to scroll through the rest of the chat, but you guys keep chatting, and usually I like to clear out the chat before concluding the stream, but now I'm having difficulty, which is why I'm just zooming in on random places on the map, because we've already saved, because we're revving, and I just, like, don't want to deal with the headache of the rev, but then you guys, we're, like, going hard. Although now we're, like, clearly talking about politics rather than, like, playing Big 3, right? Taking fast food minimum wage to $20 more than doubled the price of food fast. Is it really 20 plus? I think it was, they made it 15 plus. I don't know if they set fast food minimum wage. Oh, it might be conditional for some fast food places. Food did get more expensive. I 100% agree. If you've ever worked in fast food, though, that job sucks. And, like, I don't know if I have a problem with them getting paid $20 an hour. So, like, it's a hard job. Like, very often you're, like, the only person, like, there, basically, and you have to do, like, or not very often, but often enough. And you have to do a whole bunch of things. All of downtown housing is over 20 stories in SF. Interesting. I know it's still super expensive, but I mean, inflation only works economically if earnings rise with cost of living. By the way, the common person of the U.S. has had earnings rise very little. However, most wealthy have had earnings go up. Yeah, so median buying power, the trajectory of it is just negative, and I think it should not be negative when productivity is, like, positive. So productivity goes up, higher per wealthy, buying power goes up, and median buying power is going down, and I think that's indicative of a problem. And so... Oh, I should have reversed all these. You guys get the... I think you guys get my camera in reverse. Yeah. The free stuff for migrants is the reality. Yeah, but we are talking about my perspective on things. Also, though, also, if someone is, like, I don't hate some people getting free stuff. Like, I think that there are definitely some people that are deserving of free stuff, and then you go back to the, like, which error are you more okay committing? I'm kind of a little bit more on the side of not giving people free stuff, though, on that. But that's a discussion to have. Like, if someone is fleeing their country and they only have the clothes on their backs, what should you give them when you receive them an intake for asylum? What should you give them? Or should you give them nothing? And what's the answer to that question? They only have the stuff on their back. I don't... The question is are they in good faith seeking asylum, or are they not? Right? Is perhaps the thing. Because if they just decided they wanted to move to America, they weren't in any danger or this type of thing, and they're like, we'll just go. But even then, that's a question. Like, I don't think that question is, like... I certainly understand that, like, the American people paying for, like, people who are not paying into that is a bit of a vibe, right? Because they're paying for the immigrants who have never paid into American taxes. But ostensibly, a lot of these people will become productive members of society. A lot of people living here illegally, they use someone else's social security number. So they steal a social security number, which I'm not advocating for. But then they pay into social security. And I think that they very often don't collect out because of their legal status. I don't really know exactly how that rolls out on the collection side for them, but a lot of people who are living here illegally and working at jobs actually do pay into Social Security, for example. And they certainly pay all the value-added taxes, right? So the notion that they're completely independent and completely leeching off of the economy is like not correct. You're lucky Twitch bans many of the words you deserve. Bam. Yeah, don't be rude to each other. It's one thing to be rude to me, it's another thing to be rude to each other. That's not something I'm gonna like. What's happening to your GDP? I swear it was higher before. I swear it was too. There's actually a really good reason for that. We're currently experiencing a revolution. So, it was higher. How come it doesn't look dark outside where you live? Because we have the lights on. It is dark outside where we live. Yeah, you would just in-court several companies to get past the 5-house limit. Yeah, the entire pattern of just spending enormous sums of money on property would have to just not be profitable, such that you would only want to buy the property if you want to live on it. And I don't know how you go about doing that, because the thing is, there's always going to be a demand for property, right? Because people need to live on it, and what ends up happening is the price of rent just goes up to consume all the surplus, consumer surplus money, right? So like, if people suddenly got paid 20% more, and they need to live close to where they work, what people who give out rent could do is they could just increase the price of rent by 30% or whatever, because that 20% more is covering stuff other than rent. And they would either have to, like, if enough of the buying power is of the opinion that we could just crank up prices, no matter what, the consumer has to eat it, because there's not an alternative to, like, or the alternative is living out of your car, right? But there's, functionally speaking, not an alternative to, like, renting out. So if a higher enough proportion of the housing is, like, owned by these corporations that are entirely profit-seeking, right? What you could have is maybe like areas that are communally owned or this type of thing, but I don't know how you would get that started or anything like that. I don't know. Generalists, you are in 1% worldwide? Sure, but I mean, you could, when I'm talking, you can contextualize what I'm saying to like the country I'm living in a little bit, right? It's not unreasonable for me to ask you to do that, right? But like in the context of worldwide, yeah, I 100% agree. Also because I don't like, I think the amount of savings I have is now in excess of my student loans, although I didn't take out that much student loans, so. Conclude the stream after reading this message, he says. There are calculators for it. California boosted it to 20. But the California minimum wage isn't 20. It's like 15 or something, but specifically for fast food, but it's only certain types of fast food. Like Panera Bread, I think, doesn't get it. I think like Panera Bread. So like there's like some qualifying thing, is my understanding. Something like this. I actually don't know 100% the details, but yeah, food is absolutely really expensive in California. Build housing in suburbs and make it only purchasably, at least cheaply, to people who rent or don't own a house. Yeah, so doing it so that you can only have one house is maybe one way to approach it, but you could also then you can't. So like you have to do it in a way that doesn't like. If I build a housing development, now I own, as a corporation, a ton of houses. So it has to be possible for a corporation to own a ton of houses, right? Otherwise, you won't get any property development. You will only get individual people building their own houses, and you won't benefit from like property development efficiency and this type of stuff. And so, okay, you can make it so that if corporations categorically can't own houses, then people won't effectively be able to rent, really, right? But the problem doesn't seem immediately straightforward to me on what the solution would look like. The solution to fast food pricing would be more automation, like other industries who got less profitable with higher wages, which is exactly what they're doing. Yeah, they're definitely getting automated out to some degree. There's like self-order kiosks more commonly, in order to reduce cashier quantity required, so that people working there can be a higher proportion of them in the kitchen, this type of thing. Turn the buying power graph into a TikTok dance. It'd be a depressing dance. If you're the top 1% of the average household income in the US, the average household income drops dramatically. If you take out the top 10%, it drops even more. Yeah. Stop watching for an hour or two. How come your GDP went down? This. Yeah. This. Options on digital voting. Estonia has it and works pretty well in terms of cost, from what I've seen. I don't have an opinion on this because I don't know a lot about the technology. As a general heuristic, I prefer that it gets easier for people to vote. I also think that it is the error of someone who wants to vote but is somehow impeded from voting is an error to me that is similar in, not quite as bad, but is similar in terms of severity as someone who is able to vote that is not eligible to vote. I think the first error is worse, but I think in terms of if you look at the results of the thing, it's somewhat similar in terms of results, and so I think that ideally you should reduce the friction that it takes to vote, and so I would prefer digital voting being possible. That said, if it allows for an insane amount of cheating or creates a massive security risk of some kind, then no, I wouldn't want it. And I don't know enough about digital voting in general. I think I would probably be for it, but the proof is in the pudding. But generally, I also think that it should be easier for people to vote. You shouldn't, because you know what I think about when I think about difficulty voting. Although people make the analogy that it's just like Jim Crow. I do think about Jim Crow, but just to be clear, some people call some things that people want to pass the same as Jim Crow, and it's bro, in Jim Crow era they would have this bottle full of jelly beans, and they would say how many jelly beans are in here, and if you couldn't guess the right number of jelly beans, they didn't let you vote, and they just only did this to black people, and nothing anywhere is even remotely close to that. So it's not like Jim Crow in terms of severity and this type of stuff. But also I wouldn't hate it being a national holiday, election day, because a lot of people who have to work on election day and feel like they can't vote and get frictioned out of voting, I think that's a problem, because then that means people who are of a certain socioeconomic status are democratically getting overrepresented. I don't think you should make it hard to vote, because I think that causes some people who are experiencing hardship or just have harder lives, I think it makes it harder for them to get out there. And also, that's what a lot of Jim Crow did, is it didn't outlaw voting because that wasn't legal. It just made it so hard to vote that functionally you couldn't vote if you were an African American. And so I think that as a general heuristic, it's there shouldn't be a very strong barrier to voting out of some sort of like individualistic sense of accomplishment type of heuristic where if you're serious about the vote, you should really like care enough to take the time and effort and take the day off, like this type. It should not be like insane. I doubt Generalists is in the top 1%. I mean, there's a lot of people making like I make less than minimum wage an hour. But my less than minimum wage an hour is more than I think the majority of people in Africa make an hour. So I don't necessarily think he's incorrect. I don't know about 1%. 1% might be excessive, but his 1% is like, his point is certainly like fair enough. Which is that top 1% of all earners across the globe is what he was saying when I was just talking about the top 1% in the United States. But like also, if you're trying to interpret what I'm saying when I say the top 1%, and you think that I'm talking about the globe rather than the US, I think like you're maybe making an error there. Gradually increasing property tax. You're gonna price people out of homes that way too. Right? The goal is not to the goal is to somehow make it so that it's more viable for there to be private use ownership than there is corporate ownership. I mean, I guess what you could do is have property taxes be lower on places where you are currently living there as the owner, and you can only, as an individual person, declare one place. I think that, like, the handout for first-time buyers, which I've heard, like, Kamala propose, I don't think that's the way to solve it. Like, first-time home buyers get, like, free money handout. I think that that's not the way to do it. I think you have to make it, like, economically not viable to, like, just own a bunch as a company. You can make mortgage interest non-tax deductible on residences beyond the first. I think that the number is less important than the current residence. Because otherwise, you don't want to create a system where you could have people renting. I think some proof of living there is like an essential element. It might be that way now, I'm not entirely sure. Yeah, it might be, I don't know. Also... you can collect more in rents than the cost of a mortgage, so it doesn't. You'd have to really ramp it up. Global 1% is 80K annual. Yeah, so I'm not in the top 1%. I don't make 80K annual or anywhere close to it. But is that global median, or is that by median or by average? Smug little shit face. I'm just saying your name. Because if it's by average, the average is really significantly pulled up by the 1%. If it's by increasing the building tax, we'll just increase the rent. This is part of the problem, is because they pass it on to consumer. Until the consumer has no more like surplus to give. Right? So you have to somehow make it so that, yeah, because they can still pay the mortgage. The mortgage is still, the price of the mortgage is still less than what you collect in rent, and if it's not, you can just increase the rent. So, and if the buildings are already all bought up, then there's no other option, right? So it's like if the private firms are effectively creating scarcity, and then that scarcity makes the investment as profitable as like it was. So you somehow need to make it like not profitable. I don't know how you do it. It's like complicated. Thoughts on Hassan's politics? I don't know Hassan's politics super well. My understanding is that he's like of the communist position, or socialist position. I've seen like videos that are critical of him, where they're critical of him making a ton of money, and then campaigning socialism / communism. I think that that's definitely a kind of a vibe. I think that he's also indiscriminately and unnuancedly pro-Palestinian, which is like something that's, I know it's controversial for me to say, but I think that the situation in Gaza is like more complicated than just like Israelis are pure evil categorically and we hate all of them always, and that's my impression of Hassan. That's like most of what the sound bites that come out from them is. I think the situation, I think you have two groups that want the same land, or both are nationalistic, and I'm not a huge fan of like nationalism over humanism. Like I prefer when people just get along, and I think both sides like argue why they deserve the land and this type of thing. I'd prefer that people just get along, which okay, it sounds like kumbaya and handholdy, but like when you're operating from that perspective and both sides are willing to engage in high level violence over the territory that they perceive as being theirs, or not, if you don't think both sides is a generous kind of way of putting it, at least 20% of the population of both sides is willing to, or is willing to condone that level of violence, then you're going to have a problem that is not going to have any readily apparent solution. And like the biggest reason why there's a huge asymmetry in victimization and casualties of innocent people, which there is, has more to do with capacity than it does have to do with like ideological bent, in my opinion. But there's absolutely a ton of innocent people losing their lives, and it's horrible. But like, well, it's like I don't know. I don't know enough about Hassan to really comment on him. You'd have to ask me about a specific position of his and like tell me what that position is. As far as like I can tell, he's like he's a socialist, and like he's like pro-Palestinian, and like super anti-Israel in like a very, in my opinion, unnuanced way. And I think that for you to talk publicly so much about something, and that I don't talk publicly about like Israel v Palestine v Gaza, whatever, that much. And the amount of research I've done into it is not like enormous. I've read like a book and a half or something. This isn't an enormous like investment. And so if I feel that I can see more nuance than someone who's like way more invested in it can, then like I just don't think that much of their opinion. And of course, that's like, I know that that's a wildly unpopular position because almost everyone, I am assuming most of the people watching this have a very strong opinion one way or the other on what's going on. Well, I mean, I have a strong opinion on what's going on, but like who's in the moral right, and I just like, I think that it's like complicated. I think it's median. It was 60K, not 80K, by the way. Yeah, I'm still not close to 60K. That would be sweet. Different minimum wages for different kinds of jobs, and then increase those minimum wages. Like doctors get $45 minimum wage. Doctors absolutely have to earn more than that because it's super expensive. Like to become a doctor, you have to take on like a third to like $500,000 in student loans. It's like the doctors like don't make more than like they will have less than a net worth than like a welder, for example, up until they're like 50 or 60 or something like this. One state solution journalist, I mean, kind of. Israel is categorically unwilling to like let all the Palestinians be citizens in their state, though, because they want to maintain, they want it to maintain its like status as a Jewish state. And I don't mean like religiously Jewish. I mean like Jewish in like the like cultural, like ethnic, like Jewish. And if you let all those Palestinians in and you let them vote, then it will not be majority, which is like, if you don't want to allow that, then you're like, your real first principle is not being democratic. But also like it's not like the Palestinians want to hold hands with the Jews either, or a majority of them might, some of them might, but there's a sizable population that is really not all about that vibe. So where do you find books to read? I mean, a lot of it's like looking and searching on Amazon, or referencing sources of books I've already read. We're trying to look at stuff. Hassan is unhinged. Man was defending Russia invading Ukraine and repeating the anti-Ukraine propaganda talking points. Well, I was unaware that was his position. I think the Russia-Ukraine situation is not ambiguous about who's in the wrong. I think categorically Putin's like a monster. And like, yeah. I was just giving an example. Please no hurt. No. The example's fine. I just... I don't disagree with the premise. I just disagree that doctors on the amount doctors are getting paid. I think it has to be higher for them to like for it to possibly look like a good investment, or the state has to pay for their schooling, but it won't economically make sense to doctors will be underprovided. Well, actually, if that's a minimum wage, that's fine. They would have to get paid more than that, but if that's just the minimum, I guess that's fine. Doctors absolutely have to get paid more if school's as expensive as it is. But yeah, minimum's fine, I suppose. But like, yeah, I don't know much about Hassan. I know that I think Putin's a monster, though. I've read quite a bit more about that. I think that like a lot of the people who talk publicly about politics, and this isn't necessarily their fault. I don't think this is their fault, but they tend to be get progressively less nuanced the longer they are a political commentator. And I think the reason for this is that they get conditioned by their audience, and they are also rewarded for having all of their takes be sharper and more pointed, which means that they be less nuanced. And I think that these are the types of takes you get rewarded for having in terms of public discourse. And so I think you get conditioned into like being less and less nuanced because your audience responds well to a particular thing. And I think this is a problem with content production in general, is that you get conditioned by your audience. And so it's not necessarily your fault, but you get conditioned to produce the type of stuff that tends to be sensationalistic or causing like reactions to this type of stuff. And so what you have to try and do is like proactively like steel yourself against this like type of pattern. Yeah, I think that so like Hassan, like however Hassan is, right? And let's say we're kind of thinking that's negative because that seems to be the overall vibe. And like, okay, however he is, he's not wholly at fault for that. Part of that is that his viewers have responded in a particular way that like nudges him along in the direction, which isn't to say he's not responsible at all, but like it's the longer someone is like a political commentator on a particular thing, the more polarized they seem to get, which seems to be, if you're actually getting more informed, you should actually get less polarized, I think. Except on some issues, you should just get like decisively polarized on particular issues, but you shouldn't be decisively polarized on every issue, which seems to be the norm. A widow of a billionaire died and gave all of her money to medical school, I think in New York, and now all their medical school is free. Yes, I heard about that. That was NYU. My brother went the year before that happened, and so everyone after him, the medical school was free, but his was not. And a third-year med student can confirm it's fiscally a very bad choice. I mean, it's good once you're like 50. Or maybe she gave $1 billion, she might still be alive. I don't remember. The year right after my brother's year, or maybe it was at well, I don't want to dox my brother like entirely, but so we won't give like the entire like readout or anything like that. But like like he just barely missed the money of being free, and they call it being based. Yeah, being highly opinionated. Yeah, like if you try and give a nuanced opinion, and then like it seems that people like don't like that. I don't know. I feel like I get more negative comments being nuanced than being like hyper. So I'm unambiguously critical of Putin on the Ukraine issue. I think I get more positive feedback for that than I do like any other like political stance I make that's more ambiguous. Hassan's a socialist with a 2022? I don't know what the 2022 means. What does that mean? He makes a lot of money? I know he makes a lot of money. I think if you're like believe in like redistribution of wealth, and you make enormous sums of money, then You should have a good explanation for why you don't redistribute some wealth. But also, I don't know that much about Hassan, and also I think that if you are providing enormous amounts of goods, you should be able to make money. I don't know what the like percentage is to give back, or like what like it is like that. I would disagree with like wealth, like ownership as well. But I'm also not a socialist or a communist. I don't believe in like empathy is not the thing underlying my view on the distribution of economic like resources, which is my understanding of like what the empathy and like need-based distribution is what my understanding of like most communist and socialist paradigms are from, and mine's meritocratic. One of the points like where I intersect with like Marxist and socialist is that I don't think that capitalism is meritocratic. And to the extent that it's not, I have a problem with it. To the extent that it is, I like it. San is just an influencer who got involved with politics. Yeah, but now he just does just chatting politics only, right? Oh man, that's shit luck. Man, it is what it is. It's what he signed up for. It is kind of shit luck to some extent. In another sense, I don't know, good for the people who are getting free schooling, I guess. Is this really Dobruja? Yeah, it is. Man, I hate this like tiny little split state thing. I hate this so much. Fixing this always costs so much infamy. This tiny little I wish the infamy costs were like... The infamy costs just seem like hyper unreasonable in a lot of spots, where it's like way too cheap, way too expensive relative to what you're getting, and it like... It makes it so that you should like... if you're Ottomans fighting like Russia, you're better off taking like Bessiberia and leaving Russian Dobruja from an infamy perspective. But it just looks so bad on the borders. Horseshoe theory. Not sure what that's in reference to. We have cleared out the chat though, finally. So I think we're gonna conclude the stream. I'm also hungry and this type of stuff, and also feeling worse and worse. I think the last like, yeah, I can see like the last hour or so the like steady decline of viewership that gets from talking politics to some extent, but I don't know, you guys were asking. Yeah, I wish I could better answer your Hassan question. I just don't know enough about his perspectives, but like now that I know about the Ukraine one as well, it's like yeah, like I don't know. I think that innocent people dying is just bad. I think there's I don't know. I like honestly don't know how you make like I think that like all the like pro-Russia like takes are just like insane in terms of like the Ukraine-Russia conflict. And I just like I think there are definitely pro-Israel and pro-Palestinian takes that look completely sane to me. But like the like there is not a like pro-Russian take that looks like sane to me. Yo, they need to distribute the infamy, basically. Yeah, this VOD's just gonna get demonetized. That's okay. It's like part of it is also I don't want to be deceptive in like communicating how I am, so like when a topic comes up, even if I know it's like controversial or not necessarily one I should talk about, like definitely talking about IQ related to like race like the other day was like not someone you want to talk about. Like it's like I feel deceptive if I like just gloss over it or don't talk about it whatsoever, because I think that like lies do not only function in terms of saying something that's false, but being deceptive is what's qualitatively important for a lie. There's like three aspects of a lie. There's the thing actually being false. There's you believing the thing to be false. And then there's your intent to deceive. And the thing actually being false is fundamentally the least important aspect of the lie, and the most important aspect of the lie is the intent to deceive. And if I'm intending to represent myself in a different way for the purposes of getting more views or generating more revenue, then I think that that's like functionally a lie, even if I don't say something that's untrue, which isn't to say I never do anything like that. I just try and avoid doing it when I'm aware that I'm doing it, because like the thing actually being untrue is not what's important. and when you are looking at a lie from that perspective, it becomes the case that like lies of omission are so much more critically important when you're thinking about things from that perspective, because when you're omitting something and you're intending to deceive and you're focused on the intent to deceive, relative to focusing on whether or not something's false, suddenly like lies of omission become like way more within your perspective of what you're looking at. Like for example, if I say I've known my mother, if someone, my mom actually has a different last name than me, and if I'm at a party, let's say with my mom, which I guess that is unlikely to happen for a variety of reasons. Neither of us go to very many parties. But if I'm at a party with my mom and someone asks, oh, do you know her? And I'm like, oh, I've known her for 3 months. I think that would be a lie. Because if I'm saying that, I'm intending to deceive. Or if my mom's asking, like, applying for a job, right? And she puts me on a reference, and then they ask, oh, do you know her? And then I say, I've known her for 3 months. I have known my mom for 3 months. This is true on a matter of fact. I have known her for more than 3 months. I have also known her for 3 months. On the matter of fact of just being true, it is true. But in terms of why I would ever be motivated to do that, it would only be either as a joke or with an intention to deceive. If I'm doing it as a joke, then I don't actually think it's a lie. But if I'm intending to deceive, like in the example of the job interview, where I'm trying to look like a non-family member reference, because we have a different last name, then it definitely, I think it's a lie, even though I'm not saying something that's false. Politics kept you here, love the vibes, big nice. And so, if something comes up on stream, and I just act like I don't have an opinion on it that's strong when I do, and also, or someone asks me something directly, and I give an opinion that I think is going to be more popular, I think that's, like, I think it's just lying. Even if I, like, hold the opinion. I think the pro-Russia stuff comes from the place of Soviet fetishism. Maybe? I mean, I guess. I mean, like, usually, like, I read an entire book that was, like, more, like, pro-Russia, and, like, the biggest thing that came from it was more anti-US than it was, like, pro-Russia, and it, like, just compared it to, like, Iraq, and they were basically saying, oh, it's similar to Iraq. But that, just because the US went to Iraq doesn't mean that Russia should invade Ukraine. Like, that's, like, that doesn't follow. Also, in retrospect, and I don't know that much about the Iraq conflict, so I don't have a strong opinion on this. In retrospect, though, it seems like maybe we shouldn't have done to Iraq what we did to Iraq. So that doesn't mean that someone else should just turn around and do that to Ukraine. Also, I think it's different because he's actually trying to annex territory. Why did you take cars? We took it because we could. No, we wanted... the reason to take cars is it's very little population, and if you look at the strategic region, it gives us a natives interest in the Caucasus, and we took it when we didn't have that many interests, and we wanted the native interest in the Caucasus so that we would be able to side with Russia in their diplomatic plays against Circassia and the other one over here. That way we would be able to flip our attitude towards Russia to one that was better, because they like started out belligerent, and that was the reason for taking cars, so that we didn't have to use our diplomatic interest declaration in a particular spot for that, so we would just have a native interest in the Caucasus. And we had to take one primary war, or we wanted to take one primary war goal that cost infamy off the Ottoman Empire, and that was cars. That was the one we went for. So I thought that was a fairly good reason for doing it. I don't know if this is like guaranteed like the best place. It also gave us a border with Russia, which is good from the perspective of we can trade with Russia without utilizing convoys. Well, we want to do maybe some of that. To be fair, are we getting this company? Yeah, we are getting the company. So huge chunk of our income now. A third of our income is from this additional income. Yeah, like the canal companies just aren't super good when you're enormous, but they're so good when you're small. I really just have to like be more bullish on these, to be honest. But is advanced research good? S tier? I don't think it's S tier. This is something that a lot of viewers and people disagree with me on. I put it in the top of B tier, bottom of A tier. I have an entire video on it. I think that I think players, when they're thinking of and evaluating advanced research, they're thinking of the context where they get ahead on military tech, and they think that this is super, super useful. I don't think this is as useful as other players think it is, because I don't think you should fight wars that are close, and the instances where military technology is really useful are wars that are close. What I think is happening is when players acquire a military tech advantage, and then they steamroll someone who is otherwise looking strong, that feels really good, but for the most part, I think you should actually avoid having conflicts with GPs and try and get bankrolls from them instead, which involves not fighting them, which means you do not fight any close wars ever. It is a matter of maximizing GDP. So if you're doing this, then having a military tech advantage really isn't all that useful. Now, tech is still useful, but I think it's more useful for beelining stuff like multilateral alliances and also malaria prevention. This is where I think tech is more useful, because that minus infamy generation lets you expand into soft spots way better without getting interfered with too much. So I would say that I don't think military research is like S tier. I think the way I was looking at it, colonial offices letting you take stuff for cheaper is really good. The first level of construction is insane, but after that it's not as insane. And then like I also think that external trade tends to be better than advanced research in more situations, giving you an influential trade center, giving you more influence, allowing you to get a better chance of getting bankroll. So and then once you kind of have all that, now you have all of your blocks stuff. So the advanced research doesn't necessarily look so good. However, I think advanced research is insane when you're going ahead of time specifically. And so what I think you do is you generate 3 additional available mandate. You swap to advanced research when you go ahead of time. And then when you're no longer going ahead of time and you have 3 mandate, you swap back to something that's maybe more useful. Afghanistan wars are more of an issue than the Iraq was. Way more aggressive, I guess. Oh, I mean, I think like 500,000 people died in Iraq. That's a kind of vibe. I mean, Saddam was an asshole, but like, and technically my understanding is he violated the treaty from the first Gulf War, which like mandated that the U.S. invade, but like also a lot of people got like messed up. Again, it's not something I know enough about to comment on in a nuanced way. So like I don't know if I think it's like good or bad, but I think like with my small sample size, I think it's probably bad. U.S. didn't try to integrate Iraq. Russia's trying to integrate Ukraine, though. Yeah, I think that this is also a fundamental like difference between the two. But the main point being that the U.S.'s invasion of Iraq, in terms of moral evaluation, has nothing to do with Russia's invasion of Ukraine, right? If that like it's not like a tit for tat, like it's a deflection, it's a smoke screen. The people who are defending the invasion of Ukraine by referencing Iraq are defending through deflection because they don't have a good defense, is my opinion of the argument. Have you seen the Putin regime philosophy video from YouTuber Kraut? He does a very interesting deep dive. I mean, I'm a little familiar with I think it's Dugin is the name of the philosopher that kind of underlies a lot of the philosophy that Putin leads into. Like the third way is like the name of like kind of the philosophy as it gets translated. I mean, I guess I'm not abundantly familiar enough, but like I'm a little familiar with Putin, like some of the underlying philosophy, but not with that YouTuber. I watched Ukraine footage on Reddit. Absolutely insane stuff. Yeah, I think that's the first time I saw someone get killed, was watching Ukraine footage. I'm trying to think if I've ever seen someone get killed before that. I don't really know, but I saw someone like in their car get run over by a tank during the like opening salvo, where Reddit censored nothing and like bro, just seeing a tank, like, driving down the street and then turn so it could just run over a car that had people in it was, like, absolutely insane to watch. It's just, like, that's, like, 100% outside of, like, my everyday life. Like, in a way that's just, like, bro just decided to run over someone in a tank. Like, I can't even articulate just how gnarly, like, that is to watch, because, like, it's just, like, I don't have words for it. First of all, he just decided to kill someone who had a life and, like, maybe a family, or definitely, well, you know what I mean? Like, and spur of the moment, it wasn't, like, part of a military action, it was just part of an occupation and a significant contempt for the people that they're occupying. And also, it's just, like, you are watching this thing that you don't get to see too often turn this thing that to you is this mighty powerful thing. Like, getting hit by a car is a vibe. A car is something you respect. It's powerful. It does stuff. And just watching it just absolutely get destroyed by a weapon of war in a way that just seems so flippant and nonchalant. You just, like, you're driving past this car and then you just decide to swerve and drive over the car. It's just, like, also, like, a different type of spooky. Like, I think advanced research is depending on your starting literacy and ease of getting schools in the first place. Yeah, like, I think if you don't have the schools, then it also looks a lot worse. And so, like, I think that the point at which it, like, starts getting better is when you have really high levels of the stuff. And so, like, if you have level 1 or 2 schools, I think it, like, really isn't worth the 3 mandate, for example, and you'd be much better off. Like, I think Construction 1 is unambiguously, like, probably the best thing to go, like, first in most situations, or, if not Construction 1, at the very beginning, going external trade 2. Drones are super deadly. Yeah, watching a drone also take out a ship was a vibe. What's your opinion on Ludi? I'm not a fan of cheating and being deceptive and then, like, when you get caught, like, doubling down. I thought that this was, like, a decade ago, but then someone corrected me on it and said it was, like, just 2 or 3 years ago. So, like, I mean, I don't like, maybe he's changed, maybe something's different. I haven't talked with him personally. I don't know him that well. I stopped watching his videos after the whole cheating scandal. And my perspective, which admittedly, like, I haven't talked with him, so I'd be willing to change it. But my perspective is he's dishonest and I don't like him. I don't have a strong opinion on his content. I think it's more slapsticky than mine. I think he's probably overall more entertaining. I think he's, like, somewhat informative. Someone told me he was ripping off my videos, but I really don't think that that's accurate. Like, I don't know. I doubt that he watched any of my videos. Probably just, like, parallel thinking, or, like, watching or, like, reading an explanation of how to do someone from someone who was effectively just re-articulating my videos. I think that's so much more likely than, like, him watching me or something like this. People who watch death videos are mentally sick, not gonna lie. I don't know, sometimes you can't, like, not watch. I think people who go out and, like, seek them a lot is, like, I think that's maybe, I don't know what I think of. It's like, that's enough internet for the day type of moment, but also, like, yeah, I don't know what to say. It's like, to some extent, like, in the early parts of the invasion, I, like, couldn't look away. I don't, like, watch a lot of, like, that stuff now. Bankroll needs another nerf, absolutely. I love Ludi. Yeah, if you like Ludi and you like his content and you don't have a problem with, like, the other stuff, by all means keep watching him. I think that he is, from an entertainer perspective, I don't have a problem with him. He also seems like, well, like, he's definitely not my style. My style is, like, way more dry, but, like, you know, he seems like he produces entertaining enough content that I don't have a problem with that perspective. He also seems really good at E4, so... if that's more your shtick. Probably closer to 1 million dead in Iraq. Yeah, I mean, the estimates I saw, like, looked like a range where, like, 500 million looked like kind of in the middle of the range, but, like, again, not something I know a lot about. Both invasions are regime changes, just Russia also added take state. Yeah. take a couple states, but also I think Russia has plans to annex Belarus, and so I think it's an eventual annexation and reincorporation. Like, Putin also just very clearly, like, the first week of the invasion said that, like, Ukraine belongs to Lenin, and, like, it's obvious that he just wants to restore the Soviet Union, so, like, and he's, like, a thug that doesn't care about his own people, like, whatsoever. Like, I'm not necessarily a fan of Bush. I think that Bush would not bomb the American people in their homes in order to win an election. Like, and if you look at the apartment bombing scandal in, like, Russia, that's kind of what it looks like. Or allow me to be a little bit less nuanced here. That's absolutely what it looked like. IRC, the main problem with the Iraq war is after they gutted the state rather than building it back up, so it stayed unstable. Yeah. Like, I think that things are complicated. I mean, like, I think we shouldn't have gone into Iraq, but, like, also I think that we shouldn't have left Afghanistan. So, like, that's, like, a different thing. Because we had, like, a skeleton crew that was just there, like, I don't know, I think you just, like, stick it out for a while. Well, watching it feels sick and just normal. Watching it with popcorn in hand is messed up. Yeah, that's, like, I was, like... Even now, like, I have a visceral response thinking about that video. That was just, like, so insane to me to watch. Like, and also with the knowledge that this is happening, like, not just once there. Like, that's just what's going on. Dugin and Putin is irrelevant. Dugin is taken more seriously abroad than in Russia. Okay. Okay. I'm somewhat familiar. I'm mildly familiar with Dugin to the extent that I think I'm familiar with the, like, philosophy, the works of philosophy underlying, like, Putin's stuff. But I've also heard Russia wanted to join NATO and tried, but they wouldn't let him in. Any info on that? I've heard about that too. I think Russia actually did apply, but, like, what's the simplest way to put it? This NATO very obviously was a defensive alliance that was, there to make it so that no one was concerned about the Soviet Union, and so, like, when the Russia, or maybe it was Soviet Union applied. I don't know if it was the Soviet Union or Russia applied. When they apply, it's, like, kind of this joke that everyone's in on, where they're not going to let the defensive alliance that is against the perceived aggressor, they're not going to let the perceived aggressor into the defensive alliance. But I've heard that one too. I also don't know to what degree that's what I've heard is, like, accurate. I do not think if Russia applied to be in the NATO, I do not think they did it in a good faith sort of way, but did it in a way to kind of force the US or the West or NATO to acknowledge the fact that it is, even though it's not explicitly an anti-Russia or anti-Soviet defensive alliance, that is in, like, in terms of, in effect, that is what it is. If you were on Reddit before it got corporate, people died on footage all the time. I wasn't on Reddit, like, an enormous amount, like, that close before the invasion of Ukraine. Reddit was actually the place to get the most up-to-date information on Ukraine, so that's actually when I started to be on Reddit a lot more. Comments on Reddit are disturbing to me. They celebrate the Russians being killed always. Yeah, I mean, I'm not a fan of... my animosity is towards Putin, not the average, or not, like, Russian soldiers categorically. There are a lot of Russian soldiers that have done monster stuff, but that's not necessarily representative of, like, any individual Russian soldiers, so just assuming that they've done those things is, like, to me, like, that's a bit of a step. There's, like, definitely very significant war crimes, like the guy just deciding to drive a tank over someone. Like, if that particular Russian met an ill fate, I don't care about that. But that's a lot of people in Russia do not want to fight. They're getting drafted. They're dodging the draft. They're leaving. They don't have like much of an option. Some of them are like, we're in jail and got to be released on the condition that they serve, and they're not really like with it. So like for the ones that aren't like on board or do not want to be invading, or their invasion is like in the form of patriotism and they're not like enacting war crimes on the other side, I don't think I'm not a fan of violence, and I'm not a fan of their deaths, except to the extent that it means Putin is losing. But I'd just as rather they just like be sent back home. And like same thing for like any Ukrainian like that's doing anything unsavory against like Russians. Like if they reach an ill end, I don't have a problem with that either. You know, there's a significant problem in that like I think people aren't very good at avoiding projecting the entire side onto the entire other side. So like things that Putin has done is individual Russian soldiers are not responsible for. Also, horrible things that individual Russian soldiers have done, every single Russian soldier is not responsible for. And I think people are bad at that projection. I think people are bad at that projection, really bad, when it comes to what's going on in like Palestine, where both sides project everything that all the horrific things that have been done by either side. They project that onto the entire people, which is like wholly and entirely inappropriate, like in terms of like evaluating it, and like such that they don't care that innocent people are dying and like this type of stuff. Is state atheism or state religion, which is better? State atheism is better. I forget why. I think that state atheism is slightly better because it unlocks a little bit better of a PM, if I recall correctly. Which PM is it? I know there's a PM that just straight up saves you money on costs. It might be... No, it's not secular administration. Actually, we don't do that anymore, but we do this. Oh, I think is it the urban centers I'm thinking of? It might be the urban centers where, like, this PM is just better. There might be another one too, in terms of the manor houses. The manor houses is less clear that it's just, I don't think it's necessarily like just better. Bureaucratic oversight. I mean, I think this is better because it kneecaps the devout, which is traditionally bad. And it doesn't change the investment pool, like base contribution, because clergy are going to be the same as aristocrats. So it's not diluting out. They're both 20% base contribution rate, so that part doesn't matter. Although if you're on agrarianism, it's like still swaps it. So if you're on industry ban specifically, it would be way better. But yeah, I do think that this bureaucratic oversight's a little bit better as well. And then there are also like a lot of PMs that are less good on religion specifically. Like I think that I prefer secular administration to administrative clergy because of the political IG support, and I think I also prefer secular academia to clerical educators. Although to be fair, clergymen have a smaller base wage multiplier. They have a wage multiplier of 3, whereas aristocrats have a wage multiplier of 4. Or sorry, academics. And so that means that you have to pay more for wages that are in secular. So actually maybe you prefer clerical educators on universities specifically. Ludi isn't very good at EU4, by the way. He seems good to me. I'm maybe not good enough to evaluate that. I don't know. I just think Ludi is annoying. I don't care that he uses console unless it's guide. Well, my understanding is like, what is it? Lathe uses console and this type of stuff. I don't have a problem with it though, because he's honest about it. Like, to me, dishonesty is like something that just like is. If I'm interacting with someone and then I think they're dishonest, the fact that I think they're dishonest just completely distracts me from any sort of interaction with that person, such that I just like don't want to interact with them anymore. It's not necessarily that I like hate them or have contempt for them. It's just like I just like. Yeah. Is protected speech worth it for the tech spread exchange for authority and exile? It's not worth it for that as much. Or protected speech specifically, no. I think rights of assembly is probably the best law overall, but going rights of assembly and then guaranteed liberties and then swapping back to censorship or outlawed dissent, I think is fine. It just means you have to build more universities, and I don't think this is that big a deal. It means your university costs will be more expensive, but your university cost scales in a way that's like linear. So it's a specific band of GDP where you're building a lot of universities, but they are also a large proportion of your economy, where this is like painful to be on like the higher tier things. But once your economy gets to a certain point, it's like irrelevant, and outlawed dissent is probably just best outside of the negative interest group approval. But not that many people really love protected speech over rights of assembly. So rights of assembly, I don't think protected speech is very good. No. Iraq and Afghan had the same problem. Tribal cultures that don't care about the state and didn't fight for it. Yeah, I mean, I think that the U.S. I don't think they should have pulled off out of Afghanistan, considering they only had like 2,500 troops there, and I think in the last like 3 years they'd had like 2 casualties or something, and like it seemed like a really slow investment, and the Afghan government that was in place wanted us to be there anyways, and we were an obvious deterrent to the Taliban, and so like. I think that pulling out is just like a political project, because we absolutely have like 2,500 troops in a bunch of other countries, and so I think it was just for political reasons to want to have pulled out of Afghanistan. And like I think especially like we were training like soldiers in Afghanistan, but like there's like a significant like literacy problem there, and a lot of like the training you like need to know how to read. It's going to take generations to actually like build up like an army that will fight in the same way like the U.S. Army is. And if it's not that expensive to keep people there, specifically as consultants, training personnel, and operating like air superiority, which is the like only 3 things that the U.S. were doing there, like it's not like having a full ground scale invasion of Afghanistan and we're like going into caves. That's like what we were doing there. So like, I mean, I don't necessarily think, I'm not sure whether or not we should have gone there to begin with, but at that point, I think you should just stay there another generation if like the Afghan people like want you to stay there and provide support in that way. Not necessarily something I know a lot about, but to the extent that I know stuff about, that's like kind of my opinion on it. Yeah, I don't know either. There's also the concerns about, sure, everyone is happy with peace, but what about those human rights though? It's, I don't necessarily think, for human rights is a little bit of a difficult one, because some societies want less human rights than others, and I don't think it's necessarily my place to say that I know what human rights are better than another society thinks that human rights should be. But when one society is attacking another, that's less ambiguous, because nobody likes being attacked. So, protected speech is only good if you've got guaranteed liberties or secret police. Otherwise, movements get really radical, and you can't really do anything with no exile. No, yeah, I mean, I think that not being able to. There's another enormous problem with lack of exile, is that you can't intentionally force a careful leader, which I think is, or a cautious leader, which I think is a huge portion of the metagame for minus infamy generation. So I think that it's not even about avoiding revolutions. You just can't force the best ideology leaders either. Like losing the ability to exile is like really bad in terms of playing perfectly We don't have a problem with not being in NATO. We have a problem with doing bad things. Yeah. Yeah. But to some extent, like, if someone doesn't want to have, like, I don't think you should necessarily, just because you don't like someone's culture, like, invade their nation or something like this. Reading All Quiet on the Western Front as a young adult changed your voice on the views on war big time. Yeah, war to some extent, war is horrific, like full stop, and like probably just avoid it if you can. But the problem is if you look like you're just categorically looking to avoid wars, like foreign powers are more likely to mess with you. So you have to not look like you are of that opinion. At the same time, prisoners were used as meat shields. Yeah, we're not a fan of that. Russia is a volunteer only. They don't have conscription anymore, since it was unpopular at home. I don't believe that. I don't think that Russia was conscript only. Unless this is a radically new change. They definitely called people up that didn't necessarily want to go. So I don't know what you mean by that. Do you mean none of the forces fighting in Ukraine right now are anything but volunteers? I don't think that's correct. The only logical political move for Putin was to launch an invasion of Ukraine, unfortunately. To have a country bordering Russia and NATO is basically akin to what started the Cuban Missile Crisis. I wholeheartedly reject this, like, provocation narrative that, like, Russia was provoked into invading Ukraine because it, like, felt that it was going to get invaded or launch nukes on or this type of thing. We also didn't park nukes in Ukraine as far as I know. And if I recall correctly, there was actually this big agreement where Ukraine gave up all the nukes it did have in exchange for security assurances from both Russia and the USA. And in my opinion, the invasion of Ukraine, both the Russia, obviously by invading Ukraine, and USA by not... Well, I'm not sure if I think USA violated that agreement, but Russia definitely violated that agreement when they invaded Ukraine, where Russia did have nukes on its border beforehand, and then they got brought down. They had partial mobilizations. What do you mean? I have a friend who is Russian and claims that he can't go back because of the draft, so I don't know how true that is, Brody. Yeah. They don't anymore. I think if you were trying to get people to come back so that you can conscript them, telling them that they're not doing conscription anymore is probably a good strategy. I believe they're sending prisoners to fight for sure. Yeah, I don't know if you want to call that conscription or not. I thought about making that point. And minorities, yeah. But I'm not sure. The minorities are disproportionately conscripted. So the conscription is not proportionate. Which is better, professional army or national militia? Now that you can't just get infinite power projection in terms of reverse sways, probably professional army. For a hot minute, it was national militia, though. During the hyper yo-yo sway meta. Heard story from Kursk Offensive that a guy was drafted after flunking out of uni. Oof. Volunteer, but if you don't volunteer, you're a criminal. Yeah, that one. Also, a lot of the people who were getting arrested for protesting the war were getting conscripted too, which is just like a very twisted type of punishment, huh? They also probably aren't very effective soldiers, but they also might be reconscripting because of the Kursk incursion. I don't know. I mean, like, if there's anyone who is in Ukraine or in the Russian armed forces that is not wanting to be there, then as far as I'm concerned, they are still under conscription, and conscription is still occurring. That one sound gated my mic. That's crazy. That car was real loud, real expensive. But if like, just because they're not currently doing a wave of conscription doesn't mean they're not conscripting. Like, they have to send home all the conscripts for them to not be conscripting, I think. So, and I don't think they've done that. How does industry band even work? Poorly. You put the lime in the coconut, and then you shake it all up. You get a bigger investment pool contribution just flat without a free money modifier, which is a very interesting thing. So that gives them a lot of strangeness, and also I think any building that's 800 cost construction you are not allowed to use, and a lot of labor saving PMs you can't use. And then you get all these types of bonuses and malices, which is, okay, you do get a free money modifier in terms of the throughput, which is really valuable at low levels, but then once you have a higher throughput from economies of scale, it's really not that valuable. The technology spread is kind of a little bit of a rough modifier in the early game specifically. The research speed is just real bad. This is a really bad malice. So, like, it's not good. It's like a meme. I don't think there's a situation where it, like, makes sense to do. Unless you're, like, playing multiplayer and you're, like, buying out someone's debt and you're playing as the industry banned guy. I don't know. Human wave tactics, the Russians using, very disturbing. Hearing stories about it. The Second World War is one thing. Seeing them... Yeah, it's... Seeing them is a different thing. It is gnarly to read about people being sent into battle with broomsticks. But also, the defense of Stalingrad is a very substantive reason why the Allies won World War II. So, and I mean, Russia was extremely important for the winning of World War II. So, and then, like, another quote that's, like, haunting to me is Stalin's, "It takes a brave man not to be a hero in the Red Army." Which, of course, the reason why that's haunting is because that means you had more reason to fear Stalin than you did the enemy. And so if you were not brave, you would have to face Stalin, so you'd better be brave. But since people are pretty dishonest on the internet, does that distract you from the dialogue here? Yeah, I mean, people being dishonest distracts me. If I think someone's lying, I focus overly on that, I think. As far as I know, Ludi hasn't used console in any videos except the Uzbek video thing. Other than that, he plays Iron Man as far as, I can tell. I know that he cheated on other things, because there's other videos where, it is impossible for him to roll the type of general he rolls, because you can't generate that much, military tradition that early on in the run. So it's not just the Uzbek thing. Unless I'm misremembering. So there are other runs of his where he just, like, high rolls an impossibly high military tradition general to roll. Like, you cannot generate that much military tradition in that span of time, like, that early when he rolls the general. And then once you have, like, a general like that, you just, like, stop. Like, so he consoles in, like, 100 military tradition, rolls a couple generals, picks which one he wants, right? And then uses that to just win a war that would be completely unwinnable at the time. You know what I mean? I mean, it's perhaps something I shouldn't talk about because I don't know EU4 that well either. Like, so maybe I can't evaluate the information that well. I watched him when I was into EU4 more. And I do think it was more than just the one. Human Waves tactics is a desperate measure, not a tactic. I don't know if it's desperate if you just don't care about the lives. I like going rights of assembly for guaranteed liberties and switch it back to censorship if outlawed dissent, or outlawed dissent if it's available. Yeah, this is probably, I think this is reasonable. I do it a decent amount. I think that usually I just don't want to deal with losing the bonuses of my interest groups in terms of swapping back to censorship. But also, I swap back to censorship at a decent rate. If you're planning on doing any suppression or bolstering or this type of stuff, then you probably want to do it. And in theory, if you're on vassalization, it's probably really, really, really good, because then you can perfectly balance all your IG clout so that a bunch of different interest groups have 20% clout, so that you can get double bonuses from everyone, which is another reason why this religious nonsense is not very good. Is communism nerfed in 1.7 and capitalism OP in 1.7? Depends what you mean by communism. Command economy is way better than 1.6. Cooperative ownership would still be really good if it were not for the fact that your overseas ownership, when you swap to cooperative ownership, you lose. And this is the main reason why cooperative ownership suffers. But other than that, it's like still similarly good. It's not similarly good. Laissez-faire no longer has a free money malus, or it no longer erases money from the economy as you approach 2 billion GDP. So laissez-faire is just best up until the point where your investment pool gets so big that you can't possibly drain it, and you don't want to build 100,000 construction, let's say. At that point, cooperative ownership starts being better again. But you're going to lose everything that your private industry has built overseas and other countries once you go cooperative ownership. So, interesting conversation. Gonna leave. Have a good night. All right, take care, my man. Speech laws are more interesting in Better Politics mod, as it's attached to the state media institution and impacts rigidity significantly. Yeah, I hope that they are taking a look at Better Politics mod in terms of how they're reworking some of the interest group stuff. What's the difference between Ludi and you in video style and gameplay in Vic 3? Well, Ludi is like more memey and like more memey than me, and I'm more analytic, and his humor is more like slapstick, I would say, or like wet, and mine's like very dry. I'm often very sarcastic and deadpan in terms of humor. In Vic 3 specifically, I don't really necessarily know. I mean, his videos are edited a lot more than mine. His are probably overall higher quality than mine. Actually, allow me to rephrase. His are overall higher quality than mine in terms of like video production. I think I understand Victoria 3 better than Ludi. Incoming Twitch chatters with great takes. Pog. Loud car woo. Epic mic sound. Yeah, did it like Soundgate out like super hard? Conscripts are all dead now, so no conscription. Well, that's fair enough, I guess. I guess that works. Command economy or cooperative ownership? Industry banned or traditionalism? Which is worse? Traditionalism. Traditionalism is terrible. It just deletes a ton of money from the economy. Traditionalism is unambiguously awful. Look at this investment pool contribution efficiency balance. Just really, really bad. And then, yeah, no, it's just like, and then the negative mappy is also a horrific, like, malice. Like, it's not even close. Traditionalism's awful. You'd rather just not be able to build steel and not be able to use some of the later PMs, I think. Maybe once your PMs start to get late enough in the game, traditionalism becomes better again, but like, the question which will you suffer more on? I think you go industry banned and you just try and force the AI to build some stuff through importing and exporting. I don't even... Yeah. Cooperative ownership's better than command economy, though. Conscripts didn't get sent back home, but all new Russian troops, from what I've heard YouTube channel, are just volunteers, paid higher wages. All I know that. Well, if the conscripts didn't get sent back home, I'd say the conscription's still on. There are still people who are being forced to fight in the war against their will, right? So they're not a volunteer army, right? Russia's still bad though, yeah. What's the most underrated interest group? I don't know. No one talks about the PB. Ain't nobody talking about the PB, and getting minus interest rates, actually, when you stack it, it's pretty nice. I think the UK gets minus 15%, so you actually pay nothing in terms of interest, so it's just free money. Yeah, Stalingrad was desperate. Bakhmut is apathy, though. Yeah, well, if you've listened to Stalin talk about the Russian people, or just, like, human life in general, I would say that Stalingrad was a combination of desperation and apathy. I do think, like, Stalin was, like... Stalin also might have just been the right guy for the job as well, you know? Like, it's possible that if someone really cared about Russian lives, that, like, Stalingrad would have gotten lost. You know? Like... So that's, like, a weird type of pill to swallow. Like, don't like Stalin here, but he might have been the perfect guy for it. Hello, Pasta Puffin. Man, we're still trying to clear out the thing again. Talking about mods, VFM mod got updated. You should check it out. What's VFM stand for again? That's your mod, right? Lately, I've been going Council Republic laissez-faire to ensure I can get the SOL laws ahead of time. The loyalists are good. Laws eco will overcome radicalism. Council Republic laissez-faire. Interesting. So you're talking about going Council Republic here, and the laissez-faire here. I don't hate this. I think this is probably pretty solid if you can swing people not being upset for the extra trade union and political strength. I think it's probably fine. Yeah. This dude's still going. Yeah, I'm trying to get through it because now I'm really just chatting. Some might say a giga chat, big nice. OPB talks about the PB. Yeah, but OPB ain't talking right now. OPB hasn't made Victoria 3 videos in a while, right? Or that's what someone was telling me. OPB, it's been a while. It's been quiet. But yeah, OPB definitely really likes the PB and thinks they should be stronger. I think that he loved that this patch really made them a lot stronger because now they have, there's way more petite bourgeoisie because, there wasn't, one of the reasons why economy got slowed down this patch was that every single... I've been receiving a note. One of the reasons that economy got slowed down this patch... One of the reasons why economy got slowed down this patch a bit... Sorry. And we'll probably conclude the stream so I can figure out what's up here while I'm getting past a note. Is that the amount of workers in all these buildings, especially the traditionally capitalist-owned ones, went up by like 500 because they just added 500 shopkeepers everywhere. And shopkeepers generally are petite bourgeoisie. So this made them politically a lot more powerful on previous patches and also just decreased... the amount of balance that would be going on all buildings would be going to your weekly balance versus wages. And the weekly balance is where you have a free money modifier. There's no free money modifier in wages because you're getting the investment pool efficiency bonuses. So, yeah. Victorian flavor mod, not yours? Okay. Victorian flavor... I'm not even sure if we've played Victorian flavor mod. If Stalin wasn't around, the place wouldn't have been called Stalingrad, so no Stalingrad to lose. True. Watch the gameplay video by Alzelbo HD where he played Liberia and rate how good for the gameplay. I don't want to rate other content creators. This seems like not. In terms of Victoria 3. I guess I could maybe rate them relative to myself, but I don't want to say like in the abstract. I don't know. I guess I just talked about Ludi, but like... I do not want to, like, drag or praise one and then fail to praise others and, like, get into some sort of weird, like, thing with dudes. I'm glad they made a PB rework. I remember when they were marginalized for months. Yeah, now they get pretty powerful. What does the note say, though? Share it with the class. No, we're not going to share with the class. I'm not going to share the note with the class. Multiculturalism assimilating everyone, making PB stronger. We'll see if that happens too. Yeah, that's another one to consider. But anyways, it has been fun. I think we've been going quite a while now. We are going to the end. This is going to be the last stream, probably not until next Saturday, but the following Saturday. This Saturday, Tarkus, assuming everything goes according to plan, will be hosting 3v3v3, so I will provide links to his channel. Also, assuming we can get enough players, which I will make a post on later tonight here. For getting players for that, so you guys can check him out over the weekend in the normal, hopefully in the normal time slot that we have on Saturday, although I guess we gotta double check with Tarkus. I assume he would be, he's usually available in that, he knows when we do it. Okay, we'll try and get it there, so that's gonna be the plan. I am going to be going on vacation. I'll try and get as many videos as I can done tomorrow and the following day, but I don't know what we'll have and put those up as being scheduled. We'll see what we can do because we also have other stuff we need to do to get ready to leave. So I'm not sure. So this might be the last time in a while. Yeah, you got to rate people so beef starts. So you have a Vic 3 content creators boxing match. I have an open willingness to fight any Vic 3 content creator if they want it. If they want this heat. Make a spot for me for his time. If you are one of the first people to comment on it, it's gonna be first come, first serve. Also, Tarkus is handling the logistics, so I can't guarantee logistics to the same extent I can when I'm handling the logistics. Although sometimes computers can go wrong, stuff can go wrong. But where are you taking the vacay, journalist? Going to Reno to visit a friend. So usually the laws hidden are behind are better. By the way, yeah, hidden behind tech generally, but then you have this monstrosity. Command economy blows. Boy, does it blow. Generally speaking, though, yeah. Technocracy is not very good, and it's hidden behind more tech. Although single-party state is extremely good. I'm trying to think what other ones are counterexamples. I mean, definitely graduated, and graduated's better. Free trade is technically behind stock, which most people don't have at the start. The schools, the non-religious schools are going to be better. Most people don't have it from the start. God, we have, like... Our cloud is just so disgustingly on the Sunni lemma. It would be a problem, except it's generating us cohesion, but, like... Ugh. Anyways, I create Reddit content, fight you? Fair enough. Send location. Alright. We've now been live exactly 8 hours, so take care, my guys. Bye-bye now. Godspeed.